Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hey,
Shit, I was muted. There we go. Can you hear me?
yeah, welcome to the 10th anniversary stream. How you doing?
Yay. You can just hear the excitement in my voice.
I mean, hey, it's an exciting time. We're gonna have fun tonight.
If you
Uh,
say so, but okay.
or maybe not, we'll see. Play it by ear. The webcam's being used.
There we go. Oh, hey, we're live. Imagine that. Just said something, you stupid asshole. Hey, everybody, we're live. Welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing? Oh, yeah, I'm just doing great. How about you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Just trying to get OBS settings so it'll actually show the webcam here.
Uh-huh. I put that all the way down at 97. Oh, geez.
We're going live on Twitch and Kick.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We're good now. I'll go ahead and drag Devil's Advocate back in. All right, how you doing, Thoughtful Salt, Devil's Advocate? What's up, guys?
Just living life.
Yeah, well, you're my first victims for the stream today. So we got Porcelain in the chat.
Oh,
How you
wonderful.
doing?
Porcelain, why are you just in the chat? Why aren't you in here with us, suffering?
She might swing by later, but suffering. What do you mean suffering? Gosh,
I don't know. What do I mean?
I don't know. You tell me.
Anyway.
Oh, you want to do the art contest, don't you?
Oh, fuck. Do I sound like an artist to you?
Not even remotely.
Okay, good. Good, because I'm not. Really, I'm not. I mean, aside from my little devil guy here, that's about as much art as I get up to.
Oh, so you did that yourself?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I went looking for I went looking for something originally, and I found this nice piece of art, and I was like, "Oh, hey, I want to use that." And I'm like, "Oh, the licensing, I'm not paying money for this. Fuck that. I can just freehand something that's way better." And so, about 6 hours later, in GIMP, hey, here we are.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense you'd use GIMP.
What's that?
It makes sense you'd use GIMP.
Well, of course I'd use GIMP.
Yeah.
See, I don't pay for software. Paying for software is so 20th century. Who does that anymore?
I probably will be actually. I'm gonna be buying Scrivener for
Lame.
yeah for the book. I'm actually doing the Kickstarter soon. Probably. I literally I've estimated the costs and I'm like, okay, that's not too bad. Let me just get some quotes here for translators. Oh. Oh. I've
Well,
gotten
the
one
key,
translator quote
yeah.
so far for Spanish, and oh, that's just all I'll say. It
The
may be more
key
Oh,
expensive to
is,
translate things than I thought.
I think the key for something like that is to just go like, okay, I'm just gonna be successful in English.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still weighing it. I'm gonna get a few more quotes. I'd like to put it in other languages if possible, but realistically, unless this crowdfunding campaign that I'm gonna do is gonna be like super successful, I don't really foresee other languages as a super possibility.
Yeah, it could happen still, maybe some fan of the work, because it has happened to other historical biographies and works where just like somebody will go in and translate them, not for free necessarily, but like they'll just go in and translate it and they'll release the translated product. So you could be fine in the long run, but like if you wanted to get it done immediately, yeah, you'll have to fork out some cash.
Yeah, and we're talking like probably like 4 grand from the quote I got. It's like 4 to 5 just for the translation. So I'm like, oof, I'm gonna get some more quotes, but yeah, I'm. We got Setzers in the chat saying 10th anniversary of GamerGate of gaming bullshit. What an unhappy 10th anniversary. Oh, that's sad. Why are you so down on us? It could be a happy anniversary.
I don't know that I could say it's a happy anniversary when it's been 10 years and we're basically right back where we started.
Yeah, you feel that way?
Like somebody just pushed the fucking reset button and everything is happening all over again. Why are we going through this shit again?
Yeah, well, you guys are going through that shit again. I'm not done. I'm done with the
Well,
culture war shit. That's for sure.
No. I'm not going through it either. I am on the sidelines here. I am watching. I am laughing. But I'm not participating. Not this time.
Caps Lock Chris says happy anniversary, everyone. Well, happy anniversary to you too. Feel free to hop in if you want to. Don't really have a plan. I was supposed to be doing the art show or the art contest at 3 o'clock EST, but I don't. Kukurio's not going to make it, most likely, and Ashion, her internet's down, so she's not. So like, well, who's going to participate in the art contest? We'll see if anyone shows up, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, FYI, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but although I can see you on the I can see you on the Discord side, but you're
Oh
not showing
yes,
up on
yeah.
YouTube.
I have to have the box activated, unfortunately. Once I get a dual monitor set up, which is actually getting a second monitor, well, actually getting two monitors in truth, because this monitor is not doing so great. That's going to be part of the crowdfunding campaign. So then I'll have two monitors, and that should solve the problem, I believe. Then I could use one for like pulling up stuff in the background, and one that'll show the Discord window.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We got Paul saying Gawker's gone. Monkey King is ruling sales. Have you guys played that? Wukong?
No, honestly, I'm not even really remotely interested.
Yeah, I've
hear
not
good
seen too much
things.
about it. I just saw Alien Romulus last night though.
Yeah, I caught the what do you call it? I caught the preview for that when I was out watching the Deadpool versus Wolverine, and I just was not impressed in the slightest. I took one look at that and I'm like, oh, okay, this is just another attempt to cash in on the franchise. They're bringing in a bunch of diversity actors. The plot sounds like absolute crap. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I purposely didn't watch the last trailer because I didn't want to be spoiled before I saw it. But I really enjoyed the film. I felt like it. There's some things I would critique for sure. What's up, Porcelain? But I think for the most part, I think it was a pretty solid entry. And the characters do make a couple dumb choices. But I think for the most part, they played them like they're fairly intelligent. So
Yeah, I'll have to take your word for it because, like I said, not even going to torrent that.
Yeah, Red Letter Media wasn't exactly excited for it either.
I'm doing a stream on Tuesday to discuss it in detail with some people. We got Wick coming on, Vincent Martin, Fairy Queen, and Airplay Doc Raymond. He's coming on.
Sweet.
I invited
I have-
Kraut and Savvy Lizer too, but I'm not sure if they're going to make it.
Yeah, Thoughtful Salt, you might want to adjust your volume up a bit. You're coming in kind of low.
Yeah, I can turn them up on my end here.
I got it here.
There
Especially
we go.
adjustment on my Samsung.
Okay, you're better now.
We can't hear you though, Porcelain.
Porcelain, Earth the Porcelain. Please pick up the white courtesy phone. Okay, well, clearly Porcelain is having some mic issues.
Don't mind me and my dying Yeti. Keep talking. All right.
There we go.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, yes.
You have a Yeti?
Everyone's favorite microphone.
I remember when everyone had a Yeti like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm using a Samsung G-Track.
I'm still using my my Snowball.
All right, well, I'm going to turn my camera off. No one else can be on cam. If other people jump on with cam later, I'll be on cam too. Just yell at me if you're on cam and I'm not paying attention.
Okay. Crazy.
Cool.
Quick,
So,
somebody jump on Cam and moon him.
Don't do that. You pull a pterodax, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? My mistake.
No. He'd pull down the pants. He wouldn't just. You wouldn't just see the rear end if it were him coming on.
Yeah.
So, what do y'all want to talk about?
Well,
Tell me, this is your stream, buddy.
I don't care. I'm hosting it for the community, So, I think what we should all talk about is how much we love super chats, and super chats are great, and we'll read the super chats on stream. But no,
Well, if you're
serious.
gonna do that, you have to shill hats or something. Did you prepare some hats?
I did not prepare any hats.
Okay, see that you haven't been paying attention to how Jim does his shilling. You gotta have the hats. Hats are what gets super chats.
Also, apparently hats are a really great item to have in games because people will buy the fuck out of them. Or maybe that's just TF2.
Possibly.
yeah, I too watch Imp Lemon.
I saw a video this morning. Gabe follower. Apparently, he's convinced that Half-Life 3 is going to come out.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold my breath over that and everything because it hasn't been. How long has it been now? I mean, it's definitely been longer than fucking Duke Nukem Forever at this point. And Duke Nukem Forever actually released.
Let's see, how long has it? Oh my god, 2007 was episode 2?
Okay, so there we go. Well, does that beat out Duke Nukem Forever though?
I don't know, let's see. Well, they did have a Duke
'Cause
Nukem
that
game
was in-
after 3D, so what was that? That was Manhattan or something? Manhattan Project?
Fuck.
So that was 2002, I guess
Shit.
was the last entry. And then Forever.
Forever is better than people say it is. It's still not very good, but like it's not a trash heap disaster.
Oh, so if you count Manhattan Project, then it was only 9 years. But if you take it from 3D, then it was what? Because 2011, that was 1996 to 2011. That's what, 15 years?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because they announced it in '97.
And then they went through so many different studios and stuff for that. So many different iterations of the game.
Where's West End Girls? That was before it. Okay. So I've been working on this personal project for like 20 years now of 500 of the greatest songs of all time. And I'm editing the written form as I'm on this stream, and like, oh my god, I put together a fucking murderer's row. Quite fun to just look at it and just go like, oh, it's so good. Oh.
Wait, you're making a compilation of the top 500 best songs?
Yeah, well, a playlist. I call it the unskippable playlist.
Well, what's number 1?
Okay, well, it's Sisters of Mercy. Yeah, if Sisters of Mercy isn't in there, then you've obviously failed.
Unfortunately, they don't have a song that's good enough to crack the top 500 best songs of all time.
Bullshit.
They're very good, but they don't have a single song that peaks. You got to understand this as sort of a mathematical kind of like equation thing, where you like see a graph. Sisters of Mercy has like a good, like, let's say if you want to put a line on a grid on the y-axis, I think, and just say, okay, this is above, this is great. Sisters of Mercy is like above that, right, consistently, but they don't have like a peak, like, let's say, just picking a random song off of here, Fortunate Son. They don't have something that matches up to Juicy by the Notorious B.I.G. or Go Your Own Way. They have great songs. They have great albums even. But like,
Your
there's no
opinion
peak.
is now officially disregarded.
My friend
but
went
like,
to a 30 Seconds to Mars concert.
oh god.
Oh, they're great. What? Oh my god, another hater, huh? I see how it is.
Kings and Queens is good.
This is War.
Well,
Is
I
really
mean,
good.
he was just praising Notorious B.I.G., and I think after that, his views are a little bit suspect.
Well, I don't I'm one of those people who can slightly separate art from artist. So whatever your opinions of the person, I'm just looking at the music as it stands to me.
Yeah, his music sucks.
No, it doesn't.
Also,
Sorry.
he's dead, so. Also, he's
well.
dead, so fuck him.
Also, if
Anyway.
people want on the stream, jump into the waiting room, and I'll maybe bring you in. So yeah, I'll put a link at
Yes,
the top of the
please. We're
description.
dying here.
Jump on. Yeah,
We're
so the link to
dying
the
here,
Discord in the
jeez.
description. Jump into the waiting room, and then yell at me in YouTube chat, because I'm probably not going to be paying a huge amount of attention to Discord.
Masabe, jump on it. Jump on it. Jump on it. Apache, jump on it. Jump on it. Jump on it.
But I can give you the top 5 of the list in no particular order, just so you guys don't jump on me. That'd be kind of funny.
Why not? Go for it.
Strange Fruit by Billie Holiday. Change is Gonna Come by Otis Redding. All Along the Watchtower.
All Along the Watchtower is a good song.
Stand By Me and Gimme Shelter.
Oh, that's why I fucked up the. There we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, Jesus, my incompetence knows no bounds.
I'm clipping that.
Great. Put it in my failure compilation video.
Oh, it's coming.
Hey, we got people on Kick. That's a shocker. I've not been super big on Kick lately. But hey, thanks for watching. Got 3 people over there right now. Then we got 10 on YouTube. So, Porcelain says, continues to yell swear words into the mic. Eventually, I'll find a USB port on this case. Let's go get a. Yes, jump into the waiting room if you want in. Go get a. And I'll drag you in at some point. And Wukong making 10 million in sales and breaking records. In Steam is something else. I think most of the players are from China. That's why it has such strong numbers. That's what Queasy says.
Oh, if you want to tie this all into Gamergate, just look at what one media outlet did. They're like, oh, Wukong drops 2 million players after a few hours. It's like, you don't hate media enough. You think you do, but you don't.
I thought there was a message. Oh yeah, Spider-Man. Oh yeah. So if Spider-Man is a hint, GG3 will be awful. I actually liked the Spider-Man movies, the new ones. I just watched them. Homecoming and that trilogy.
Far From Home and No Way.
Yeah.
I've been completely out of the whole Cape shit thing until until Deadpool, and even then I only saw that because someone else was paying for it. I'm just saying. But it was dumb but fun though.
Oh, we got Leon in the house. What's up, Leon?
Not as much. When did you guys start?
We started like 20 minutes ago. I started a little early.
Okay. Well, when you said 10, I thought you meant 10 at night.
Oh, it's gonna go till 10 at night. Well, in theory, like.
Okay.
Yeah, in theory. We'll see how long my mic lasts and how long I last. So.
Okay. Well, I just was wondering.
Yeah. What did you think of the ending of No Way Home?
No Way Home. What, Spider-Man?
No, the Spider-Man movie.
Oh yeah, it kind of had an empty feeling to it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would have been so much better. Oh, go ahead. You can give your take, and then I'll.
It just felt empty, like how do I put this? It just how it ended. Like everything, they forget. Yeah, it was not good, or it was not what I was expecting. How about that?
It would have been so much better if they had Spider-Man learn to deal with and to embrace the fact that, okay, look, I'm public now. There's no going back. I'm gonna have to live with this and adapt to the situation. But instead, that's not what happens at all. Spoilers.
Here's a spoiler. You ready?
Yeah.
We had the chance to get into the Spider-Verse in the MCU, and we didn't get it. Like, there was all that build up into the sky, like, oh shit, we're getting into the Spider-Verse. And nope. They took it from us at the last minute.
Well, it would have been so much better if they hadn't, like, lingered on that moment between Holland and Zendaya, where it's just like, I'm gonna come for you, you better, and then after it's like an emotional denouement. It didn't happen. Nothing came of it, and nothing would have come of it, and the movie treated it as if something should have come of it. Now, I'm not like logically, yeah, like Holland probably would have been pining for his MJ, but like the way the movie plays out, the audience doesn't have to sit through that.
Well, and then he just basically lies to her and to Ned and promises that he's gonna come find them and tell them, and he doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they set that up, and then it means nothing because, well, Doctor Strange straight up told him what was going to happen, and he was like, I'll come for you.
And then at Aunt May's grave, the only person that thought that he actually cared about her was John Favreau's character, and he's like, "Oh, did you know her?" Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, Happy was actually a pretty fun character.
Oh, yeah, that's his name. I just thought him as John Favreau's character.
He was also Foggy in the first Daredevil movie.
No.
Wait, what's the fucking GamerGate stream? We're talking about fucking movies, Jesus.
Well, I mean,
we're
like,
all fake gamers.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm just...
The true anniversary is on the 31st, though, right? With the Adam Baldwin tweet?
Well, the tweet was on the 27th, and then the Gamers Are Dead articles were on the 28th. But
yeah,
but that's a weekday, so I didn't feel like doing a stream on a weekday, you know, for it.
And I'm playing I think I might put on a game. I think I might put up I got a game I'm gonna pull up. Okay.
I've already told my Zoe Quinn story before. I think to you, Tachyon.
In the interview with me, probably. What's the story?
Well, I met her at PAX Prime the week that all this stuff started.
Oh yeah, you're the guy that Soyadel was probably looking for. Did you hear about that too?
No.
So do you know Soyadel, Carl Alex Pauls? He's in the Discord.
No, I don't hang out in your Discord a lot, unfortunately. Maybe I should.
I know you're not cool enough.
I'm not very cool at all.
Well, by the way, welcome, Go Get It. How you doing? Well, the story with Soyadel is he was a volunteer at PAX, and he was looking for GamerGate people, or I guess this was before GamerGate, but he was looking for people who were he thought were gonna harass Zoe Quinn at the con, and I guess you were there. You were her harasser. It's true. It's a hate movie.
What?
Right there.
I have no clue about this.
You only went there to stalk her, didn't you?
No. Well, no. It broke kind of semi-continuously as I was there, and I had played Depression Quest before because of the lead up, and after I saw the Angry Video Game Nerd movie, because I took a detour from my job just to see that. As I was heading to the subway home, I actually ran into her. So I don't know if Soyadel was looking for me specifically, because that would be weird.
He wasn't. He was just looking for anybody in general who he thought might be out to get her, I think.
That would track, actually. If she had a special volunteer security detail, that would explain why. Because I was at a panel where she was at, actually, before I went to the Angry Video Game Nerd movie. And she, unlike the other people who came through the crowd after the panel, she was conspicuously absent, actually. So that tracks.
Yeah, he worked for PAX itself. He wasn't her private. He was a volunteer at the con there.
How many?
But how was the Angry Video Game movie as bad as everyone says?
Here's the thing, kind of tying into Deadpool and Wolverine, it's the kind of movie where you have to see it in a theater full of people who want to be there. If you are looking for a good movie, that movie was definitely not it. But in a room full of people who wanted to be there, who knew what the intent of the movie was, it was great.
Video game nerd movie. I saw that one. Well, I watched it after, but
Oh, there's the moon. Okay, Devil's Advocate. Okay, I see it. In general.
What? Sorry, what?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
So, Tachyon, I just want to ask you a question though. Like, because this slate of people, I think I recognized Gunsteel from somewhere earlier, but it seems like a newer slate of people. Do you think, weirdly enough, some newer generation of, I don't want to say GamerGate supporters, but like truth seekers are joining stuff like this?
There are people who are like interested in this stuff. Like Vincent Martin. He's probably gonna hop on later. He's doing a debate right now, actually, but he's gonna join later. He learned about GamerGate through my content mostly, and through like the Airplay documentary. But yeah, it's like there are some people. There's also a guy who came by. He wrote a blog post like writing about GamerGate because he like wanted to look into it from a historical perspective. And like Savvy Lizer, who I invited to this too. She did like a 6-hour video about GamerGate. So there's like people who are still like interested in talking about the stuff. Um, but like I don't think they like I don't think like Vincent Martin like considers himself like a GamerGate person because like I mean you can ask him when he shows up, but I think he considers himself more like an outsider who's like researching it rather than like a someone who is like an active participant because he came
Yeah, have you linked him to
10
my
years later.
Have you linked him to the archive?
No, I don't think I. Well, maybe I did at some point. If not, I can send it to him later today.
Yeah, because that's what that resource is there for. It's not complete. And the fact that the culture war is still ongoing means it'll probably never be fully complete. I just need to wrangle up volunteers to help me get through all those 20,000 bookmarks and archive them.
Also, you hear that, Devil's Advocate? You're you're a fresh face. What's this?
I'm a fresh face.
Hey, that's what he
On what
seemed to
planet?
imply.
Oh well, I'm fucking nobody. You know, that's always been the case. I've just been in
I'm
the
sorry, I
background.
just don't recognize you from like earlier waves of supporters slash archivists.
Well, unless you had been paying attention to the meetups, you wouldn't know me, and that's the way I like it actually.
Yeah, fair enough. There was one meetup in BC which I attended. Lauren Southern was there, and so was Jenny Barrage. But she arrived so late that I missed her completely. She arrived at like 11.
Oh, Jenny Barrage.
Yeah, I ran both of those people I reached out to interview. Neither of them got back to me. But that's not a super shock.
Yeah, Lauren Southern seems media busy, whereas Jenny Barrage, like, she scammed people and then she disappeared.
Yeah, I don't think she was gonna do it for sure.
well, she.
Yeah, I mean,
base
she might have to
looking.
finally answer where all that fucking money went.
Yeah.
The site was up for
I mean,
like 3 months.
Base
I'm pretty
gamer.
sure that I gave the definitive answer when I published that little montage of all her con attendance. I'm pretty sure that's where all the money went. But of course, no. According to her official tweet, none of the money raised for the website ever went towards her con attendance whatsoever. I totally believe that.
There is one story I can relate to her. There was this event held like every first Tuesday of every month called Full Indie in Vancouver. And it's full of indie game developers. I used to attend those quite regularly to try and get a network of contacts. It's funny because I'm autistic, so it doesn't really work well for me. But I invited her specifically to that, just so she could start like making meaningful contacts within the games industry, right? For the journalist angle or whatever. And she went once, and then I never heard from her again. So I'm assuming she dipped her toes into this weird industry and then went not. And then dipped out. A funny story too, because 2-Stash is actually back.
Oh, look who we got in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Alexander?
I'm just screen share.
Or should we just call you Archon for this?
Yeah, call me Archon for this.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Now, for those who don't know, for those who don't remember, 2-Stash was a very early supporter of GamerGate. I was on the staff. It went under because he couldn't pay us, but now it's suddenly back. I hope he's paying his writers. He hasn't contacted me. But it's back. Good to see you, Archon.
Yeah, good to see
Hey,
you.
good to be here. What's happening, guys? Figured
Not
I'd
too
drop in
much.
for a little minute.
Just saw Alien Romulus last night. Have you seen it?
Yes, I did. It was great.
Yeah, I liked it too.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
The others are more
Okay.
skeptical, I think.
I mean, after the history of the Aliens franchise, it's hard not to be skeptical, but it delivered what I wanted.
Yeah. Did you ever see the original draft for 3 with William Gibson?
No, I never did.
Oh, Audible actually turned it into like an audio drama. It's really good. It's completely different from the actual Alien 3 that we got.
Huh.
It involves like
I'll
the
have to.
do you know like the UPP and like the 3 World Empire and like the all the expanded lore and stuff?
No, I don't. No,
Okay.
I don't.
Well, yeah, it's that's a lot of that comes from his rough draft or his original draft for the script.
Really?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Also, Go Get Us and we still can't hear you. You're having issues too.
Who?
Go Get a British otaku.
I was having a few issues. I think I've worked them out now.
Gotcha. Well, by the way, if you're interested, Archon, I'm actually doing on Tuesday. I'm hosting a stream to discuss Alien Romulus. We got some great guests lined up. We got Wick TV. We got Airplay Doc, the guy who made the Airplay documentary. Fairy Queen and Vincent Martin, 2 streamers.
Sorry, got to clear the dead air. Dead air. We got dead air. Oh
We
no.
do. Oh my gosh.
Trying to get my audio working right.
Your audio is just fine from what I can hear,
No,
unless you're.
I'm playing
Oh, hey, what's up, Alan? Crash, you there?
Wrong one.
Better get some whiskey if I'm going to be socializing. Hey, it's noon somewhere, right? I thought about drinking, but that could be a horrible idea. Especially if it's an
I
all-day
mean-
stream, you know?
Yeah, I have a lot of drinks on hand too.
I don't know if I have that much alcohol. I've got some like Japanese whiskey. I think that might be about it. I don't drink really ever. Every once in a while with some friends, that's it.
It's too expensive nowadays.
Yeah, true.
I barely drink, but I drink scotch, so
See, I work at a liquor store and I don't drink, so.
Yeah, we had some suggestions to play some games and stuff too. I also weighed the idea of doing like a D&D or something. But I was hoping Grim Jim would be able to do that. He doesn't think he's going to be able to make it though.
Well, that sucks.
Queasy says, was very interested in Prometheus, then wanted to see where it went with Covenant. Heard Ridley was going to have a 3-way battle between humans, aliens, and engineers, but he dropped the ball. Yeah, I really despise Covenant. I know there's some people who are fans of it, but I am not among them.
I gotta open Chrome and open the GG archive just so I can drag some stuff up in case conversation comes up.
Just click live, call-ins open. Yeah, well, if you have stream permissions, then yes. If you don't have stream permissions, jump in the waiting room, but you're already here, so I'm probably late replying to that. Well, there's an open floor. What do you want to talk about? I hate dead air.
See, this is why you're supposed to have some kind of agenda to guide the discussion.
Hey, you know what? No one wants to do the art contest, so.
I'm pulling up a game right now. Just I'll screen it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be honestly on. I'm not gonna be watching you play your game. No offense.
Yeah, they're just going through my sorted GamerGate folder. I got a batch list here. Like, there's some old names that I barely recognize, like this guy named John Bowman.
The name sounds familiar.
Let
Let me
Oh wait,
see
John
here.
Bowman. He was with this the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corp. He actually he interviewed earlier mentioned person, Jenny Barrage and Jennifer Daw, and then he didn't run with those interviews. Supposedly, he didn't run with the interviews and publish them because his editors told him not to, which is kind of an
Well,
interesting turn of events. So the
I
CBC
wonder why
never,
they chose so.
yeah, they never included a pro GamerGate perspective in any of their coverage, to my knowledge. Lunar Archivist is really the person to talk to about that. But yeah, John Bowman. I mean, like, I'm not blaming him, right? Because his editors are, I guess, the ones who made the call, supposedly. But you can actually listen to the interviews because he later released them on SoundCloud, and
Oh,
I
really? Do you have
believe
links to those?
they're in Lunar Archivist's archive. I can probably get you those.
Yeah, that'd be great. Because I can't be everywhere at once. It's not. It can get a bit tiring tracking all this stuff down, but the culture war is ongoing. Like, if I get those 20,000 bookmarks in, that's a pretty complete early retrospective history. So,
Are you still thinking about doing a podcast or book?
well, that's the thing. You're doing a book. There's a lot of books actually out. If I were to do a podcast, I would want to do something like Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, stylistically.
But with GamerGate?
Yeah. Um, when I have free time at work, sometimes I find myself doing a mock podcast just to myself.
Okay, you should
Um,
definitely do it in real life then. I mean, might as well right at that point.
I gotta get a better radio voice. It takes a while for me to concentrate to do different stuff, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find that for you real quick. The Lunar Archivist
There we go. Now I
archive.
can hear you.
Yeah, just DM me whenever you find
Can y'all hear
assorted
me?
game reviews. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're
No
fine. What's
worries.
up, Alan?
Hey.
How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm me.
I've got like 3 million DMs between me and Lunar Archivist, so it may be a minute.
It's fine. It's fine.
He might be jumping on later today too, by the way.
It sucks that Discord doesn't have a search feature or like a way to concisely go, this is all the posts this person made, because archiving all the stuff that's been posted in my Discord channel is going to be a lot of work by itself.
Discord has a search feature.
It does
well,
actually, but Twitter does not. Twitter DMs.
How do you use it effectively? Because I've been struggling with that.
Oh, that I don't know. I just literally just
if
noticed
you're
the search.
yeah, if you're on, are you on mobile or are you on the app or the website?
I'm
Sorry,
on both.
Okay, so on mobile, go to your messages with the person, and then click on their name in the messages. So at the very top, it'll show their name, and then click search, and it'll search your DMs between you and them.
I'm not talking about DMs. I'm talking about the actual channels, though.
Yeah, you can search those too.
Maybe it's a newer feature. I am not familiar as much with Discord. I'm not very social.
No, it's at the top right. Like if you have the app open, it's at the top right. It literally says search.
I'll have to figure out how to use it more effectively then. That's on me. I'm just a bit slow because I'm an autistic shut-in nut bar.
I still don't even have chat on stream. Can you believe that? What kind of streamer am I? Jesus.
You think you're unique, thoughtful salt? We're all autistic shut-ins.
Oh wait, I think I found it. Hang on, this might be it.
I forgot.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yes, here we go.
Awesome. I misspelled Patrick Klepek's name in my folder, and now that makes me upset, so I'm just correcting that.
I'm gonna send it to you via DM instead of public because I don't think he wants it like super public. But if
No worries. I'm sorry. I'm just laughing. I gave some of the stupider people in GamerGate nicknames in these folders.
Like Wet Sprocket.
Patrick
hey,
Klepek.
hey, don't shit on Wet Sprocket too much. I'm a good terms with the guy. I
So
even
am
interviewed him.
I. So am I. We're good friends.
Yeah.
I'm just
That's what
kidding,
friends
you
do.
get
They
yeah.
if they see you enter a bar, they say, "Hey, wanker, fuck off, why don't you?"
Yeah, exactly.
Fair, as long as it's all said and good fun.
Yeah, it is. It is.
He's in
But
Volume 1, by the way. Wet Sprocket's the only anti-Gamergate person in the first volume.
He's not even really anti-Gamergate. He was mostly just a troll.
I think he is legitimately anti. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't include him in his perspective in the book if I didn't think he was. But he's also like way too nice compared to most of them.
Yeah, that's true.
And he likes to dick around and joke with us, which I guess some of the others did too. Like I guess like Matt Myers and stuff did too, up until they tried to dox us.
Or
Well-
Pixie Jenny.
Oh God.
I remember
Yeah.
her. Not many people do. Patrick Klepek, I called Kelp. Russ Pitts, I called Russ Shit Pitts. Ben Kuchera, I
Why-
called Ben Coochie Kuchera.
Why wouldn't you just call Pitts Pitts? Like
Because
the
Shit Pitts is funny. Danny O'Dwyer, I called Danny, oh lordy, save me from these gamers, Dwyer. It's childish, but sometimes you need to get out a bit of aggression against these stupid people.
You need a good laugh from time to time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
Leigh
don't-
Alexander, Megaphone.
Well, she calls herself that, so that's probably.
Yeah.
I don't really use nicknames and stuff for my project. I view it as a bit more serious. But
Well, those will be cleaned up for the final product, but
internal notes.
How's that going, by the way? Dang it, Tachyon.
Oh, pretty good. I am basically done with the first volume. You're in the first volume too, as you know, Alan.
I'm
So-
number one.
By the way, do you want me to call you Alan or Crash?
Alan's fine.
Okay. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
you're in volume 1. I've fully transcribed volume 1 except for Wet Sprockets. I need to go into his text interview, clean some things up, make it more readable, and then I need to do the GoFundMe, and then raise money to hire artists. I don't have the exact cost estimate yet. I've got like everything except for the transcriptions and then taxes, and then whatever GoFundMe's take is. So I have to like take those into account, and then if I do the translations or not, I don't fucking know because it's so expensive.
I would I'd bring in they as an artist. I know he used to do a little bit of consignment.
Who do you recommend?
To a lot of people here.
Yeah, we got a lot of people.
Pixie's husband. They.
Send me their information and I can definitely. I know right now I'm hiring Cuckoo Rio. He's doing the first volume.
Wow, that's a good one.
Yeah, he's been great. I've been working with him. We have this idea I've been talking with him about for it. I'm mostly leaving the artists to have their own full artistic vision, however they want the cover to be, as long as they don't like completely like make it crazy where it's like I don't know, like making
Penis
people like
is
look bad.
dancing or something.
Well, no more. Like you could have us fucking dancing. I don't care about that. But like, I just don't want.
I said penis is dancing.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Like something like that. That would be like way out. Out of line probably. But yeah, as long as they don't like make it like super crazy, they can do whatever they want. But except for the first volume, poor Kukurio, I've cucked his artistic vision. I told him like a very kind of vague idea of how I wanted it. So him, Ashion, she did the thumbnail for this video, by the way.
She's doing
a cover, and then possibly Lisa, Shadow Paint Lisa, if you remember her. I interviewed her. She's in
what
volume
about
1 too. And
what's
Miss
her
Sonata.
face? What about I can't think of her name. She does all the cute little. Damn it! What's her name? Anyway, sorry. I'm gonna totally derail.
Nah, it's fine. What's up? We got Frog coming in, and then someone else who I dragged in with a C on their name. I'm on streamer mode, so I have no idea who this is.
Kappa's Cuck Chris the Cuck.
Could be a troll here to fuck with us. I don't know.
Currently, I'm a frog, but I am truly the man in green.
I think I remember you.
Of course, you remember me. I was a semi kind of name back in the day. I still am.
Yeah,
I only
there's
recognize
just-
a few in here. I knew Tachyon, obviously, and Devil's Advocate,
Oh.
and Archon.
You guys, I'm kind of a big deal.
Queasy asked if you're talking about Jennifer Daw. I'm interviewing
Daw.
Jennifer.
Jennifer Daw.
Yeah, I don't know if she's gonna do a cover or not. I haven't talked with her about that. I didn't know she was an artist. But
Well, yeah, she
I
does
mean,
all the cute little fucking everything's cute about it that she does. That's how I remember her.
yeah. So I mean, I can reach out to her for sure. I know she's super slammed though. That's why we've been supposedly trying to schedule an interview for like literally like 10 months now. But
Yeah, it is. It has been crazy.
she says
for
she
her.
still wants to do it. So we'll see. She's doing a text one now. So I'm just waiting
I
for her to
actually
send me
did
the
an
files.
interview with her. I did an interview with her like maybe 8 years ago. I think I still have it on video somewhere.
Yeah. Well, so did John Bowman, but it never got aired on the CPC.
I aired all of my interviews like unedited, but
You think?
I had a thought there, but I forgot what it was.
Hey, if both of you actually could do me a big favor, with your interviews and stuff, can you just run them through some AI thing to get them transcribed so I can just say them in text form?
Well, I mean, like, so I do run them through artificial intelligence actually to help transcribe them. But I'm not going to be like releasing that information to the public. I mean, I will, right? But you have to pay the cost of the book. You
Oh
have to
yeah,
buy the
yeah, of
book.
course. Okay, like whatever.
You have like
Whatever
some
stuff is not
liability
going
issues,
in the
don't
book.
you?
It's all going in the book, my friend. It's all going in the book. Not this, of course, because this is just us chilling, whatever, you know. But the interviews themselves, that's all going to be in the book, almost word for word. Now, obviously, the way people talk and the way people write are going to be like they're different styles. So, like, there might be some like slight changes here and there and stuff.
Yeah, I apologize for my uncouthness during my interview, but some things had to be said, okay?
Well, I pushed you pretty hard when it came to. I don't know if we wanted to. Let's not talk about this because you know what I pushed you on a little bit to get more.
Oh yeah,
information
oh
about.
yeah. There was some stuff that literally, as genuine line, like escaped my mind over the past decade because it's been 10 years. So there's just some stuff that I legitimately forgot.
Yeah.
I think Tachyon said mine was the least contentious interview that he ever did.
Yeah, you or maybe a man in maroon. But yeah, no, for sure.
I saw that one. That was a good one.
It was a good one. That got the clips from that I think did really well. I was really impressed. Well, he's got a good voice for radio, you know.
He's got a face for it too.
Well, I've not seen his face, does he?
I'm sorry.
Oh shit! Oh damn!
Oh, that's wrong. So do I.
I'm sorry.
I haven't seen Man in
That's-
Maroon's face yet either, so I can't say one way or the other.
I haven't seen it either. I was just making a joke.
No,
Yeah,
he
I
wouldn't
have a
mind.
perfect-
He'd be
Perfect
cracking up.
face for radio. That's why everybody sees my avatar, and I almost never show pictures of myself.
You gonna share some GG and TX pictures?
I don't know if I still have those. You could hit up Black Betty, I think her handle was. She took some during GG in Texas.
I don't know if I've got any GG and STL pictures. I'm sure we took some at the time, but possibly Claw from GG and STL is going to be coming on stream. He said he might just be in the chat though later.
You know, I roomed with Betty for about probably 9 months.
Oh, that's right. You told me that in your interview.
Yeah, we ended up not really getting along, which was mostly my fault, but I was a dick at the time, so.
All right,
Yeah,
we
it
got
happens.
JT. We got Grey Tide. What's up? How you guys doing?
Quite well. Thank you for having me.
Oh god, it's just like the old GamerGate streams where you have like 30 people coming.
Oh my god, yeah, and you couldn't hear anybody because they were all talking over each other.
The worst of those by far had to be the 6-hour call that Koretsky was complaining about up and down.
Oh
He
my
still
God,
has that
yeah.
saved to his YouTube channel.
Oh, the Oliver
That-
Campbell one?
Oh,
yeah.
That poor guy.
I was part of the selection committee that he picked.
I felt so bad for him. Like I saw his interview that you did, Tachyon, and it gave me some perspective. I didn't realize he was like that jaded about GamerGate, but when he talked
Well,
about it,
yeah.
like I was like, oh yeah, totally. That sounds like us to a T.
yeah.
Well, I can understand from his perspective. Is like I've talked with so many people, and you guys can't even give a fucking like single coherent answer about what it is. I can understand why that's frustrating.
I did. Shame on you.
He's
I
been great
feel
though.
like
I gotta say, I don't talk about this too much, but I'll give him a little bit of shout out. Behind the scenes, Koretsky's been phenomenal to work with. Truly.
Oh no,
always
Yeah.
no,
always
I
the
absolutely
man
adore
was
the guy. I really
real
do. I think
easy
he
to
did a
contact and ask questions, get anything out of. He makes himself very available.
yeah.
He
And
does, yeah.
frankly, he's a fair guy. That's why I like him so much. Because even though he's jaded about GamerGate, I thought that he was fair.
Oh, he
Yeah,
was. I think he was.
Speaking of
Yeah.
Oliver Campbell, though, there was two people he used to hang out with on Twitter and YouTube, especially in conversations with me. The guy who went by the Twitter handle Kane JW, psychiatrist, and Jennifer Medina. She was the one who compiled a lot of harassment against GamerGate people.
Oh, Jenny! I remember
yeah.
her.
Yeah, I wanted to get in touch with her too to interview her, but I think she's dropped off the internet more or less, hasn't she?
Yeah, she made a viral tweet about a Wikipedia editor, and that may have spurred her into deleting her Twitter. She's like, "Oh yeah, it looks about how I expected him to look," and then people jumped on her for bullying.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Ryu Long, or
Yeah.
Bernstein.
Yeah. Real long. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds right. He was a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah, but then again, he got caught plagiarizing. I don't know if it was a plagiarize or a mistranslation over a edit that he did over Common Writer.
I don't remember.
I remember he's in the crash over at Network Leaks. He was actually basically
Oh,
taking
yeah.
orders from Quinn.
Oh,
they were
that's
telling
true.
I
they were
remember
telling
doing
him what
leading-
pages to edit and stuff, and he also raised money from GamerGazi, which you're
Yeah, he did.
a Wikipedia editor. You probably shouldn't be doing that.
Well,
Yeah,
they're not known for ethics over there at the PDs.
Who wasn't taking orders from Zoe Quinn? Russ Pitts literally bought the Escapist and then quit because of something relating to Zoe Quinn. I forget the exact details.
It has something
Well-
to do with the another thing that happened, and I know what it was. It involves a web series that is about porn stars playing D&D. You may have heard about it.
I don't recall. I remember it being like
he was the producer of that show.
yeah, but I remember him specifically saying like, "Oh yeah, we're not influenced by Zoe Quinn at all." But then suddenly this issue with Zoe Quinn comes up, and then he quits.
Do you know anything about that,
Sounds
Archon?
right.
It's
so
called-
the show you're talking. The show you're talking.
I
about,
Hit It
about
With
I
an
Hit It
Axe.
Math? Yeah, I
Yeah.
was the executive producer of that show. Of course, I know.
Oh,
about it.
really?
Well, I think we
Yeah.
talked
How
about
long
that.
ago
We
was
talked
that?
about that
I
in the
heard
interview.
I
Actually,
heard so much drama. I heard a lot of drama about that one.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama affiliated with that show. So it was run by a guy named Zach Smith, and then a bunch of porn stars that he knew, Andy Morbid, the Teen Phoenix, who later went on to be a D&D community manager.
Yeah.
A bunch of others. So there was some drama when we brought it on because some of the more conservative or traditional leaning folks on the team and in the audience didn't like porn stars.
2012.
Oh.
And then there was some drama on the way out because Zach decided he would not continue to do the show if I had people working for me that he didn't agree with their political beliefs.
Oh my god.
And I told him, I'm like, bro, if that was the philosophical position I held, you wouldn't be here because there were people on my team who didn't agree with your political beliefs. And he's like, yeah, but those people are bigots. And so he quit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fucking fairy.
So
Well, all I know is
so
the
that
entire Escapist. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh, go ahead. No.
The entire Escapist situation turned into a sorry mess because of now at former editor, but he was the last one, Nick Calandra. When he came on, he basically banned any discussion in the forums relating to ethics at all in games journalism because it was a quote-unquote dog whistle for Gamergate. So,
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's
So he
dog whistle
did.
these
Okay,
days.
that's interesting to know. There's actually a lot of people who'd be interested to hear about Nick's past, I think. But yeah, I don't have a problem with him personally, except if, of course, if he's censoring discussions like that. That's wrong. You
Yeah,
shouldn't
he
be
was
doing that.
pretty
But
asshole-ish about it, and
but
based on the recent allegations from Frost, like, yeah.
yeah,
I
I've not
heard-
seen those yet. I've heard rumors, but I've not looked into it. I know there's
I
a
remember
video.
bringing up that whole situation about the fact that he left and everyone followed with him. And I heard people telling me that he was a nice guy, he was a really good guy, but I guess this whole situation really showed that he wasn't.
Well, also too, and I talked about this with one of the people I've interviewed. Um, it might not have been entirely his choice to censor the discussion, or at
Yeah.
least because, well, do you want to talk about that, Archon, a little bit? Like, I know that you said that you had Defy Media had told you not to talk about the GamerGate stuff anymore, basically.
Yeah. So that was a big mess of a situation. We, initially, what happened was Greg Tito was on the Game Journal Pros mailing list, and on the Game Journal Pros mailing list, some of the other journalists tried to coordinate a campaign to get all of the websites to say nothing about the Zoe Quinn situation, to say some positive things about Zoe, etc. And Greg took issue with it and said, "Look, that's we're not into banning the free speech of our community, and sort of this feels like collusion." And so, they started really going after him about it. And he and I chatted about it. We decided, we were going to take a position basically like, we're against abuse and harassment, but, we're in favor of free speech. We did some interviews with various people that were pro and anti-Gamergate, sort of an early form of what Tachyon later did. And I published an article about the fact that there should be games for everyone, but there doesn't need to be games. Not every game needs to be for everyone. So like you should have some games for everybody, but not every game needs to reach every person. And at which point, however, the fire had spread so much, we started getting tremendous blowback from within our own community. And a lot of the staff started to want to say, no, I need to speak up and announce that I'm anti-Gamergate. And I tried to tell them, I'm like, guys, like, we are part of a conglomerate that has a website for every audience. And our audience is the core gamer. They already have the casual gamer over on Addicting Games and Smosh Games. They already have the feminists over on The Gloss. They have the mommies over on Mommyish. They have the progressive men over on Made Man. They have the conservative men over on Every Joe. Like, our audience in this portfolio is core gamers. So the notion that we're going to join a movement that says gamers are dead is stupid and suicidal. We're not going to do that as a business. And so then a bunch of people started quitting. At which point Defy Media was like, okay, this is ridiculous. Started to cost us advertisers, and they just put the kibosh on even talking or mentioning about it from then on.
Fairies.
Well, I'm really glad that you were able to share this insight into what happened, and because I think it's important to document for the history, and it would be I wouldn't say it would be like an incomplete story, but it would be fairly incomplete if we didn't have like that perspective of what it was like to be in the rooms where these decisions were being made and taking, hearing the orders that the companies are coming down with, that the games journalists themselves are telling people in the Game Journal Pros list. Well, of course, we have the full logs of that, but actually hearing it from someone who was there is useful.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, I was in the industry for a really long time, and so I was fully aware of the fact that all of the accusations about game journalism that were being lobbied were true. I mean, I'll give you an example. I used to work as a game marketer. I was a game marketing consultant. I consulted on 40 different games. And part of that job was I was the ad buyer. And it used to be the case that you could literally just buy a front page slot on IGN and GameSpot. And you could write the article and send it to them, and that would just appear as a front page editorial on GameSpot and IGN, like, and not marked as sponsored content, no disclosure, just literally there you are. So you know, when people would talk about, oh, it's pay to play, yeah, it was absolutely pay to play. You know, journalists were pretty much open about it in private that, you know, in order to sort of win cred, you have to give some games low scores. So, you know, you pick the games to give low scores that you're not going to get in trouble with the sales team. I mean, so.
Remember
I mean,
when like YouTube game reviewers did that kind of media blitz where they were all kind of satirizing being sponsored, where you'd have, I can't remember who they were, but there was like one guy that was eating a big bag of nachos, making fun of people that said that it was pay to play.
oh yeah, that was great.
So could I ask you a question then, Archon? Maybe if you agree with me on something like this, my general sentiment. If game journalists just like flat out said, okay, we are just PR vehicles, like that would be fine, right? But like it would be akin to like sports journalism with their access politics and stuff like that. But like I'm of the mind that when they start reporting on stuff that relates to real world, let's say politics or cultural morality domain sorts of stuff, then they forfeit the right to be taken seriously because of that. Okay. Because that's my read on the whole situation. Like, it wouldn't have been such a bad fucking thing if they just, like, said, like, okay, yes, we literally are just PR vehicles. Alright, then just don't moralize to us.
Yeah.
That's the bargain.
What happened there was that the old role that they used to play became less valuable for two reasons. So first off, imagine, you know, mid 1990s, you as a gamer weren't able to get access to a beta of a video game very easily, nor were you able to go on the internet and see a live stream of the video game being played or check out the trailer. Like, it was a lot of work to stay informed about games back then. And so game journalists played a very important role in getting early access, reviewing the games, telling you what they'd be like, giving you exclusive insights to what was coming. And so they were really giving the gamer a valuable service as well as giving the game publishers a valuable service. And the game publishers really wanted to reach those core gamers. By the time you get to GamerGate, the game publishers are no longer interested in trying to reach core gamers. They assume core gamers are going to get to them anyway. And they told me this bluntly. I mean, Activision told me this bluntly when it cut its advertising budget on The Escapist. Your people will buy our games anyway. So the publishers are less interested in reaching this audience now, and the audience has less need for game journalists because they can go onto Twitch and see people stream the game. They don't need to read about what it's like to be played. They can literally watch it being played. They can get a demo on Steam. They can see the trailers on YouTube. They can go onto their Discords or their forums and get active gamers who are playing it telling them what to think. And so the value add from the game journalist doing objective game journalism is now much less. And so what happened was the game journalists began to flounder as to, well, what are we here for? And at The Escapist, if you guys remember, issue 1 was called Gaming Uber Alles, and it was a defense of game culture against the mainstream. And that was where The Escapist was for many years. Eventually, the game journals kind of coalesced around this idea that they would become critics of culture and try and sort of bring gaming out of the dark ages of misogynistic, patriarchal nerds in the basement and into this golden age of whatever it was that they were envisioning. And so you kind of got this combination of the political trend toward wokeness combining with the market trend of making it hard to survive as an objective game journalist. And where those two lines cross is GamerGate.
That's precisely my read of the whole situation.
Hey, Mark,
It
what's
sucks.
Hey, how's it going? Just seeing what's going on in here. I'm actually at a convention right now, so I just want to see what the general topic was, so I can contribute on an off the table.
Archon was
But
just
also,
talking about
just
games journalism and how it's shifted over the years.
oh shit! I'm probably muted for this, but I'm very interested in hearing what you
Yeah,
have
I
to say.
might kick you in a
Sorry,
minute
guys.
unless you get that fixed. Okay? No, nothing personal.
Yeah, I'll just join back in an hour. I'm sorry, man.
No, you're fine.
All right, later. See you in an
Oh
hour.
wait, before you leave, Mark. Oh, I was gonna ask him if he was gonna do a
Oh,
art
he's
contest.
gone.
But that sports access kind of thing is the right comparison, right? Beforehand.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, for sure. And I mean, and
Well,
look, if you were a journalist in the late '90s, early 2000s, man, it was a good time. Like we used to throw, I mean, when I was doing marketing consultant, we used to throw parties, and we would go out and onto Model Mayhem and Craigslist and just hire gorgeous chicks from Los Angeles and rent out nightclubs, and the girls were just told to entertain the game journalists to show them a good time.
Damn.
And you
where the
know,
fuck was
you
I then?
you
It's
could
funny.
if you could get invited into the GameSpot party, you'd just go up there and there's coke going on in the back rooms, and I mean it was wild, it was crazy.
Oh
So
man, that
Well,
contrasts with current day where like there was this one games journalist who was complaining, no one comes up to us and asks, how can I be a games journalist anymore? I don't know what happened.
well,
yeah,
let me
yeah,
ask.
exactly.
Do you think it's gotten better with the sort of basically like bribes or incentives?
I don't know. I'm out of the space at this point, so I honestly can't comment. As you can imagine, I became an unpopular figure with game journalists, and they no longer talk to me very much. Um, so I really don't know.
Was there
I
ever a time on the inside when you were looking at everything and you had more of a beat on the pulse that people saw the shift towards streaming and independent media creators as the primary method of like information gathering from the gaming populace? And was there ever a point where people were saying like, hey, maybe we should try and emulate some of that on our platforms?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it on The Escapist. You guys will remember we shifted from being primarily text-driven to being primarily video-driven, and we cultivated. We saw ourselves at that point as like a music label where our job was to cultivate new stars and bring them to audiences and keep them very happy. And I mean, Yahtzee was the highest paid person on the team, for instance, so he was earning probably twice as much as what the editor-in-chief was earning. But Yahtzee was bringing in the traffic. The editor-in-chief was essentially, the manager of the Beatles. He wasn't the Beatles. So
I have a
I mean,
question.
I saw it at least for sure. I don't know whether or not my competitors did, but I think they seem to. I mean, certainly they were investing in video at the same time.
I got a question. What are your thoughts on this new D&D game that is coming out by Hasbro?
The latest edition?
Yeah, the latest edition.
5.5 is it? Or?
Well,
Yeah, I think it is 5.5.
yeah, D&D 1, they're calling it. Well, I have to say I'm very biased in this because after I left The Escapist, I started a tabletop role-playing game company, and so I now make my living from creating competitors to Dungeons and Dragons. And I actually had a really successful Kickstarter last year for Adventure Conquer King System, and we raised $330,000. So, so with the caveat that obviously I'm totally biased, I have an absolute intense dislike bordering on psychological hatred to what they've done to Dungeons and Dragons. I think they've destroyed everything I liked about the game. I think they're making a terrible misstep by trying to transform it into a pseudo video game. But since they're my competitor, I can only salute them as they self-destruct.
Fair enough.
Well, speaking of tabletop, would you be interested in DMing a tabletop session tonight? You don't have to, obviously. You just say no, but float that idea out there.
Oh man, I would love to, but I cannot. I am unfortunately have limited time. I'm in the middle of trying to get Acts 2, my Adventure Conquer King, out the door, and the deadline to get it to the graphic designers is on Tuesday. So
deadlines, projects. I understand.
Well, if our time is limited, then I guess I should ask a follow-up question. Like, in terms of, like, because I know you tried to start, or, like, were involved with a funding option akin to, let's say, Kickstarter. What was it, Funstarter?
No, I wasn't. I didn't ever do that. No. I wasn't ever part of a
I think he sent me a link to help support it or something. at some point. I don't remember. But at any rate, my question is more to do with like, there's not as much funding, obviously, for like, I don't want to say, I guess I have to say GamerGate aligned stuff. Like, is there any way to bridge that gap between us and let's just say, like, let's say a lower mid-level bread tuber in general?
Yeah, it's very tough. Now I think things are changing, but the basic dilemma that quote unquote our side was facing was twofold. Was one, um, the ad buyers and marketers were aligned with the anti-Gamergate agenda, and so if you tried to take sort of a pro-Gamergate position in any kind of YouTube channel or publication, you could basically count on not getting any advertising. And then secondly, the payment providers like your Stripes and so on were also aligned with the anti-Gamergate. And so even if you set up a Patreon or were using Stripe to have subscriptions, you're always at risk of getting deplatformed. And I myself had a business that got deplatformed off of Stripe and Shopify at a certain point. So I know it could happen because it happened to me. So that puts you in a really difficult position. How do you could create as much value as you can and have just the best pro gamer website you can think of. But if you can't make money from ads and you can't make money from subscriptions and you're constantly at risk of deplatforming, you don't have a business. You just have a sinking ship. So that's why I never went back into the space, as I could never figure out how to crack that code. I went instead into an adjacent industry of comic books and tabletop games. I'm convinced there's a huge audience for pro gamer content. I'm not convinced there's a way to make it a business right now.
Yeah, that's sort of like Elon Musk famously just set up a lawsuit against GARM, the Global Alliance for Responsible Media.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, it's totally insane. Like, who decides who has the wrong opinion for something mundane? Like, you remember that guy that got fired from Hogwarts Legacy simply because he had a video that.
Well, he wasn't fired though. He wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't.
No,
He was
I've interviewed
pressured
him.
out.
No, he retired after, but I think I don't want to speak for him. He watches my videos. He might jump in the chat or jump in the comments later or correct us. But I think he was going to retire anyway. I think he was like near the end of his career, I believe. I don't think he was like pushed out.
Okay, that oddly changes a lot of things.
Because he has a video saying that he decided to retire, and he also he got married, I believe.
But the broader point, yeah, go ahead. No, you go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, you have to take into account. Like, when a person decides to retire, right? Like, let's say working conditions get noticeably worse, and you're like, well, I've decided to retire. So no, you weren't forced out. No one fired you, but you decided to retire because working conditions got noticeably worse. Well, what was the working condition that got noticeably worse? Well, it was the fact that people who have your values and beliefs are now constantly belittled and ridiculed in your workplace, and you have to essentially live life behind enemy lines. Like, that sucks. So I don't think we should interpret someone saying, oh, I chose to retire to mean that there's not a problem. That's, part of the problem is that some of the best people are choosing to retire.
Here, I'll message him and I'll see if he wants to hop on. Troy Leavitt is the interview I did with him.
The funny thing about GARM is they basically I can't remember their parent company, but they got shut down like 2 days after the lawsuit was announced.
Yeah.
They may be a small team, but the thing with that is like the companies that relied on them will just move on to a newly established company that has the same goals. So it's like an amorphous mass you can't really fully shut down.
Kind of like GamerGate?
Yeah, in a way, like our counterpart in a way.
Exactly, our arch nemesis.
Yeah. That's exactly the sort of thing that should chill anyone to the bone who's like broadly against the points the GamerGate was trying to bring up. It's like, okay, do you want a small group of people who aren't elected to tell you whether or not to invest in something because someone somewhere inside the company has said something maybe slightly objectionable to them and them alone?
Well, that brings up an interesting philosophical question, which is, so with GARM, even though GARM was sort of trafficking in the information. It was ultimately the advertisers that were making the decisions whether or not to act on that information. So, like, GARM wasn't directing anybody. It was just providing information. So, um, what does that say about the independence of the advertising space, right?
Well, I like to bring up the fact that he also Elon also had to try to sue ADL, and the ADL tried to sabotage him in some way, as I recall, trying to go after the advertisers.
Yeah, like I said, it's just an amorphous mass of these people who like set up these alliances that just collect information. I'm doing air quotes as I'm saying this, and then just put stuff out there. The problem with information is it is like data. It can be read into however way you want it. So like it's like credit card companies when they pressure Japanese companies to censor their objective content, or else, oh, we're going to drop your ability to collect funding. It's got to be like one of the top 3 things that GamerGate is concerned with. Basically, it's just in the background. It's sort of like do you really want these people dictating how you should think and act?
Well, there needs to be something, right? Some method of collecting information, right? And that's the problem. These advertisers, they're not tech wise, frankly. They're not in with it, however you want to phrase it, and make me sound like 150 years old. So they need somebody who can bring them the information in a concise format that they can consume. And that's I think what we're running into is the ones who've been the best at installing themselves in those positions have been ones that have political agenda. But ultimately, those companies need something like that, someone to break down the information in a way that they can consume, right?
Archon, you got any comment on that?
No, not really.
Oh,
Yeah,
welcome,
yeah.
welcome back, Forceland. Your mic working? I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, sorry to ask you so many questions, Archon, but you're really the only major one among us who has experience in that whole like very specific marketing space. So
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of appalled when Gamergate was going down at how few of my comrades actually wanted to stand up for gamers. Like, it was genuinely a very surreal experience, guys, because, I was running, at that point, I was running a huge division for Defy Media, and so I had a site called Mommyish, which was mommy bloggers. I had a site called The Gloss, which was sort of feminist fashion forward. I had Addicting Games for casual gamers. I had break.com for humor. I had a whole bunch of stuff happening. And the idea that somehow gamers were especially toxic was self-evidently false. Like, all you had to do was go to read the mommyish blogs, and the mommy bloggers were fucking savages. Like, the slightest misstep from orthodoxy, and it was knives out. And the cruelty they would inflict on each other for discussions over like how to properly parent a kid. We had our chief mommy blogger quit because of the hostility and the toxicity she was getting from the other women. And then, you have like the gamers being like, hey guys, maybe if you're going to take money from major publishers, you should disclose that. And they're like, this is the most toxic and misogynistic culture that's ever existed on the internet. And it was a total facepalm. It was false from the get-go. It was a false narrative being perpetrated. It was absolutely ignorant of what the rest of the internet was like. Gamers were already probably the most inclusive group I knew of. If you were a gamer, at least when I grew up, nobody cared whether you were black or Jewish or
to be
Muslim.
like one of
You were sort of a bro because you were a gamer and you just talked about game stuff with people. So, yeah, to me it was one of the most disheartening, surreal, depressing moments of my life. It was terrible.
That reminds me of something that Koretsky said when he was doing the GamerGate build-up interviews. He kind of ragged on anti-GamerGate making those claims about gamers. And he said that he's operated in the sports reporting space before, and despite that things are ugly in gaming, it's nothing compared to what he's dealt with sports fans. Do you guys remember that?
I don't think I saw that one, but I remember growing up. I mean, I was a freaking middle schooler and then teenager, growing up on like fan forums for like anime and stuff, and like yeah, like you want to see toxic people. Like look at a fandom. You don't, you know,
Yeah, yeah,
like the idea that
I
gamers are like
recall
some
the
uniquely
Raiders.
evil group is absurd.
I recall.
Exactly.
You remember the Raiders, right? They basically had a riot in the city over their team losing.
No, that
Oh,
was
yeah.
Vancouver in 2011 too.
Oh my
Well,
God!
I mean,
Texas
the
Tech.
Oakland Raiders used to riot over anything. Trust me.
I remember when Texas Tech won. I think it was in 2001.
Oh yeah.
And they fucking, I mean, it was like a citywide riot. They tore down the goalposts. They
If you
Yeah.
smashed
compare
businesses' windows.
sports-related riots and numbers of incidences to gaming, it's probably a little unfair because sports is a lot longer lived of a hobby in mainstream view as gaming. You could maybe count games of like mahjong or chess that led to murder as violent incidences involving games, but in recent
Well,
actual history, the closest you could probably get were the Tokyo Dome riots in the 90s over
well,
Yu-Gi-Oh. Right.
also, the SWATistic douchebag was what he did.
I
Yeah.
have. Could you
The
elaborate on that?
swatting
I'm not sure.
incident. Remember that?
Well, there was
The swatting incident.
plenty of gamers have been swatted, but which one are you talking
No,
about in
but this is the
particular?
one that led to a death.
Oh,
Well, I mean, some of them have
died?
led to death. So
Wow.
you're gonna have to be a
I
bit more
remember.
specific.
No,
There were at least
the
one or two. Like,
yeah,
to
that
go
one.
or so.
Tyler Barris that led to that innocent person who had nothing to do with the game. He just swatted the wrong person, and the innocent guy who wasn't even a gamer got shot dead by a trigger happy cop.
Yeah, I just want to bring up a
Basically.
wider point though, like in relation to Archon's point, like documenting all this stuff for the GG archive. Like I still document stuff on Reddit every day, but all the stuff I've had, all the stuff I'm going to have in the folder is basically like, oh yeah, do you know how many different cultures and groups of people have elements that will send death threats for the stupidest shit? Like it's not exclusive to gamers. Like it's just it's kind of like just a symptom of the modern age we have, which is the ease of communication, and like people just they don't give themselves the opportunity to think before they speak online.
Yeah, it's also the fact that you heard about the incident where a Pokemon artist got attacked online over skin tone.
Mm-hmm. Or the space buns from Animal Crossing. Remember
That's
that?
true. That's true. That one happened.
Yeah.
I think regardless of the number of incidences, the biggest failure on our part as the quote unquote pro GG side has to be in voicing and getting our opinion out. And as much as the mainstream has worked against that happening, in my time having helped organize SPJ Airplay, and in the time after reflecting on it, I always wondered if there wasn't more we could have done to make the message more clear.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
That's
it's
something
unfortunate because
I've been struggling. I'll let
No,
you
you
go
go
in a
ahead.
second, but I don't know. I mean, I've been struggling with this. I'm not sure if you remember, but a few months ago, I was trying to do like a media tour, and I reached out to a bunch of gaming publications, some non-gaming publications too, and basically none of them got back to me. Or if they did, they'd be like, "Oh, hey, sorry, we're not interested in this time," that sort of thing. Um, so yeah, I don't know specifically like how you do that. Like maybe if you can reach out to like individual journalists who you think do a good job. Um, that might be like a way to do it. But I don't have that many connections in that space. I've got like some obviously through this, but not as many as I'd like. Now, the people
I
who
think
will talk to us are
the
like
fact that
YouTubers
you're
and streamers. Like those people will talk to you for sure. Like independent
yeah,
people.
I think the fact that you're even doing the book and the history is a great example. I think that GamerGate documentary with the AM, you're supposed to be doing a PM part to
It's
that
out now.
documentary. I don't know if it's on.
It's
Netflix
out, but
yet.
you have to
Oh,
pay
it's
for
out.
it.
Is
It's like $5 or $10. It's good.
Patreon? Okay. Okay. I definitely would
I'll
like
watch
to
it.
see
I
the
haven't
PM.
watched it yet.
Yeah, I'll
Raymond's
have to,
coming
I'll
on
have to
later.
set some money aside.
What-
By the way, he said.
What's that? I'm
Oh,
not.
cool.
The
I haven't heard
Airplay
of that.
documentary.
Oh, that's,
SGB Airplay. Yeah.
isn't that free? I thought they put that on
The
YouTube.
first part's free.
AM
The
is
second
free.
part's not. Yeah. PM is cost money.
Oh, okay, I got you.
But going back
Yeah.
very, very slightly, the broader issue with the reporting against us is that who do you think mainstream reporters will turn to when they're asking about gaming culture? To gaming journalists. So when you have this small clique of gaming journalists like in Game Journal Pros deciding, hey, we're not going to talk about this, that affects how any mainstream opinioner or whatever, I forget the exact term, or journalist or opiner would look at things, because naturally they're going to say, okay, send a contact to our guy at Polygon and ask him what the situation is.
How do you feel about Koretsky's answer that most of these mainstream publications have hired gaming journalists beyond retainer? Do you feel like that changes anything from their reporting or perspective in the way that you've seen games covered then and now?
That's a great question. I'll give everyone a chance to answer it, of course. But I agree with Koretsky. It's probably a step in the right direction, and I think that like probably if you have someone reviewing a game for like the New York Times, they're probably going to have like some degree of higher standards than they would if they were reviewing it for Kotaku. I think that's probably true, but like I don't know if there's like I don't think there's like a sea change that I've personally seen, but I also don't like pay attention to like game reviews that much, so I don't know.
That's my major criticism, is that maybe this result has been reached, but I haven't noticed it because I'm not reading the New York Times to see their game reviews.
Well, they're hiring the same people, aren't they? They hired Jason Schreier, basically, right, too, right? Now, say what you want about some of his good reporting, but, like, he's still of the same ilk.
Well,
So
you have to kind of step back and look at things in a meta perspective, right? The notion that gamers are toxic and that gaming is an undeveloped art form, though it is a pervasive trope in media, it's not as powerful as it used to be, especially back in the 2014-2015 era. So you have to kind of say, like, things have been improving. So maybe it has been a good step.
Some of the people I've talked with, like Amanda Maroon, when I interviewed him, like he's of the view that like games journalism has gotten better, but like in part a lot of that's because of independent media coming up, people watching streamers, people watching YouTubers and content creators. But also too, I do wonder if it's gotten less like incestuous, like like a lot of the specific examples of the stuff that we were seeing during Gamergate were just like really people dating the people they were covering, pretty famously, right? And like I don't know if that's still as prevalent, or if that's just people aren't paying as much attention anymore, so it's not getting exposed. I have no idea.
You know, I think I've nailed the reason, though. It's because these people have weighed the costs of the rage bait not working. Because you gotta remember, early on, there was this one journalist who said famously, "You are the product." I'm wondering if Archon's going to agree with me on this greater point, but like, they were putting out all that rage bait simply to get all the rage clicks. But over time, they realized maybe it isn't worth it putting out rage bait as much. Because I honestly haven't heard much from Polygon and Kotaku nowadays, aside from the Alyssa Mercante sit. Because I guess they feel that the rage bait isn't worth the bad stuff that comes with it.
Should we bring up the graph, Archon?
Well, we stopped listening to him. We stopped listening to him. That's why.
Well, I feel like it's sort of the free market operating, right? while it was a fine niche in the mid 2010s, it's kind of died off because people got tired of it, and so they're kind of trying to move on to another shtick.
Well, Archon, you can answer, of course, but because you were asked, but you showed me the graph from the Alexa rankings of The Escapist versus several other gaming sites that had gone that route with the Gamers Are Dead stuff. Well, Polygon didn't, but they were on the graph too, and it showed that The Escapist actually was outperforming these sites, at least in like the 6 months or year after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting to see the ones that, I mean, it's not surprising, right? Like the ones that turned their backs on core gamers didn't suddenly find that there was a vast audience of normal people that wanted to read about game journalism. They just had less traffic overall. I wanted to go back to the earlier point you guys raised about whether or not things are getting better, and this was my ultimate black pill on GamerGate, which was at some point there was a split in our society, call it postmodernism, between the people that believe that there was such a thing as an objective truth that you should aspire towards, and the people that believed that there is only subjective narratives that are being waged by those with power. And the predominant paradigm among most journalists nowadays is the latter. And so appeals to them that they need to be more objective or more truthful simply fall on deaf ears because they don't even believe those things exist. And I think that's a big part of why Gamergate couldn't get its message out. And I remember watching discussions happen where, gamers would be like, all we want is objective journalism. And the guy like Jason Schreier would respond, there's no such thing as objectivity, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that that's, we see that in virtually all journalism now. You can't really even distinguish the op-eds from the quote unquote hard news anymore because all the hard news has become op-ed. So I never saw a way to get over that.
Well,
It's just an underlying.
that's something Koretsky brought
philosophical
up
problem.
actually. He brought up the all the coverage that Gamergate got, and he said that he pointed out that when he was looking at the articles about Gamergate, almost all of the articles that were written that were negative to Gamergate, most of them were opinion pieces. It was, the Washington Post's got everything you need to know about Gamergate, like opinion pieces like this. It wasn't like actual like news reporting. Like no one actually did like a journal. Well, there were some people, but they didn't do any journalism to like look into it. It was just like, oh, here's our opinion on this culture war issue, or what they perceive to be a culture war issue.
And what I noticed about the whole situation was every time when people were online on Twitter discussing about Gamergate, I know there were people that were opposing Gamergate, and all they ever did was either block people and ignore people because they just didn't really care to discuss the issue. They just didn't want to bother with it. And then they kind of claim that they're being harassed, but I'm blocked. How am I harassing you? The only thing I'm doing is just wondering why are you blocking me? Okay, fine. I'm not going to talk to you. And they think I'm harassing them just because I'm not talking to them.
Yeah, the broader point, they've essentially criminalized, I say in quotes, criticizing anything. Because they'll couch it in the same emotional language and they'll be like, you're harassing me when you're criticizing me. They're lumping it in with the death threats and legitimate harassment that we can't do. We have no control over this. And I asked you this, Tachyon, the question. And the question I think you should frame above in the book somewhere, where it's just like, how do you propose anyone actually stop the death threats from happening without massively violating everyone's rights on the internet?
That's the wrong frame.
Well, I think. Well, I'll jump in real quick because I was related to my
yes,
project.
you were addressed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you can go in a second. But that is an interesting question to ask people, and I probably should have done that, especially the people who are more anti-Gamergate, since that's like I guess they're what they want to talk about more. Like, how do you address this without either creating a system that's like far more draconian, like for you, or how do you address death threats, right? Because it's just random people on the internet. Like you get an email, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna come kill you on Tuesday or whatever, right? Like how the fuck can you police that? I don't think you can other than report it to the police.
You really can't. All you can do is most people would tell you to not talk about it, do not bring it up on social media, but they all do that all the time, and they don't listen to that advice from people to tell them do not bring that stuff out on social media. Like you got doxxed, people were sending you pizzas, and all that other stuff that happens usually with people being harassed.
Yeah, well, I'll say this. I'm sorry, you can go, and I'll go ahead.
Well, my philosophy, it's evolved over time. Originally, it was don't give it the spotlight, right? Because that's what people are looking for. But my philosophy has evolved to find the humor in it, and to express it publicly, to make fun, to make light, to steal the power that it has, right?
Yeah.
And I think, at least at this point in my life, that's the angle to go at. Like, just point it out and just laugh. Like, how fucking stupid are you that you're gonna send me death threats over us having a stupid fucking internet argument? Seriously.
Right,
Yeah,
I'm actually more in that camp too. I haven't gotten any death threats for this project actually. People have tried to harass me in other ways, and I will document that. I'll document what happened, and I'll even talk about it on stream too. That's one thing too that I've. So yeah, I'm the new Zoe Quinn, guys, by the way. But but no, really, if I'm getting people trying to fuck with me, like when Patrick Ryan tried to, or Leigh Alexander, I'll go public with that, and I think it takes the power out of them. Now these are known people, right? These are known people who are trying to fuck with me. Now if it was some random troll email address from a burner account, there's no point. But if it's a known person, I will put them on blast for it. I think it's important too to document this is what these people are like, or this specific person's like. It speaks to their character, and I think putting them on blast for that's kind of important. And not taking it seriously, kind of laughing at them about it, poking fun at them. I think that's good.
I recalled there was an incident with a journalist, a very well-known journalist, who got threatened by a guy over creepypasta, of a Navy SEAL creepypasta. Remember that incident?
Only vaguely.
I think so.
That happened to Brianna Wu. She took it very seriously.
She took it very seriously because of the fact that it so happens to be an internet meme that kind of started on 4chan. The Navy SEALs creepypasta, and people tried to tell her.
He graduated top of his class.
Yes, he graduated at the top of his class, and he was the epic legend on the internet.
Now I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it so happened it happened again with another journalist, and this journalist was threatened by a Navy SEAL. And we were reading the letter, and it turned out, that was the creepypasta. And then I posted the AI song of it to tell him that no, that's the creepypasta. And I gave him the Notorious B.I.G. rap version of it to show him that no, that's actually copied creepypasta. Just to tell him, to inform him that this is a troll that someone's doing to you, sir.
Circle around to the point I made initially about it being the wrong frame. I think everybody on the internet has their own duty and ethical calculus they need to do concerning how they personally address harassment directed at them. But in terms of the wider question of how we as Gamergate handled it, I think Koretsky was right when he said we should have just elected some leaders. If we had some sort of actual organizational structure or thing we could point to, or even a members card, right, it would have made a world of difference.
I gotta disagree. Respectfully, of course.
Yeah.
Gamergate was never a political body or something. We had conservatives, we had liberals, we had a handful of progressives, not many, but a few. And the notion that we could come to a political consensus is frankly laughable.
I-
Again, respectfully.
I mean, I agree that hardly any of us agreed, but we agreed enough to all recognize and address this phenomenon with journalism in the 2014 to 2016 window as Gamergate, in the same way that the people taking up the name of our movement today are calling that Gamergate 2, right? Like when it's a direct attack on DEI. There's no question of journalism or ethics or anything like that in the second iteration of this movement, right? It's just straight out pointing out these actors.
Well, do you
Point being,
let me
circling back to
go ahead.
us. Yeah, no, you asked the question.
Well, I was going to say,
Sorry.
what do we think of the DEI movement going on right now, and do we see that? Each of you can answer if you want, as being like a successor to Gamergate or Gamergate 2, quote unquote. Because I don't, and in the optional survey I looked at, only 35% of the people seem to think that it was like a Gamergate 2 or like analogous, like the Sweet Baby Inc. controversy. But I've looked online. There is a pushback against wokeness for sure, in games, and I think there has been for a decade or more now at this point. But I don't see like an organized like movement. Like if you look at the Gamergate 2 hashtag, it's basically dead. There's nothing there. There's a, it's there's. So I'm just trying to. What do you guys think?
I
Well,
definitely think it
it'll.
was
Oh, go ahead.
inaccurate to call it Gamergate 2, but that we're on the offensive, quote unquote, or at least the people who are engaging in Gamergate 2. I think of Gamergate 1, we were very much reacting to what was happening, right? We were on the defense. Whereas I see Gamergate 2, they're very much on the offense. They've spotted them doing this thing and they're immediately coming out towards it. You could say that we did by pointing out the misconduct, but it was the flood and reaction we got in response to that. I don't see that same kind of rhetoric or huge throwing down of like, oh, well, this is the narrative surrounding Gamergate 2. It seems like it was mostly allowed to exist with the gamers saying this is what's happening in all of this, and that it would rather keep it shadowy than come out and have the same sort of people try and defend the circumstances.
Mm-hmm. My big fear with DEI right now is that it's the reaction to it, as in like stuff like Elon Musk buying Twitter, for example, and all his actions that sprout from that, is basically all culturally dependent on, and I hate to say this, Trump winning the election. Because if he wins, then that means this countercultural current against that will continue, kind of like unaggressed against. So there'll be like, because if President Harris wins, there'll likely be like a bit of a backlash to all the stuff that's going on. Now, I'm not saying vote for Trump. I'm not saying vote for him.
I gotta say, that was a very funny gaffe. President Harris.
Yeah, well, she probably is running the show right now. Who knows? But
sorry.
Well, I actually, Kathy Young tweeted about this the other day too. I think I'm more in her camp, which is that I think that one of the great things that's happened since Biden won, and I don't know if that's going to be the same with Harris. She does seem to be a little bit more progressive on social issues, I guess you can say. But I think that what we've seen over the past few years is that the center left has basically begun to kill off like the woke movement. I think we've been beginning to see it decline and a more opening of the discussion. Now I don't know if this is going to like last or what, but I think that a lot of that's because there's an effort to build like a big coalition to try and I guess defeat Trump, quote unquote. And I think a lot of like the woke ideas, they had their day in the sun during like COVID and the BLM stuff. And I think a lot of that people are turning away from it.
I would say yes and no, depending on what source you're talking to. I recalled watching a stream by a VTuber named Kirsha. She explained that they're not really. They are implementing DIE, but even though they're saying they will no longer do DIE, but they do have people within the company that do believe in DIE. The problem is it's going to be, utilized in business. But the problem is it will cost them a lot of money. And the sad part is that it's already affecting Disney. It's already affecting possibly other businesses. And the fact that they are trying to, virtue signal saying, oh, look at us, we're good people. But when you find out behind the scenes, they're really not. And that's kind of, we need to call it out.
And there's
because
also
they are,
God, sorry.
because it's all about them looking good so they can show people, look, we are really good people. And of course they can receive a lot of money and benefits from this because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get money, free money. That's all they're trying to do.
Oh, sure. There's incentives to do this stuff. I'm pretty sure that's established.
Yeah.
But I do want to the DEI stuff. I think that a lot of the people who pushed for a lot of this stuff in the beginning were quite bad actors, and as I think we've seen plenty of examples of that. But I also see too now that it's been around for a while. There's a lot of people who are like invested in the DEI stuff who support it and like promote it in their workplaces and in their lives and communities, and they just seem to be like normal people who aren't like censorious cunts, who are just like normal people who, in my own workplace, like I'm not going to tell you where I work, but
Yeah.
the person who does like the DEI and stuff there seems like a cool person. I feel like, no issues. Also, one of the people I've talked with, not related to the book, but related to other stuff, Yi Zhang, she's like a big promoter of DEI in the games industry, but she's also like very pro free speech and having open discussions. And so I don't know. I don't know how much of this stuff is like actually bad per se. I think a lot of it's just like I think a lot of it is, but I also wonder too if there's like there's value in it if people are doing it correctly.
There is. Let me just give an example. So like broadly speaking, I said this to a coworker at the liquor store the other week. I said, one of the benefits of the wider like diversity movement is that I appreciate diversity in attractive women. Let's just say as a superficial fucking super catty example, but like there really is a bit of a benefit to seeing different cultures and different skin types and different body types and stuff out there in the broader culture interacting with it. The problem is you got miserable childless cat ladies implementing a lot of it, and they lump all criticism in with being against the whole purpose. There is a place for like groups like women in games and women in coding and stuff like that. There is a group for that. There's a purpose that serves a good heart at the back of it all, but like you can't have situations where like it's just all done out of spite.
Yeah,
No, I
kinda
agree with that. Yeah.
Because the fact is, it is difficult to get employed in certain jobs. I know that I hear a lot of stories from people from different backgrounds that have a hard time looking for a job in places that they seek employment at, and sometimes they get rejected for a lot of reasons. And it's like some of them don't know how to get a job. And that's like the biggest issue because a lot of people were always like, even myself had a hard time looking for a job when I was young. And it wasn't easy for me because it was a small town in an area that I just wasn't familiar with. And all the time I tried my best to, apply for a job at a supermarket or at some other places, and it just didn't work out. And it wasn't easy for me. And I'm pretty sure they're in the same boat as everyone else.
That's kind of the environment I grew up in. When I was a kid, one of the biggest employers and the best employers in my hometown was a Goodyear tire plant. And you couldn't get a job there if you didn't have a Goodyear tire plant employee or a Goodyear tire plant alum in your recommendations that you listed on your application. Even just to work on the line, not talking about like being in a administrative position, just somebody that was going to come in and work on a line, had to have at least a friend or family member willing to answer the call that they were going to get, because they did call your references. And you had to be able to count on them to say, yeah, I know this person and you should hire them. And you couldn't get in without that. So if you were specializing in things that they would want at a tire plant, at a rubber processing plant, you either had to leave the community or you had to get in good with somebody that was there. And otherwise you're going to be stuck working at a local grocery store, or there weren't very many other places in town to work. A lot of people worked outside the community. So you do find that sometimes a program is necessary to nudge that a little bit. But the problem with DEI is that it bases it on characteristics that don't have anything to do with the job. And it doesn't help you do the job better because you're this skin color or that gender or this religion or anything like that. It kind of screws things up for people. And then if an employer is trying to do that just to get money, I've seen them over the course of, I've been working since 1987, and DEI, before it was DEI, it was other things. Everything from political correctness to social
affirmative
justice
action.
to affirmative action and there are definitely two sides to that coin. It's really bad when an employer won't hire somebody because they're black or because they're Catholic, which does happen in small towns, or because everybody in that town is German and you're not, which is one of the communities near where I grew up was like that. You're not German? Nope, we aren't hiring you. And so it was like huge discrimination there. And it does screw people up when the only qualification is, well, you fill this slot. And it also creates a bit of resentment if somebody gets promoted and everybody thinks that the only reason they got promoted was because they tick off one of those boxes. It makes it very difficult to gain the respect of your subordinates if you're in a supervisory position. And so it's really difficult to recommend a program that uses, I guess, tokenism to solve the problem instead of other means to solve the problem.
Yeah, I don't think that DEI in hiring should be a thing. I don't think that you should hire someone because they're black or because whatever they happen to tick some box, they're Muslim, whatever it happens to be. I completely against that. It's obviously illegal. Barring like weird circumstances, like we're trying to cast for a movie, and so we want to have someone who matches this character, right?
Yeah.
There's exemptions in the law if it's a bona fide occupational reason. I'm completely for civil rights and non-discrimination. I think that like if diversity is to be done right, I think you have to, what it should be is trying to like bring like an authenticity to the work, I guess. So like if you're making like a movie, for instance, or a video game, and you're setting it in like, let's say like Resident Evil 5, you're setting it in Africa, and like going to Africa, right, and talking with people there, or talking with historians or people who are like experts on like certain African tribes or cultures, and like getting their advice and feedback for like how to make it seem more real. Like for a video game, let's say, I think that that's like good diversity. Or also like with my own work too. Like I'm a streamer, and when I try to put together panels, or for this project here, I try to I guess like get diversity for it to an extent, right? Like I'm hosting the Alien Romulus stream on Tuesday, for instance, right? And I'm like, well, you know what? I actually want to get like a diversity of perspectives on the film, and so I invited Fairy Queen, who I been meaning to interact with for a while, but she's a radical feminist who likes to talk about games and movies and films from like that perspective. And I'm like, well, you know what? That's probably not a perspective that's going to be present in the stream if I don't invite her or someone like her. So I wanted to like send her the invite, and she accepted it. So I'm like, yeah, I want to like include a diverse array of viewpoints in like the works that I do.
But see, the problem is that once it codifies, it sort of takes the thinking or the intellectual part out of that seeking diversity element, and it creates a formula that people will end up just following instead of trying to think in a diverse, inclusive way. It sort of just creates a blueprint to follow a set of instructions.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually an interesting point.
Like just, you know, I don't mean to just jump in here, but like I just figured out how to get my microphone to work. But like when you sort of codify it so hard, people will, because they're stressed out, because they have a lot of other things on their plate to deal with, they will go with just the instructions of what am I supposed to do, what's expected of me, how am I supposed to go about this in order to get public approval on it. And then the problem that you get into is that you can end up in a situation where you actually reinforce stereotypes instead of helping provide a diverse perspective, because like what will happen is that people will not be blank enough to fill the box. But that's also what makes them unique, is that if they are something but not like the stereotype of something, but if they're not the stereotype of something, maybe then others won't perceive them as filling the box, so they don't count as that. And so then you're missing out on the gradient.
Well, it sounds like this is an issue where I guess if you're having people who, right, like you say, like it's checking a box, or it's you're trying to fill in like this role, like, okay, we need to hire, 3 women, or we need to like bring 3 women onto this particular thing. And so like the person, if they're thinking about it like through that lens, and they probably don't care that much because like they're in a corporate setting, and so like, oh well, whatever, I'll just invite like 3 random women I know. Rather than like trying to think like, okay, well, what are like the perspectives and backgrounds that are actually represented, and I'm trying to go for it because it's like a labor of love. Whereas like you would approach it that way, I think, if you had like a passion for the project. But if you're just like a middle manager who doesn't like really care that much, and you're kind of lazy, you're probably just going to go the easy way out instead of like try to like create like a really good, actually diverse sample.
There's
This is
actually
true.
a big disconnect between corporate management and everybody else in the company. As the bigger the company gets, the bigger that disconnect is. I worked with a guy at CVS that was retired and then went back to work, and he had been at the corporate management level and ended up having to go back to work after a divorce. And we were talking about that. Like, he was appalled at the way a lot of the policies that sounded great at the corporate level were working at the store level, and he couldn't understand why they didn't work the way that they were expected to work until he did that job for several months and realized that the job itself was entirely different than the way the people making the policy were picturing it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a huge factor of it, and it can play out in different industries also, in the sense of like you've got let's say a group of developers who write a story as their backbone for a video game, and they don't really have a particular theme or direction that they want to go in with a character's backstory, and so they just kind of use a series of defaults because they don't want to, because they're not focusing on that. That's not the focus of the game. And then the problem is that you can have somebody from the corporate higher up come down and say, oh, but it has to meet our DEI requirements, our criteria. But the team's already busy with other aspects, and they don't have time to do research and stuff to create this really diverse, enriched, informed story. And then that causes people to lean into stereotypes instead of doing a really well thought out depiction of something, because they were told you can't have a boring lead character. You have to have a diverse, interesting lead character. And so then you suddenly get the person with the neon hair and the sort of the crazy accessories stuck on their face and whatnot to try to fill those boxes quickly without, putting in the work for it. And I kind of lean towards wanting to not encourage a system that causes people to panic. I don't know what to call it, a character editor, sort of randomly generate strange characters that don't really represent anything, and if anything could be actually quite offensive, instead of having the opposite effect, which is the supposed intent of the DIE programs.
When one thing too, like in gaming, and this like I guess would apply to like other mediums as well, is that you have like real diversity of games would mean that like it doesn't mean that every single game has to be marketed to like every single person. Like that's probably not how it should be. Like what it should mean is that you have a huge different array of different games that come out, and like each one of them is going to like pander to like different audiences, quote unquote, like pander, quote unquote, but like target different audiences, different demographics. And like you can still have like the AAA, like Call of Duties or whatever that try to appeal to everybody. But I think that like real diversity is having like a diverse array of games and perspectives out there in the games themselves in the market. Like when gaming sites were criticizing, I have not followed this story too closely. Correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but the recent game Wukong that came out, when they're criticizing that for a lack of diversity, it's like it's just ridiculous. It's absurd. Like it's a game that's made in China about Chinese myths and legends. Like
Yeah.
And it's ignoring
the-
how. Oh, sorry.
Name of that legend again? It's not the War of the Three Kingdoms. It's the
Journey to the West.
romance.
or
Romance
Journey
of
to the
Three
West.
Kingdoms. Yeah, yeah. Journey to the West. Journey to the West. Thank you. That was all I wanted to know.
Well, they were also ignorant of the fact that there are women in the game. They're just not playable.
Well, and also a lot of the criticism is based around sort of an ignorance or an intolerance of how that studio is choosing to depict its own culture. That because that culture is not being depicted in a way a Western audience would expect it to be or want it to be, then like, oh, it's, everything's wrong with it. And it's like, no. That studio chose to design the characters to look exactly how they look like, and they are fully aware and choosing, to have them be however they are, and that's how they want to depict their culture. And it's a really weird thing when you think about it. When you think about a lot of the time, what we've been dealing with for over the last so many eons is people from like a very privileged, isolated position trying to dictate to other people how they're supposed to portray their own culture or their own perception of the world that they have personal experience in.
I like to bring up the fact that they had apparently the translator had a personal vendetta against the developer, because I was looking into that whole situation. Apparently the translator didn't like certain jokes that one of the programmers or producers made online on a Chinese app, and apparently that's what happened. They didn't like it, but apparently it was translated. It was just puns that they were just joking. But unfortunately, they took it literally. The person who translated took it literally and seriously, and tried to bring it up to IGN. And I couldn't help but laugh at that situation, because apparently the translator didn't get paid by IGN, and that's just kind of strange to me that happened. Go ahead.
I think sometimes you have people that are their whole time that they're doing anything else, they're always looking for something to be offended by. And it's a guarantee, if they're looking for something all the time to be offended by, whether something is offensive or not, they're still going to find it. And they're going to find it in something where it's entirely inappropriate for them to be criticizing. And that's one of the real issues, I think, with how politically charged everything is now. And I mean, it always has been to a degree. It's not like things were not politically charged back in the 80s when I was in school. It's just that we have a lot more diversity of outlets for outrage based on that, how politically charged things are, and that increases it. It's like you have the initial communication or miscommunication or even just deliberate miscommunication and or deliberate misunderstanding, and then you get the response, and from that response on, everything is far more politically charged than it would have been back in the day. And I've seen stuff like that over and over again. It's in games, it's in regular workplaces, it's in politics, it's in just ordinary social media conversations. I think probably one of my favorites is watching people respond to "What do you mean, you people?" When somebody is speaking to a group that doesn't all have anything in common, and so they want to think it's about something racial or something religious or some demographic, and it's actually just the non-Southern way of saying y'all. People will do that, and unfortunately, we're in a situation where instead of everybody taking a step back going, hey, wait a minute, nobody's trying to offend anybody here, let's talk about this, everybody piles on.
I'm trying to offend people.
Well,
I just
will
want to add a
admit there are
small
times
footnote.
when I'm trying to offend people, but I have watched that happen where nobody's trying to offend anybody and it snowballs into a big fight.
Well, I just want to add a small footnote to this Wukong Black legacy stuff or whatever. On Twitter, a lot of, let's say, Grum's tweets or tweets that address they mistranslate a lot of those comments, have a community note under them that says the reports have been corroborated by South China News and other sources. So I don't know how.
Well, I'll say this, and if anyone wants to fight me on it, we can talk about it. But I don't consider Grum's a reliable source of information. I've caught him in a couple. Well, one lie in particular, and then some other stuff he got wrong, but possibly by accident or misunderstanding.
Well, yeah, that's why I also added the caveat and other tweets that post about this sort of thing. Because, yeah, that's the community note that's under there. I just want to add that as a footnote. I don't know how much you want to read into that, but...
Yeah, it's something that I've seen happen with a lot of people, actually. And it's not just that one story. Right after the attempted assassination of Trump, there was a thing that came out, and it was... Initially, there was a bit that was factual, and it had to do with not Bitcoin, but some electronic currency, and how it was handled the day before, and it did look suspicious. Once you understood what had happened there, it looked like, well, there's something that probably should be looked at a little deeper here. Well, as soon as that information came out, there were some troll accounts that started promoting a whole different story attached to that was really easy to pick apart. It had details that the only thing that made them look believable was that somebody's name was the same as somebody's last name was the same as the name of the company that handled the currency. And then there were a bunch of other details they added that all connected to that somebody's name, but that somebody had nothing to do with that company, and some of the details of that were fake. They were completely easily debunked. But a lot of people that I've seen be pretty reliable sources immediately started retweeting that and running with it in the moment. And I think sometimes people do that because they don't want to be late to the party, or they don't want to get scooped by everybody else. And then afterwards, when they find out that they retweeted basically troll spam that was really disinformation, then they're embarrassed. Well, if they're honorable, they're embarrassed. And I had people arguing with me when I started debunking the little aspects of it, and it took community notes to get that settled as well. So it may be that that's happening within the community too. And it looked to me like the only people that were actually arguing with me were the trolls that initially posted the information. And as soon as the community notes started getting posted, they deleted everything. So it's hard to say that that's coordinated or on purpose or anything, but they knew what they were doing was lying when they did it. And they were definitely trying to get people to repeat their lies. So that may be going on with more than just presidential politics.
Well,
It may be in a
unfortunately,
lot of circumstances.
I think that I think social media is not good for us. I think that unfortunately a lot of people, they look at social media, they see what they want to see, and they run with it. And unfortunately, they don't often do a lot of fact checking before they tweet something out or retweet something. Now, like if it's a retweet, like I think you should probably, like, if you're a content creator, like a news source, you should try and like verify it's true before you retweet it, if it's a major claim. But unfortunately, a lot
Especially
of
right
people,
now.
they're very busy. People have busy lives. They're working. They have kids. They have families, and they just see something like, oh, okay, that's probably true, and they just run with it, and they don't really look into it or try and verify. Okay, wait, is this coming from a reliable source? What's the actual evidence for this claim? And that's all sides, unfortunately.
Yeah. I would compare
Well,
social media to coffee, to be honest. Like, coffee's not bad for you in and of itself. There's some benefits to it. But if you drink 26 cups of coffee a day, there are some really serious drawbacks too. And if you misuse it, it's problematic for your health. And I think social media is the same way. It gives you the ability, like I can connect with my brother in Florida through social media freely, and I don't have to pay anything to do it, right? And it can do it in moments and learn right up to date what's going on with him and his family when there's a hurricane. But at the same time, you can really stress yourself out on social media, and you can also become part of an effort to spread information that is false, right? You spread lies around, and then it affects the decisions people make. And yeah, if you're even remotely a journalist or an influencer, it's very wise to double check everything before you share it.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that we still don't fully understand, sort of on a broad level, how social media affects our brains or how it interacts with our brains, because there's a lot of interesting research that's still in development that's finding that things like if you watch a video of somebody eating food and talking at you, a mukbang, that your brain gets stimulated as if you had sat down with your family and had a meal and talked to them. And so then that causes you to feel like you have had enough socialization for the day. So then you don't reach out to your family and talk to them because you watched a mukbang. And I think we just haven't figured out where social media fits in our society and how it actually does trick our brains or affect our brains. And the problem is, I think we're not really acknowledging that. And because we're not acknowledging that we're still in this Wild West zone of trying to define how social media should fit into society, we keep running into these problems of influencers should be 110% responsible. But yet at the same time, a lot of influencers start as just individuals posting random pictures on the internet. And then where is that line between you're a random individual who's posting to public social media platforms just random stuff, and when are you now an influence on others and need to be held accountable for what you say or do? And I don't know when we're going to really have that kind of a conversation and define those things about the internet as it stands right now. But I think we are kind of suffering from not acknowledging that and kind of shoving it to the side, and then throwing different definitions at each other in terms of how we're supposed to behave on the internet.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't
It's
have
a
anything
lot
to.
to think about. It really is. I mean, some of us have been pre-social media in social environments online since the 90s. Actually, since the 80s, before the World Wide Web, because there were forums. You just had to dial them directly with your phone modem, and
Wait,
you
you
always
used
had that.
PBSs?
Yeah, not
Right.
very
Wow.
well. So
I still use some today.
I don't, but you have to understand. I was a kid back then, so I'm doing this with other kids, and so I won't be able to give a lot of information. But you could still go in and you could make a post. You could create threads of conversation, and you could have conversations with other people, and it would take different directions, and politics would get brought up. In fact, I don't think there was ever a time once people started connecting with each other socially on the internet that politics didn't get discussed. It's one of the main things that people end up discussing socially. You go to any social gathering, you're going to get people that end up discussing politics. Everybody acts like it's a taboo subject, but everybody has something to say if it's brought up. And I always try not to be the first person to bring it up at real social gatherings because I'm such a heated debater and like I know you guys have seen me if you've seen me on Twitter or anything like that. I get bitchy. So and it's because I'm impatient with a lot of things, but yeah, it's always been a thing. It's always been people have always debated politics, and it's always influenced the way that people make their decisions at the polls and in their social lives and in their workplaces and everything. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to say that there's anything we can do necessarily to put the brakes on the effects of social media, because this isn't something that just started. It's something that's been developing for decades, and I think people are accustomed to it enough, and people are to the point where they expect it enough that if somebody were to come along and say, well, we're going to change everything about this, or we're going to change anything significant about this, they're going to feel like something's been taken away from them, and they've been clamped down on, been restricted, and there will be a great deal of protest over it.
What I don't
one
think
way or
there were
another. Flaming assholes on FidoNet. There were flaming assholes on Usenet, and there will be flaming assholes into the future. Also, what ANSI art group were you in? Go on, admit it.
What ANSI art group?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, no, I'm not. I'm not in an art group.
Oh, you weren't a doodle boy? Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
no, I was never a doodle boy. No, I was always a shit stirrer.
Oh, okay. You're one of those assholes posting in the Flame Echoes on FidoNet. Got it.
Yeah. And I mean, I got into politics when I was 12. So I started learning and understanding about politics. That year, I got to go with my mom to see Reagan speak at a train station in Lima, Ohio. And thereafter, I had the bug. I had to know what was going on in the city I lived in. I had to know what was going on in
Did you
my
get to
state.
hear the 9 most terrifying words?
I did, but I couldn't tell you what they are now. Oh, wait.
Oh, that's a shame.
I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
Here to help.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
That was the one thing you got right.
Yeah, and yeah, I've had that opinion ever since, honestly. I'm the weirdest pro-lifer you'll ever meet because I don't think it should be addressed under law. I don't think that abortion should be illegal. I think people should just not do it, except in medical emergencies. And that's,
I think
I
think retards should abort their babies all they want.
Yeah, most of the people who do that end up regretting it.
What? Do you have stats on that?
Just from the people that I've talked to and met that have been I hate calling them survivors because they didn't almost die. The baby died, right? I guess that you're the survivor of that. But I've yet to speak to, I don't know, 5 women who've had abortions that have said, "Yeah, I'm really glad I did it." You know, I've spoken to dozens that have said, "Man, I really wish I hadn't."
Binders full?
Hmm?
Binders full of women?
Yeah, binders full. Yeah. But I can
Yeah.
imagine that it's it's not something I've ever considered myself. So I don't know. I can imagine that it's you go through something like that and you do it. You're in a situation where you're making a decision in panic mode because you have a limited amount of time to do it. Information will come to you afterwards that might have influenced that decision, and it's too late.
Yeah, I personally have, in talking to people, found many sort of mixed different opinions based on their experiences. It's such a, I don't know what to call it, such a heavy, complicated thing that
Yeah.
I'm kind of also in agreement that like making it all addressed under law kind of feels weird.
Yeah.
It feels strange when it's like it's almost a story by story kind of thing. That, and it's not the simplistic issue that people on either side of the fence love to make it out to be.
No. Most of the women I've talked to are like, "Well, I really wish I hadn't gotten into that situation in the first place." And that's
Yeah.
really their biggest regret.
And that's a lot of politics stuff in general, is that I find is like I don't like to talk about politics really anymore that much, because a lot of people I started discussion with, they don't want to get into any uncomfortable subject matter, but also they want to have like a really blatant opinion on something. But also we can't talk about the details because the details are uncomfortable.
Yeah. And for me, with that particular subject, the details look a lot like, gosh, life would be a lot better for women if we could find a way to help as many of them as possible not get into that situation in the first place, instead of, fixing it afterward. And
Hey, you know what that sounds
giving,
like?
empowering them to make that happen, to be in that control, that they don't get into that situation in the first place.
That sounds like the exact same logic that people use against trannies.
What I was going to say is that
Against
preventative
trannies?
care
Oh.
is way too cost effective and reasonable for the modern healthcare system and its incentive towards profit.
Yeah.
Because that's
It
sort
is.
of
It's
like,
also a
I mean,
financial
it's weird to
responsibility
call
to
that
take care of a
preventative
child.
care. But yeah.
But no, I mean it's on so many other things, and I think that's also why 10 years, to bring it back around, 10 years out from everything now, I think we're all sort of in a different headspace than we were before, and I think a lot of us are. I don't mean to speak for too many people, but a lot of us have kind of gotten tired with constantly trying to be that voice pushing back on things, just because it's been going on for so long.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with the jaded sentiment.
Yeah, it's a grind. It really is a grind. And you get into this cycle where you address the set of arguments that people have, and a new round of people comes in with those same arguments, or you get into a point where you've knocked down that whole set of arguments, and the people that are making them start over with the first one again. And it's like there's a phenomenon among I guess the woke in general, where if they just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, they can move your resistance back a little at a time to where you will accept things that you wouldn't accept before. And they're accustomed to that, and they've been doing it for decades. They've been doing it for over a century, and so they have that tenacity because they know it works.
When you say they push the Overton window, you basically mean that society begins to make changes in society and people change their views on things over time, which is always going to happen in any culture. Like the culture war
Well,
is like
I'm not
nothing
talking
unique.
just about the Overton window. I'm talking about individually. Like, it's the same kind of thing that happens with any person with boundary issues, where they want something and you've said no, and you have to say no over and over again because they keep presenting it, and they know that there's a straw that'll break the camel's back in regard to your no, where if they just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, you'll eventually give in to shut them up. And there's a phenomenon in politics that is exactly like that, except instead of one person pushing on one person, it's a ton of individuals pushing on a ton of other individuals. And so it's not necessarily that people are changing their minds, it's that people get tired of fighting back. And it's one thing when it's, arguing that these two people over here should be able to do whatever they want in their bedroom, and it doesn't affect you, and leave them alone. It's another thing when it's, well, now they want to talk to your children about it. And, well, now your civil rights that you've enjoyed your whole life, you're going to walk those back just a little bit because these people are uncomfortable with them. And that's kind of where, the difference between, I guess, libertarianism or liberalism, which are kind of close together in some ways, versus woke. A lot of people will say, don't pick on people for being different, and that's fair and that's right? But then when they push don't pick on people for being different as an argument in regard to people who want access to your children, or instead of just people that want to not be harassed for going to the grocery store as a couple that doesn't look like your traditional marriage.
Well, what are they
Suddenly
doing
it's a
to
boundary issue.
What do you think they're doing to kids that you think is inappropriate? Who's they specifically?
Well, I mean, here we've had an issue of this has gone back to like even when I was in school. We actually had scheduled for my sex education class when I was in high school. My school was mostly Catholic. Like, my community was mostly Catholic, right? So we had aspects of our education that, even though the public education system didn't revolve around the Catholic Church, there were aspects of our education that touched on, right? And our sex education teacher scheduled a Planned Parenthood lady to come in and talk to us about the services that Planned Parenthood provides. And the parents from the Catholic Church came in and said, okay, but only if we get to come in with a nun and talk about the abstinence education that the church provides. And that conflict, pretty much nobody came in and talked about either one of those things, right? And everybody would say, well, of course the church shouldn't come in and talk to the kids. They can go to their church. But very many people would say, well, of course Planned Parenthood should be allowed in. But who says that parents in that community don't have the right to say no? Because it's their kids.
Well, what do you mean, like, saying no?
No, you can't bring Planned Parenthood in to talk to my child.
Well, it sounds like a different circumstance if it was a Catholic, like a private school, just because I don't know.
Oh, it's a public school. It's a public
Oh, it was
school.
a public. Okay, well, at least I graduated 2015, just a couple months before Airplay got aired. I was actually still planning it while I was a senior in high school with Michael, but I would say that it seems analogous to me that if we wanted to watch a movie in class, like the teacher wanted to show us some World War II movie with lots of action or whatever, You know,
No.
there would be like a waiver that the parents would have to sign. It seems to me like nobody could agree what goes on the waiver.
Yeah, this was a situation where the parents basically did not want Planned Parenthood to come in. And the way that they got rid of Planned Parenthood was they said, okay, we'll accept that if you let us bring in our person too. And now I didn't go to the Catholic Church. In fact, there were 19 churches in my hometown, and I didn't go to any of them. I went to a church in another community. But and as far as I was concerned, Planned Parenthood could have come in and talked till they were blue in the face. I didn't care what they had to say. But I think the parents still had the right to say, you cannot bring this organization in to sell our children their products. And that was one where, back then they were able to handle it that way. Now, today, you have a concerted effort in the education system to introduce gender ideology. And, I will say, just for the record, doesn't really mean anything in the context of the conversation, but I'm bisexual, so I'm not criticizing this as a straight person who's prejudiced against people with different sexualities. But I'm not going to go recruit other people's kids to be bisexual, because that's not what it's about. It's about your relationship with other people and who you're attracted to and so on. And unless you're, messed up and you're attracted to kids, you should leave kids alone. They need to know only how their bodies work and what the potential consequences are if they have sex. That's like all sex education was ever supposed to be about. But now we have this ideology being taught that isn't scientific, and it isn't really helpful to the majority of the kids. And it's taught by the teachers in such a way that it makes some of the kids think that to get approval, they have to start making claims about their identity. And it really isn't something that should be introduced to kids in elementary school and junior high school. High school kids might be mature enough to talk about it, but they're not waiting until high school. And parents in communities where nothing like that has been the norm in the community, I think, have every right to say, keep that out of our school system. And if we want our kids to be thinking about that when they're supposed to be learning about reading and math and history and so on, we'll introduce it at home. Because that's not really it's not to the child's benefit. And it does create a greater risk of exploitation of the kid as sort of an outlet for the political views of the teacher.
So you think they're they're transing the kids?
I think they're influencing the kids in a way that makes them think that they have to be non-binary or trans or this or that to be popular or to be right or to be okay in the teacher's eyes. And they're confusing the kids.
Yeah.
The kids are having it. You have enough difficulty figuring out your identity. It'd be one thing if the kid came to their teacher on their own and said, I don't feel right about myself, and here's what's happening. Then the teacher could make some sort of conference with the parents and say, hey, your child needs help navigating this. But the conditions that they're bringing up and discussing with these kids are, one, far more rare than they're making them out to be, and two, way over the kids' heads.
Yeah,
So,
it's far more dangerous than you expect.
Well, I know. I think that there is a social contagion phenomenon, most likely, with some of the trans
because
stuff.
I remember.
But
I
how
remember,
common?
for example,
I'll let you go in 1 second, Leon. But how
Okay,
common
go.
do you think that they're trying to promote this gender ideology? How common do you think that is?
It's very widespread, and there's been a lot of information about that coming out. And I found a while back, I haven't really finished my investigation on it, but I found some materials a while back that it's essentially a curriculum that is being introduced. And it's not one school, it's a national curriculum that's big.
Probably the College Board, right?
No, it's more of, here's this website, here's how to sneak this stuff in under the radar. We're not going to label it XYZ, but we're going to talk about, and then you have to go through. I showed my my patrons this a while back when I started looking into it. And when you first start it, you look up the DEI in school, or you look up trans issues in school, and you get to these completely innocuous looking pages that have, well, this is all about combating prejudices, and here's a bunch of links. And most of the links on the page, again, go to completely innocuous sources, but there are some of them that get a little more political. And from those pages, they're usually a page of links. And the next layer is a lot more political until you get to the point where it's just openly, we need to see, how many of these kids we can get this information to, and here's how to teach them to accept these things and believe these things. And it's pretty much openly about promoting this ideology.
What's like the
And so
best
that-
evidence that this is like a curriculum that's being adopted, like at some national level or like in state governments?
That would be that. It would be that. And the first thing is a government source, government resource. And so you go from the government resource to the resources that the government suggests, and the resources that they suggest, those resources suggest. And it's each layer is just a little bit more political. So when you finally get to the materials, the worksheets and the reading materials that are available for students, your students are getting indoctrinated.
Yeah.
And so like this is
But
like
I
the big
can-
thing you're worried about right now.
It's not the big thing I'm worried about, but it is definitely a symptom of what's going on. The big thing I'm worried about really is government overreach.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand to the point that even on social media, they were trying to control the information. Remember the mpox, the monkeypox thing?
Mm-hmm.
I recalled people were telling people not to have sex because it can also affect people, but it also can spread to children. But it was spreading via sexual activity, and people were trying to tell people not to have sex. But of course, someone had to say, "Oh, you're being bigoted. You're being ignorant." And I'm just like, dude, it's affecting your community. And I'm just telling them, you need to do this because it's the safest way possible. You can have sex with your partner, but be careful. And that's kind of the thing that people were advocating for. But at the same time, it caused a really bad precedence for the LBG community because it really made all the gay men look bad to the point that some of them, were told not to do this, but of course, they ignored it and got affected by it.
It's sort of a repeat of the AIDS epidemic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's another kind of example of that, like people wanting to be very open and vocal about something, but also not wanting to explore like the actual details or layers about it, because with both AIDS and mpox, what you're dealing with is how people conduct themselves or behaviors. It's not an issue of identity or your preferences. It's how certain people enact and like physically interact with each other that's the problem. But nobody wants to actually talk about the nuts and bolts because that's uncomfortable. Instead, they just want to call each other names across the aisle and say, "Oh, well, you're just bigoted." And it's like, no, this is like a behavioral underlying issue. Oh, but we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
So then it has to stay at that surface level of, sports team A, sports team B going at each other.
But here's
People
the
made
problem
AIDS
with
out
it.
like it was a gay disease and only gay people were at risk. And of course, it spread, throughout the population. and
Yeah, because
it's a
there was that
bloodborne pathogen.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because there was that misinformation.
Right.
Straight people thought that because they were straight, they were somehow immune because they're like, oh, I'm just associating it with this. And it's like, no, it's behavioral. You can be straight or gay or whatever, but it's how you actually physically interact with other people that's
Right.
going to factor into your
Yeah.
risk.
And the fact that people were trying to tell the gay community to not do this, of course they didn't want to listen to that because they were like, "Oh, it's okay, we're fine," and it's like, no you're not, because you had, and of course they had to take shots for this because it was that bad of a situation for them during the pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
and it was
Well,
just.
I kind of wonder if they were, to a degree, like particularly gay men were a little jaded by the whole issue with the AIDS epidemic.
Yeah.
The way that it went, and they're like, well, this isn't AIDS, it's not going to kill us, we don't care.
Yeah, they probably didn't trust the lead doctor who happened to be the expert on that back in the days.
Yeah, with the way we're on YouTube, right? I can't say
Yeah, we're on
what I
YouTube.
want to say. With the way things have gone, it's understandable. It's been politically normal for people to not trust the lead doctor. And so it's not unexpected that when they're being told something they don't want to hear, a group of people is going to also not trust the lead doctor. That's about as politically okay for YouTube as I can make that.
So, anyways, you want to know what I'm most worried about? The fact that no one has any pushback to anyone saying, you should watch Innuendo Studios' The Alt-Right Playbook. It's a great guide to Gamergate.
Who said this?
A lot of people on Twitter, or whenever I see comments in Reddit on
The Alt-Right
other
Playbook?
Reddit subs, yeah, the Alt-Right Playbook. That's like anyone who asks a question, oh, what was Gamergate? And they'll say, okay, here, you should watch this, Innuendo Studios, link. And like in that video series, he goes like, you made dozens of people miserable over video games? My god, you people are worthless. Why do you concentrate on this stupid fucking stuff? And I'm like, dude, why are you so obsessed with it if it's not something important then? But he gets thrown out so many times as a rebuttal. He made a series.
Over
Yeah.
stage plays?
Was this
Over
the Angry
sports?
Jack series? 'Cause
No,
I've
it's
seen
it's a philosopher who happens
It's a bread
to be
tuber.
Yeah, and he kind of made all these videos about Gamergate.
Oh, I think
and of
he
course,
did the Angry Jack videos, right? Because I did a response to him
Yeah.
at the time. Yeah.
and a lot of people disagree with him because he does it in perspective of philosophy, and I don't really. I really am not a big fan of philosophy sometimes, but it's needed because to explain human nature to everyone about Gamergate. The thing is like he didn't really know. He just assumes, oh, this is about harassment, therefore, okay, they're all guilty. That's
Yeah,
kind
he
of his
didn't.
argument.
If I recall, he didn't basically do like any research at all into GG. He just like created this whole straw man basically, and he ran with that.
Well,
It was
he
legit.
didn't agree with the idea that this is about games journalism being shitty. He doesn't agree with that idea.
The worst part of him listening to him though is his tone of voice. Like if you watch those videos, he has that tone of voice that like a holier than thou HR manager would say to you as you're being escorted out of the building. Like it is literally unlistenable because of that.
That sounds like torture.
It is. I've tried watching them. I need them
grief.
transcribed so I can read through the script and specifically rebut stuff like that, but I can't get through any of his videos because his tone of voice is so arrogant. It's like the worst of BreadTube. And the fact that it is being linked as the definitive video source on what Gamergate is kind of concerning because everyone who watches it is going to be like, huh, well, he's kind of right, isn't he? Because when you approach things from the position of philosophy and stuff, you're couching yourself in grounded well-known terms, so people are going to listen to stuff that sounds correct, even if it isn't.
So what
So
you're
his
saying is
videos
I
have
need
been
to
up
get.
for a while.
So you're saying is I need to eventually do another response video to him.
So wait, I
The
haven't
whole
seen
series.
these videos. I haven't seen these videos. Is this
Yeah, I haven't
guy
either,
like?
but I just found this thing from CTV News dismantling the alt-right playbook. YouTuber explains how online radicalization works, and it was published in 2019.
Yeah, but Porcelain, what was your question?
I was going to ask, in terms of tone, would you say that this person is like a scan? What is his name? Hold on. In Praise of Shadows.
No. Actually, I would
Okay.
describe him as
not
if
into that.
Jonathan McIntosh actually did the Anita Sarkeesian videos.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how bad it
Okay.
is.
Oh.
Like, you guys all remember that one video Feminist Frequency put out where, like, everyone, they had this list of small B-list, D-list celebrities, and they're like, a male gamer will never know the trauma of a female gamer being harassed on voice communication in Call of Duty.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, do you remember that?
I do not. Sorry.
Airplay, do you remember that?
I've probably heard it before. My response is, have any of them ever been stabbed in the face before? Because I know the experience of that.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You should have heard what he said the last time we streamed together. Oh boy, it was some spicy stuff. I had to take down the stream.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, it
I'm just
was
fucking with you,
related to
Raymond.
Trump.
Yeah,
Well,
It
yeah,
was-
Don't
you
say
did
it again!
that-
Don't
you
say it
did Tell
again!
me you had to take. You did tell me that you had to take out some stuff for legal precautions.
Well, not less legal, more like I don't want to get. I wouldn't get in trouble. I don't think legally, but I didn't want to get a community guideline strike.
But it was a relatively famous video, is all I'm saying. Is like Jonathan McIntosh and like I think Will Wheaton appeared on it too. And it was just this list of celebrities listing like, oh, male gamers would never
that
have
was
this happen to them.
That was the 25 benefits of gaming while male.
Oh,
Yeah.
good grief.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam
Again, good
Sisler
grief.
and what's his name? Tim Schafer from Double Fine also appeared on it. It makes an appearance in Airplay Part 2.
And
Oh, by the
remember,
way,
this-
how
this is
are
the
things
stuff.
going with turning that into a theatrical release?
Well, very slowly. If you guys want to, I've been crowdfunding. I have recently, if I may share my screen.
You can. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm
Yeah.
playing StarCraft right now. I haven't
I
played
have
StarCraft for like 40 minutes.
I've recently released a music single for the film. One is that is going to be part of the score for a future release of the film. It is called Gamers Are Dead. You can find it on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, Pandora, Deezer, and even YouTube. Though I'd recommend, if you want to support the film, you can purchase the single on Amazon or Apple Music digitally. I'm working to get some physical CD copies made. Some will go to my Indiegogo backers, and some I will have some left over just to sell. So if you guys want to support the film that way, you can purchase it or just listen to it through the streaming services. If you want to watch the complete Airplay documentary, you can go to my Patreon, Metalhead Motion Pictures, at patreon.com/metalheadfilms.com. I'm also fundraising through GoFundMe. You can Airplay GamerGate 10-year anniversary screenings. Right now, the goal is currently set at 69.42. I originally wanted to start with, the goal was originally 69,420 because I wanted a constant reminder of Zoe Quinn's failed crowdfunding campaign that she raised and never delivered on. So it's like garlic to a vampire to keep her away from me. And you can subscribe on... And you can subscribe at AirPlayDoc on YouTube. Become a subscriber there. I'm almost up to 1,000 subscribers.
You can also subscribe on Tachyon Blue as well. Now, Hannah, I
Yeah.
wonder if this is going to happen. It's possibly going. Oh no, the moment's passed. Oh, Pakashop and his wife were going to jump in here, and it was going to be a spicy discussion about the school stuff. But he says the moment has passed. So.
Okay.
So never mind.
Seize the moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're still watching, seize the moment. Seize the moment.
But
yeah, it's like a wrestling show. You tag in. And...
Carpet. No.
Oh,
don't eat those. They're not yummy.
But
These the
GamerGate
means
10-year
of
anniversary.
So
we got it.
Yeah. Speaking of Innuendo Studios, I actually invited him to tell his story and participate in this project. He never got back to me, despite many attempts.
That guy, the way he speaks, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he views anyone who disagrees with him as lower than scum.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Yeah, maybe.
He's kind of like the alternate. He's kind of like the alt universe. What if all this?
Oh, we got Vincent in the chat. You gonna jump in?
Are you saying that what if alt his views everyone who doesn't agree with him as scum, or the opposite?
Well, in terms of tone, he's kind of like a polar universe, on the other side, where just he has his views, and he also couches them in philosophy, even though he's wrong quite a lot of times. He still couches it in the same language, so any unscrupulous person could listen in and go he sounds correct.
Devil's advocate, I like what you said in the chat. Hey, we got Cuckoo Rio too. This shit has veered so off topic, I'm actually sympathizing with the ethics cucks.
GamerGate 10 years. 10 years of this shit.
Accounted for. Ethics cuck right here, baby.
It speaks to the
Also
diversity of GamerGate.
Yeah.
You know what? That was the whole. Remember that? Well, I'm sure we all remember that. The fucking the ethics cucks versus that whole discussion and discourse back in 2016, 2015 or so.
I was less involved in that, but what I really hated was the GG Revolt crowd. Like the exact thing they were accusing us of being, they just decided, oh, we're gonna be that because we're the anti-heroes. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog.
They were just a bunch of failed streamers who really wanted to be Jim and all the other people who are actually, making a name for themselves off of GG, potentially even making a few bucks off of GG. They wanted to be that crowd, but they were too fucking retarded to know how to do it.
I don't think they wanted to make a lot of money, most of them. I think a lot of them were like, so goddamn, dude, holy fuck, we gotta revisit the whole GG Revolt shit. I'll actually defend them a little bit, I guess. I didn't like them at the time. God. I viewed them as being moral monsters. But the fact is, GG Revolt was a fucking internet forum. And there was a diverse array of perspectives there. Now, not very diverse though, and a lot of them do have a lot of perspectives on things that I thought were quite bad, and did some things that I thought were quite bad. But I've included their perspective in this book too. I've interviewed at least 2 or 3 people from that community, and heard them out, and they were willing to have the conversation. Some of them are still fucking crazy and won't talk to me. Others are willing to come forward a bit.
Very interesting.
They've mellowed out. Like QQ. I don't think QQ is a bad guy necessarily, even though he posted there. but a lot of
He's
the
a
people who
furry.
posted there.
Fuck him.
I
do
barely even
some good stuff.
interacted with it.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear from Mark on that one in particular because I heard him in here earlier. I'm like, damn, I haven't spoken to this man in 10 years.
He said he might come back.
I hope so.
Wow. Can I read to you one of the most ridiculous "Gamers Are Dead" article headlines, though? It's just funny because it's not one that's talked about a lot.
What is it?
It's called "Death to the Gamer." Tainted by its misogyny and embrace of consumption as a way of life, gamer culture isn't worth saving. By the Jacobin.
Now,
See, that
does this-
that attitude right there was the reason that I saw fit to get involved. You know?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I started seeing problems related to the false allegations of misogyny in gaming before GamerGate. And we saw a discussion about this in the men's rights forum on Reddit for a couple of years prior to GamerGate. And I actually got criticized by this insane blogger who at the time was going by Man Boobs. He had his blog was Man Boobs. That was the name of the blog, and everybody knew him as Man Boobs. And I think he's still Man Boobs on Twitter. But he was very upset at my take on shit talk. And my history, it has big gaps in it with regard to gaming because I've had different points in my life where all I had time to do was work. All work and no play. Literally. Sometimes all work and no sleep. And so I had, sometimes engaged in online gaming back when, I don't know how many of you guys remember text-only muds.
Hey, you know who's doing a hey. You know who is doing a book on MUDs, right? Sorry, I'm cucking your story. Please, fucking continue.
Please, no. What's? Go ahead and finish that.
Well, it's not. I'm not an expert on MUDs by any stretch of the imagination. I went to a convention in St. Louis where people played Gemstone and Dragon Realms. I interviewed them about their stories, their characters, what got them involved in this. It was a really fun 4-day project, or I guess like 3-day really. And I now need to turn that into a book, just like I'm doing with the GamerGate stuff. So it's really it's kind of a test run.
You do that. That sounds like it's gonna
not
be great.
to rain on your parade
I'm excited
or anything,
about that.
but Richard Bartle kind of beat you to the punch on that one.
Oh,
There's room for more than one.
What's that?
What's his book called?
Well, he has a couple of books out. Oh God, shit. Continue discussion. I'll bring it up in a second.
Sorry, Hannah, you were saying before I rudely interrupted you.
Oh, you're all right. You're right. But my main history in gaming is tabletop RPG games, and so most of my experience with shit talk and just hanging out with people and gaming and being fun and laid back and not uptight about the way people talk and everything is related to that. So a lot of it happens in person, and you have a better opportunity to be. You can see when somebody is joking. You can see the expression on their face, and it's not all in text. And you can hear in people's voices when they're joking. So it's better in person. It's okay over voice, and it gets a little more difficult to parse in text. But I talked about that. You just shit talk back, right? You just engage in it. If you're dealing with it, if somebody's doing it to you, you do it back. That's the point of shit talk. I mean, we used to insult each other for fun at the park when I was kids. When I was a kid, we used to make fun of each other's moms, and we used to, poke fun at how ugly or fat or tall or short, or I was the whitest kid on the block because I didn't get it tanned very well for a long time, all those things. And so I talked about that, and Man Boobs had a fit about it, and I think that was the first time I saw something akin to Pick Me. Right? Those were all under discussion. That kind of thing was all in discussion in 2009, 2010, 2011, before I even was really known in the men's rights movement. And so when GamerGate came along and I started to see those same false allegations of misogyny. Because guys, when they do that, when you're in a group of guys and they start shit talking each other and they leave you out, it's because they don't trust you. It's not because they're being polite. And if they include you in the shit talk, it's because they trust you not to be an asshole about it. And a lot of these women that were more new to gaming, and these girls that were more new to gaming, that would come into that and get upset about being included in that aspect of it, were kind of insulting the people that invited them in and said, yeah, sure, join our group, hang out with us, be part of what we're doing. Well, we want to be part, but not that part. We want to be part of everything but that, you know? And what I saw pretty much was an extension of what I'd been seeing in those discussions in the men's rights subreddit, that a lot of guys had that experience of, if you treat women the same way that you treat each other in your friend group, as here's how to be friends with me, you get called a misogynist, when really you were just trying to be inclusive. And then they accuse you of not being inclusive, and then they start pushing you out. And to me, that struck me as not just an aspect of false allegation culture, which we do have. It also struck me as almost a replacement. You know, like, we step in, change everything about the way that you do the activity in the environment that we've stepped into, and then, well, now the people that were there before us are no longer welcome because we don't like the way that they were doing things before we came along.
Yeah,
And
we had a whole debate about this in
felt
our
like,
interview. I'm sure you recall.
yeah, and I kind of felt like, you know, I may not be the biggest video gamer out there, and I may not be the person who does it professionally, but I don't think it's fair for any group of people to come along and say, well, you know, this culture that's existed all this time and has this particular environment, you have to let us in, and you have to change things to make us comfortable. Like, you can have one or the other. You know, well, you really can't have, you have to change things to make us comfortable.
Yeah, women came in and they
I
ruined the
think
video
that's
games,
really,
right?
well, that's not exactly what I said.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I will attest to this. That is exactly what happened.
Used
and
to
I've
play
had girls
Counter-Strike
accuse me of
1.6, have
being,
a good time. Now there's
Yeah.
always an e-date or girlfriend there ruining the queue.
I've had girls accuse me of just wanting to be the only girl gamer. And I've had to correct that. I don't want to be a girl gamer, right? I want to be a gamer.
Oh yes, the famous
I
pick
happen
me
to
insult.
also be female. And you know, there's no, being female has nothing to do with it.
Like, if you want to trash talk with people, I think that's totally cool. I do trash talking with my friends. I think
Yeah.
it just depends on the environment you're in. Like, if you're with a group of people and like some of them are more like casual with it, or they don't like that kind of an engagement, then just match the energy in the room, you know?
Yeah, you match the energy in the room. What I hate is when somebody comes into the room and there's already an energy there, and they get mad about it and start treating everybody like it's an affront and it's an attack on them for that energy to exist.
But do you associate this? I know we had this whole discussion, but we can do it again if you want, and we can, other people can jump in. We can have a good discussion about it. But do you think that energy exists because more women are coming into gaming and they've changed the culture in a way that you think is negative?
It's not specifically gender. I think that there's a division among women. I should say there's two specific pathways women take when they engage in an activity that is a more male interest activity, where, you know, you have some women involved, but if you count the number of people in the room, you get a much larger number of guys. That some women will take things as they are in that environment. All right, well, this is the environment I'm in, and this is how things are done here, so I will become part of that and do things this way. And then there are women that come in and judge. And I don't see it as often. I mean, you do see it sometimes with men, but I don't see it as often with men, where it's about issues of sensitivity and personal sensitivity around how people talk and what kinds of stories there are and things like that. and in particular, sensitivity over political correctness. Like that, it doesn't seem to get imposed until you get that portion of women that come in and judge instead of just coming in and joining in.
Well, I guess my main issue, like, it's not what you specifically said, right? You're gonna have people come into a culture, and some people are gonna be like, well, you know what, this is great, I love it. Other people are like, you know what, I think that we can change aspects of here and this, this and that. And I think that's actually fine too. I think it's fine to critique cultures and like encourage them to be better, like if there is like a legitimate issue. But I think my main issue with this is I think that you and some of this is like other stuff that people at the Honey Badgers do, like Brian Martinez, who I don't like have a personal issue with, to be clear, but it's to promote this sort of gender war framing of things. I don't think that's helpful for anybody.
Well, the
But
problem
I,
is
I
that
do think. Oh,
I
sorry.
was going to say the problem is that the authoritarian end of it definitely has gender war aspects, where you have a large group of people that exist and are doing things, and then you have one person that comes along and says, I want you to change everything. If they say no, that person goes to an authority and says, make them. And the authority does. And that is where the gender war aspect of it comes in. Because if it's just somebody coming into your house and saying, well, I think we should rearrange the furniture, and you can say yes or no, and they can either stay or leave, that's fine, right? They can come in and judge all they want. They don't have to come back. They can build their own house. But if they come along and they bring the cops and they say, now you have to rearrange your furniture to suit me and you have to keep letting me in, then there's a problem. And it doesn't matter whether it's about gender or not. If it is about gender, it doesn't delegitimize that that's a problem.
Well, it depends, I guess, on what what the appeal to the authority is, right? Like, if the appeal to the authority is that like someone is stalking you at a convention, like then obviously that's not appropriate behavior, and like they should do something about that. But if the authority is that like, oh, we were playing Super Smash Brothers, and they gave me a hard time because I lost, like that's probably like, unless things got like way out crazy, that's probably not a conversation that needs to be brought to authorities.
So by somebody stalking you at a convention, you mean like somebody taking a picture of your booth and then getting going shit stirring on social media to get a bunch of people to write to the convention about you?
Hey, I defended you at Calgary Expo, to be clear.
Okay, so when you say
I
somebody's
still
stalking
defend
you,
you.
because we got thrown out of that.
Yeah,
right?
well, I think
and
you
we
were treated
learned something
unfairly.
very bad about Canadian law in regard to that. Like when we went for our case, we walked out of the court on the last day with very high hopes at the end of our hearing, Allison's hearing, really, because she was the one that had to sue. And what ended up happening, we had this really weird backroom deal that got made around us, and we were kind of oblivious as it was happening, but we were able to look back afterward and figure out exactly what went on. A Supreme Court judge came in and took an interest in that case. And at the end of everything, the judge really sounded like he was on our side until after he talked to that Supreme Court judge. And then from what I know, based on what I've been given in regards to the ruling, which the judge read out, not in person, but over the phone, he didn't cite any law, and he didn't cite anything that could be justified in law in his ruling. And he gave statements in his ruling that completely contradicted the facts of the case as regard to like what evidence existed in the case. So it was like a deliberate mistake of you submitted a blue car when in fact we had submitted a red bicycle. Like that wrong in terms of the evidence. And it was pretty obvious afterward that he had been told how to rule on that case.
Well, I'm not going to get into this. I don't know
so
about Canadian law.
Know, it's,
I don't,
well,
I'm not going to go along with you saying that he was told, the judge was told to rule a certain way on your court case.
When a judge starts making objectionable statements by citing facts not found in evidence, that's seriously eyebrow raising concerns.
Right.
Hey, look, maybe it is. I don't know anything about Canadian law. I'm not going to relitigate this whole thing. I don't know anything about this.
Well,
case.
what happened after that? What happened after that was every attorney basically told us there's no basis to challenge this because he didn't cite any law, and you can't challenge it without citing a mistake in law. Even if there were mistakes in the description of the evidence in the ruling, if there were no mistakes in law, there's nothing to challenge. So we had to let it sit, right? And what that told us was that the law is basically written to favor corporate parties. The law is basically written to favor the kind of actions that were done to us. And if somebody else goes through this, they're really not going to have any hope of recourse for it. So when someone comes along and abuses the law in that manner, like this was an abuse of law and policy in the situation that we faced. Somebody abused policies at the Calgary Expo, and the social media environment and the sort of reputational environment around that, right? Somebody abused that to shut down a booth, kick a comic creator out of a comic convention, and essentially blacklist a group of people who then had a long pathway to find out that we had no legal recourse.
Yeah, and they did that because of your political views. 1,000%. I agree.
Right,
And they
they
even
did that
lied
because of
about
our
you, and they
political
defamed
views.
you because I saw the panel, the Diversity in Comics panel that you were at,
Yeah.
and they claimed that you harassed the panelists, which obviously wasn't true.
Well, and here's the thing that bottom line of this, though, is when you have a situation where, I hate to bring up another men's rights term because this isn't a men's rights
So
thread.
this isn't a men's rights
but
group, so we're going to move off of it. Here's what we're going to talk about.
What
I
I was going to say, what you were saying about the gender warfare thing, like you talk about it like you have a line that you can draw between gender issues and issues that occur because somebody is using gender as a tool of abuse, and say, well, you have to stop at gender issues.
Well, I think
But it's kind of like saying we're going to talk about health and illness, but we're going to draw the line at discussing germs. This is kind of integral to the situation. The situation is not about gender issues, but gender issues are a part of it. And
well, then you can criticize if they're like not your shield, right? If somebody is using gender as a shield to deflect from criticism, you can point that out. That's 1,000% fine. But
or
promoting
when
like
gender is the reason for the criticism.
Well, if they're criticizing you for like sexist reasons, you can point that out too, sure. But unfortunately,
false allegations of sexism.
Then yeah, sure, point it out. Point out why do you think that that's inaccurate? Point out that here's the other past examples where this person's lied or their character has some issues. 1,000% fine. But like trying to promote like the red pill stuff like Brian's been doing, that's not really good. That's not a solution that's going to help anybody, and that's not even going to help the men that are trying to turn to it for advice.
What red pill stuff is he trying to promote?
I don't know specifically exactly, but he was defending them when I interviewed him, or when I talked with him. He interviewed me.
Like, did he say anything specific about all gamers should have a belief in a particular concept?
No, we didn't. We strangely didn't talk a huge amount about video games during the discussion. I'm sure you've seen it.
No, I actually haven't.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the things that happens with me and we have a shitload of content, right? And I work on average between HBR Talk and my regular job, 60 hours a week, sometimes more. But on an average week, it's about 60 hours for me. So I don't always get to do a lot of listening.
Well, I'll just say because I don't know all of Brian's views on this. He can jump on and yell at me if he wants to. But I know that he does or did promote himself as like being a red pill at one point, on stream, I believe. And then he also defends that as like being a false example of people being falsely accused. Not the documentary The Red Pill, by Cassie J, but like the sort of like fresh and fit kind of stuff, like Pearl, just Pearly things. And that I think actually is like
Okay.
legitimately misogynistic.
I think there's
What's
a big difference between the kind of content that the Honey Badgers were doing then and are probably still doing today. I'm sorry, I haven't been keeping up.
yeah,
But
there's
and yeah, fresh and fit. But continue.
yeah, there's definitely different
Oh, there's definitely
content
I
now.
don't watch
yeah.
your content regularly. I only watch it whenever like Airplay Doc comes on pretty much. I saw he's here right now, but I saw part of that discussion.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like what's your definition of red pill?
I don't know if there like is a definition, right? But it's sort of like this new, I don't know what you call it, like this new sort of phenomenon of that's being promoted by people like Rollo Tomasi or Pearly Things or like formerly Andrew Tate and Sneeko. This sort of like hyper like masculine quote unquote, but sort of like animosity and hatred towards women.
So you would describe red pill as something that's recent and new?
Yeah, unless you're talking about the subreddit, but yeah, like the current like iteration of it with like Sneeko and people like that.
Okay, so that's the reason why I asked, because I have seen the term red pill. The start of the use of red pill in the men's rights community had absolutely nothing to do with pickup artistry or any of that. I'm not really on board with the whole pickup artistry thing. I don't think that the men's rights community needs to shy away from them, but it certainly has absolutely nothing to do with games and gaming. But it goes back more to the realization that the culture we live in and the law and policy that exists within that culture it favors women in a lot of ways, and it creates a situation that is very difficult for men if they are going through a divorce or they are falsely accused of something. And that's basically all it was about. And once you realize that that problem exists, it helps to understand what you're up against when you're trying to get law and policy changed in regard to custody, child support, anything to do with due process and stuff like that. And that's all that originally meant. So when I see people associating red pill with just the newbies, and they are, in terms of discussing these types of issues, they are ranked noobs. Many of them really don't understand the underlying causes of
I
the
know.
issues that they're discussing.
Like Rollo
And
Tomasi
they
can't define
say
what
a
a high
lot of
value man
things.
is.
Yeah, they say a
It
lot of
seems
things
to
that
me
make no sense or that are
a lot of those people are caught up on like the front end of it. Like, I'm a
yeah.
young man, I'm dating somebody, I'm going through this, where you're moreover going, okay, but look at all of the things that are going to happen. You could be divorced, you could be accused of something. Look at all of these other things. Like, it seems like it's two different discussions completely, for sure.
Right. You could have a girlfriend and she could it just lambaste you as a false accuser because you broke up with her, and then you wrote a blog post about how she cheated on you with 5 guys and actually let people in on the fact that an entire industry is corrupt. But that's not a men's issue. Totally not a men's issue.
I think it's fine if you
Even
want to
though
talk about it
people
from a
would say it
men's
was
perspective.
misogynistic of it.
I think it's fine if you want to talk
write
about
that
like
article.
no, I think it's fine if you want to talk about stuff like I can
Yes,
hear you.
yes, we can hear you.
I think it's totally fine to talk about stuff like that. My views changed. I think it's totally fine for Aaron Joni to write this blog post about the experiences that he had with Zoe Quinn. I think it's totally cool. Not cool as like, oh, like it's so exciting, but
yeah,
cool in the sense
cool
that
he wrote about it and shared it with the public and got it off of his chest, and other people, like, he was an abused man in that relationship. That's an abused man who got off his chest the way that he was abused.
Maybe I'm
in my opinion,
misreading Brian. I'll say this. Maybe I'm misreading Brian, but it does seem like he was more sympathetic towards that community. I don't know if he still is. But that's the impression I got.
Brian's perspective is this. All right. When you start demonizing people for having political opinions and discussing them, and your reason for demonizing them is you're afraid that women will be offended by what they say. It becomes a censorious attitude where you're like, well, you guys got to shut up. You can't talk because you make us all look bad, or you can't talk because you're going to piss off the women's. And the reality is, I don't have to agree with everything that they say to think that they have the right to say it.
Well,
they can say it all they want.
let's just
What
ask-
I would say is this.
There we go. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Please continue, and then I want to move us to another
Which
topic.
one
in a
of
minute.
us?
Oh, Hannah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, let me see if I can get back to what I was saying.
You were talking about how when you see people being demonized and you want to speak up against that because you're afraid that people are going to offend
Well, I'll
women.
bring up the biggest demon
Not
of
you
the
personally,
bunch,
but
right?
you
Tate. The
yeah,
Tate
I was
brothers.
going to ask
Let's
you,
talk
what do you
about the
think?
Tate, right?
Do you think that they're good for men, or do you think that they promote misogyny? And if they do, isn't it fair to call that out?
I think that's a false dichotomy. Like, promoting misogyny is not bad for men. All right? But promoting the idea that the end-all be-all of a man's accomplishment is fucking a woman is absolutely bad for men.
Wait, do you think that if we're defining misogyny as like hating women or like denigrating them on like a different level, like why isn't that bad for men?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but the first of which is nobody has to listen to you if you promote misogyny. Nobody has to take anything that Tate brothers say as gospel. And I'm not necessarily calling them misogynistic, right? So let's look at, for instance, women do have a tendency to cry more frequently than men. And there are biological reasons for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is a real phenomenon. And like, people might try to deny it, but there's an actual change in the way your tear ducts work during adolescence if you're male that does not happen to females. And there's also body chemistry and brain chemistry that causes women to react more to frustration, sadness, hurt feelings, anger, being emotionally overwhelmed, and a lot of other things with tears where men would not necessarily. But if somebody says, well, women react emotionally more than women do, many women will say, well, that's misogynistic. That's a stereotype. It is a stereotype. There are women who are the exception. I actually got cited for disorderly conduct after getting assaulted by another woman because I am an exception under some circumstances. The officer, if he'd asked me if I was okay, I would have ended up blubbering like a child. But he didn't. He asked me about the crime. So I didn't cry the whole time I was talking to him, whereas my attacker did. And so instead of citing her for assault, he cited us both for disorderly conduct. And we had to negotiate dropping each other's charges so that nobody got in trouble, which was his goal. And, which aspect of that was misogynistic?
Well, I didn't refer to it as misogynistic. You said that the other person did.
Yeah.
But you can say
my point is, though, like, people use the term misogyny as a silencing tool.
Okay, but that's a separate point. You're not arguing in your example that misogyny is okay. You're arguing that this isn't misogyny.
Right.
And I don't think
so
that it
what
is.
is the thing what is the specific thing that you're citing that is misogyny?
Well, so let's say like Andrew Tate. I'm not as familiar with like his political views. I mostly like know of him. I mostly follow like the Fresh and Fit stuff, and like whatever podcast, things like that. But from my understanding, like he's actually like there's some pretty good evidence that he's sex trafficking women in real life. And I don't know if you call that like misogynistic, but it's certainly a criminal enterprise that he's operating at the expense of women.
That's criminal, and if it's proved that he's doing that, fuck him. Hope he goes to jail. You shouldn't be trafficking people against their will.
But also just pearly things saying that women shouldn't be able to vote because on average men work the harder jobs, therefore all men should be able to vote and women shouldn't. Like
well, that's
crazy
the wrong
shit like
reason.
that.
That's not the reason women shouldn't be able to vote.
If you're arguing against women being able to vote, like I feel like the misogyny label kind of fits,
No, there are reasons for those arguments. There are valid reasons for those arguments. The question becomes, do we want to ignore those valid reasons because we want to promote a universal vote. And if that's the case, okay, fine. Let's look at those reasons and see what we can do to remedy them. For instance, I've been the last 2 or 3 months going back through the history of suffrage, not women's suffrage just in specifics, but suffrage itself. And I've come to the conclusion that some things should change if women are going to vote. And that is not about women's sex. It's about the history of how voting evolved, what it was based on, and what kind of responsibility it actually represents. And so to simplify the discussion to misogyny, not misogyny, is to take a dishonest look at it. And it's kind of important for us to be able to have those types of discussions in life without having somebody come in and say, no, misogyny, bam, you can't talk about this anymore.
No one's saying
you
you can't
say it that
talk
way,
about it.
or
Or
you
I'm
can't say
someone
this,
in here
you're
is certainly
bad
saying you
for
can't
saying
talk
this,
about
you know,
it.
so on. Or get mad at somebody for defending a person's right to have this discussion. And, you know, and things like that. And it's the same thing that was done to GamerGate, right?
No, it's
the
not,
same
because
thing.
you're
It is
advocating.
the
No,
same
it is
thing.
no, because you're
It is
There's
advocating
no
the same
valid
thing.
reasons. Come on. There's no valid
yeah.
reasons to like oppose like voting rights. Come on. There's no valid
are.
reason.
There
There
are
are
valid
not.
reasons.
There are
There
not.
are-
There
there
are not.
absolutely-
Come
There's-
on.
there-
These valid
no,
Yes, there
if
are.
you wanted, Hannah,
There's-
if you wanted to go back in time and be like, look, you know what, women should be required to serve in the draft if they're going to take the right to vote, and like you want to make that case, like fine, you can make that case.
I
It's a
am
settled
making that
issue.
case.
It's a settled issue 100 years ago. Okay, we're not going back to that. We shouldn't go back to that, and to like be so hung up on it and like advocate for it today in the year 2024 when
It's kind of like good. It's like kind of like going against the gay marriage rights when 10 years ago. It's like it's settled. Just move on and deal with it.
See, that's not how political discussion happens, though. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you about you getting mad at Brian for defending people who want to discuss these issues. Like, you are simultaneously trying to say, I'm not saying you can't talk about this, and then saying, but you can't say this. You
I'm
can't
not saying you
talk
can't
about
say it. You can say whatever you want. You can say that Hitler was great. I love Hitler. I worship Hitler every day. Clip that. Anyway, so you can say that 100%.
That's my
but I'm
point,
also
though.
going to
That's-
criticize you for it. I'm going to be like, you know what? I don't think Hitler was so
Tachyon
great. You know what? I think
confirmed
women should have the.
socialist.
There we go. Tachyon confirmed socialist.
You
But
should-
that's my point. So when we ran up against you can't talk about the issue of women accusing men of keeping women out of gaming, right? Because you're misogynistic and you're just against women in gaming. It really is the same as saying, well, you can't talk about what needs to change in order to make women more responsible voters, because women are,
I mean,
are not
no,
currently
no, no,
responsible
no,
voters.
because no
There
one
is a
on the side
core
of
difference between these two things.
There's not.
We
yes,
are
there is.
disagreeing with you. They would kick you off this stream.
Yeah, they would, and that happens in regard to other streams as well. And I will notice though that you guys ended up yelling, and I mean I yelled once, and I have no problem with that.
Okay,
But
we're all trying to talk over
this
each
is
other.
Hannah, I'm sorry. I
this is-
didn't realize that you were a
and-
woman coming into our space trying to change it. Okay, I didn't realize.
Well, it's
Oh,
not that.
no.
It's not
Yeah,
that.
no.
Like I have no problem
I'm-
with you yelling, but I will say that this is an emotional topic.
Okay.
on
No,
your part.
look. I'm sorry. I'll tone it down. I'm sorry if I got upset or emotional. Okay. So let's just.
And
Give-
it does get heated when we talk about stuff like that. And it does relate very much to any topic where the allegation of misogyny can be used to insert
Okay,
that
but
level
if
of
you're
emotion
going
into
to
the
come
topic.
in and drop a bomb like that, something that's way, way outside the Overton
You
window,
got to understand,
to expect
I'm not the
another
one
push-
that brought this up.
I brought up the women voting thing. Actually, it's true because I
You
know.
brought up the red pill thing too.
Yeah.
You brought up Brian, and you brought up, and you got mad when I tried to explain to you why Brian has that position. And being involved in GamerGate does not mean that we stop being who we are and we stop recognizing that people can have discussions that other people are uncomfortable with. It's fine if you guys don't take an interest in Andrew Tate, for instance, and it's fine if you guys do not like discussing anything that the guy has to say, which I personally don't pay a whole lot of attention to him. My main concern in regard to that guy is I hope that guys aren't buying into his idea that they all just need to get laid and that's going to be the end all be all, solve their problems and
Well,
stuff
it
like
just
that. I don't
brings
like
up
that.
it
But
just brings up a salient point, I think, in maybe let me just take this charitable point of yours and like go like, okay, well, Gamergate has moderated a lot of discussion in places like KIA, for example, where they've moderated a way you can't talk about transgendered issues because we've agreed, or they've agreed collectively as a community, that it almost isn't pertaining to any point that we are
that's not
trying to
why they
make.
banned it. That's factually wrong. They
Well-
banned it because they were going to get banned from Reddit if they didn't.
Well,
No,
that
that's
also
fair.
is kind of like that is a self-imposed area then,
Okay,
but
that is not
Well-
not really a choice to censor the topic. That is, if you keep discussing it, the Reddit admins will close down the entire sub.
Yeah, I will say real quick because
did
I've
not
interviewed
make that
Hatman.
decision
He was the top mod of Kia, the Hatman. Oron's right. They were really concerned that the moderators would step in and ban something,
Yeah.
ban the subreddit if they didn't do that. Now there may have been other reasons why they did it too, like they wanted to just keep the community together, and this is a contentious issue. They didn't want to fight about it. So sure, there could be other reasons too, but part of it too was that they were worried about the admins.
No, I was a mod in the run up to that. It was entirely about the admin reaction.
yeah, you have to be careful on Reddit. They've been in a censorship mode since 2010, actually.
And look, I had to,
depending on the topic.
You can call me a cuck if you want, but I back when, I'm sure you guys remember, this is way the fuck off topic. We don't have to. Anyway, really quick, I did actually ban the trans discussion briefly. About speculating about. I'm sure. Have you guys followed the ContraPoints Philosophy Tube stuff at all? The drama?
I haven't.
Not the drama, but I've kept up with a couple of those creators, like
Okay.
just what they make and whatever. Yeah.
So basically, there's some drama about whether or not Philosophy Tube is actually trans, and I made the controversial move on the Discord. I'm like, you know what? Let's just not talk about this. I don't want to risk the community getting in trouble. And I got some criticism for that, but I think it was the right call because I don't want to. One, it's not GamerGate related to like my projects, and then two, I just don't want to get the community banned, So I'd be like, fuck it. Now, is that me caving to pressure from the Discord admins, or theoretical pressure that could theoretically be applied? Yeah, I guess so. But
yeah,
I did make that
that's
call.
probably the point I was making. Like, sometimes you get in these like areas of GG where like some people want to come in and talk about something very intensely, but the rest of us are going like, how does this relate? How does this help? How does this actually help us? And
no, that's a different story. Like if
it is a different story,
you're
but
coming
like
into somebody's house and trying to rearrange the furniture, right? And GamerGate's the house. If somebody's coming in and the furniture is already we aren't discussing this issue because it doesn't pertain, then it should stay there.
maybe slightly. There are, cultural contexts evolve and arguments evolve. Like, there's certain contexts when, people like King of Paul were acceptable, or Milo was acceptable to be discussed in the terms of, like, Gamergate milieu.
I'm really sad he didn't come on for video interview with Blue, because I was there. I was ready to see that.
Oh, that would have been so
we haven't
great,
heard from the
too.
man in like a decade, basically. And after everything he
I
went
do
through.
miss him.
Yeah.
He's
I
kind
don't
of he
know
was
about
kind of like
missing him, but I definitely would love to hear from him.
I miss his aura, not his actual positions on things.
Bombastic Milo.
That would have been a very
Bitch, Milo.
fun discussion. I told him up front too. I'm like, look, I want to go over like your full history here, and he seemed open to that, but then he didn't show up. I didn't think he would too, because like you can tell a lot of times when you're communicating with somebody behind the scenes, like, are they actually going to show up, or are they just saying this so they can get off their back and fuck, That's what I sort of already knew. I'm like, I don't think he's going to come. That's why I had a whole backup thumbnail planned with the Starship Troopers meme, just in case.
Well, you should send him another email just to see if he'd be interested in trying again. But well,
I'll DM him again. We could maybe set something up if he wants to do it. But if he's gonna ghost me a second time, then fuck him. But I'll give him one more chance, Milo. One more chance if you're watching.
It
I'll DM you.
seems like he became incredibly busy right around that time. I don't know why, but it just seems like suddenly a lot of things showed up, a lot of activity.
Yeah,
Well-
he was Kanye West's personal assistant for some reason.
And I guess
That's-
some
I didn't know
things
that
have come
part.
out of that, but I don't know. Like I saw a blurb about it and then didn't see anything else, so I don't know exactly what's going on there. But apparently there's some stuff that took place behind the scenes that is going to be talked about and hasn't yet.
So, I had an idea we could do, and if you think this is stupid, just tell me. But have you guys seen that Wired wrote an article about the 10-year anniversary of GamerGate? So I figure we can go through that together and
Oh dear.
analyze
Did you
how
see
accurate
that
they
I
were.
ratioed Wired?
I saw on Twitter, yeah.
Nice.
They got ratioed over this article. Good.
Well, I jumped in on there was I think a sub conversation of it on r/men's liberation, and they were actually very anti-Gamergate in that response.
Do you guys want to go through it then? Men and women should go
Sure.
through it then, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
Should,
by all
should I
means.
read it out loud? I'm sharing it on screen too if you're watching this stream.
Let me,
Let's watch this.
well, the screen's going to be like
the
30.
screen.
The stream's going to be
Okay.
like 30 seconds behind you.
It will. Should I screen share on here too? I can.
That probably would work better.
Yeah, we would have less lag.
Okay.
Aggrieved
This is it.
men. Oh my god.
GamerGate's. Wait. First off, can everyone see it? If you want to watch the stream.
Oh, I'm on the wrong tab. Hold on, let's
There we
go.
go.
Watch stream.
Well, it says I'm watching the stream, but then it doesn't show it to me. What the fuck?
We haunt the internet, gamers. Let's go.
All right. I'm gonna link you guys in archive. I don't want to give them ad revenue. I'm using ad block, so it doesn't really matter for me. But
We get
All
some
right.
Twilight Zone music for the haunting.
there you go. There's the archive. Okay. All right. Let's do it. I'm gonna read it out loud. Do you want me to just pause after each paragraph, or just you guys jump in when you want to, or?
Probably
Are we
after
allowed
each
to
pair.
yell over you?
Yes, yell
very
over
aggressively?
me. Yeah, very
Okay.
aggressively. Please
Yeah,
do.
this is sports commentary we're about
Alright.
to give right here.
Gamergate's aggrieved men still haunt the internet. Here we are. 10 years ago.
Well, we died 10 years ago, and now we're ghosts haunting everything.
We are.
Hey, I have only died once.
No, we're skeletons. We're Mr. Bones.
Okay.
10 years ago, much of the frustrations gamers were expressing came from anger over no longer being the target audience. Now those feelings are everywhere, from fandom to politics. 10 years
Well,
ago.
maybe they should have considered making us the target audience, because the target audience they pursued instead of us peaked at 697 concurrent players for Concord.
10
Let's
years
see. Dustborn never beat its second day peak. It is still
I think
83.
I think there is a market for like progressive games if you want to make those, but it's not most people. It's like a fairly niche audience, which is like fine. You can
Okay,
make games for that niche audience.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and then what happens is this,
83 people is not any audience. Like,
Well, there's other
Concord-
games that you could call like progressive, quote unquote, that were successful. Like Life is
Concord,
Strange, I guess you could
something
say,
like
right?
that. Sony dumped $150 million into making this thing. If it had 100 times its concurrent peak players, it probably wouldn't break even.
well, see, that's the problem is that by not taking into the actual size of that audience into account, the money is not proportional. The math doesn't make sense. If it was a smaller scale project, they could maybe profit off of it, but there's all this money getting dumped into something that doesn't have a big enough fan base.
Sure.
It's all venture capitalists.
There's maybe enough super woke gamers to support one or two indie pronoun orgy DEI fest games per year. But it's like every Western AAA now.
10 years ago, a flood of gamers attacked developers Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu and media critic Anita Sarkeesian. The three were part of a growing chorus of people calling for a more inclusive culture within video games. The attackers
They
doxed and harassed their targets, doing all they could to stifle the women's efforts. The incident, which became known as GamerGate, illuminated the toxicity women faced in the gaming spaces and beyond.
See, the whole
I wonder
thing,
if they.
from their perspective, the whole thing was their allegation of misogyny. And it goes right back to this claim, a flood of gamers attacking these 3 women, when in fact these 3 women were attacking gaming and
That is
gamers.
disagreement on whether this accusation of misogyny is legitimate. It is not a justification of misogyny itself.
Yes, correct, Oron.
But
I
there
agree.
was no misogyny.
No,
well,
there was.
on this stream.
And the argument is it's a false accusation, not misogyny is good for men.
Yeah.
I never said misogyny was good for men.
Wait, you did say you did
what
say
I did
that,
say,
though.
I did say that somebody advocating misogyny, a person advocating misogyny, is not bad for men. A person advocating misogyny is just advocating something.
Wait,
but
so
you
is
could
the
see
thing...
you could see how that language you use
This
could be
is
construed,
splitting
right?
No, someone
So,
asked me.
wait, let's
if
just
the
settle it
person
right now.
Advocating
Hannah,
misogyny is bad for men.
Is misogyny morally neutral, morally bad, or morally good?
Misogyny is morally nothing. There is no morality to hatred.
So it's neutral in your view.
Hatred is a poison in terms of just it's a feeling, right? So what you're basically saying is you apply a morality to a feeling. So is sadness morally neutral or bad or good?
It's not just, you're viewing it through the lens of emotions rather than through the lens of actions that one could take in the world, or whether or not something is like would map onto something that we consider to be
misogyny
accurate.
is an emotion. Actions are not feelings. Actions are actions. Misogyny is an emotion. It's hatred, right? Hatred is an emotion or an attitude. Attitudes themselves are, yes.
No.
It is.
Hate
Actions are a
is an
separate
argument
thing.
that hate
You can
is an emotion.
things can
But who
inspire
you
actions.
direct that hate.
How about anger?
Is
Is
not-
anger morally neutral?
Yes, but
Okay.
Well,
So
let
there
me
are
finish.
legitimate reasons
Let
to
me
be angry,
fucking
right?
Finish. You asked a question, let me give my answer. Anger is morally neutral. Who or what you direct that anger at is not necessarily
Bingo.
morally neutral.
All right.
And directing hate or anger at an entire demographic based on an aspect of their identity that they were born with and cannot control is a misdirection of your hate and anger, because there is no immutable identity group that is just a block, a hive mind that is collectively responsible for whatever you're mad about.
That's fine. But people do still have a right to hold those attitudes. They simply do not have a right to act against other people on the basis of those attitudes.
I have the right to say that I have the right to say that 9/11 was great. I hope we have 10 9/11s every year from now on. Is what I'm saying good, bad, or neutral?
It doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you have the right to have that attitude.
Oh, come on.
Also,
Oh, come on.
doesn't
I have
change
the
it.
right.
It
You have the
doesn't-
right to say whatever you want, pretty much. You know, that doesn't. That's
but
different from whether
nobody
it's
has
good
to
or
listen
not.
to you.
It's yeah.
Right?
there's-
Nobody has to listen to somebody advocating for misogyny. So when you're dealing with something like that, the question isn't whether or not they have the right. The question isn't whether or not it's morally good, bad, or neutral. The question is, why are people listening to him? And that's where you need to explore and target if you want to put a stop to it.
That's
but
so many
now
words
you're-
to get to
now
that
you're off the moral
point.
argument and you're on the consequentialist argument.
That is because that is the way that I work. I don't deal in terms of how things should be. And like you work with the way things are. It's the same reason why I don't think abortion should be outlawed.
Okay, but if
Right?
we're,
It doesn't
if we're
matter to
asking
me
about
whether it's
if we're
more
discussing right and wrong, that is separate from okay, now in practice, what do we do about it?
See, but for me, discussing whether it's right or wrong is useless in terms of getting anything done.
Well,
Right?
I mean,
And in
okay,
terms of
maybe on
whether
that point, yeah.
yeah, and in terms of whether it relates to a particular group of people or a particular political outlook, like just like with regard to the false allegations involved in Gamergate, right? It was wrong for them to make those false allegations against gamers. But the big question that I had entering into this is, why are people listening to them? And when you dug underneath everything, you find out that there's some establishment investment in using this type of false allegation as a control on the public.
Look,
And
that's all true. I
right?
agree.
So
But
I see a connection between that and all of the other issues that I talk about. And I think Brian does too. And it's one of the reasons why, like, it may seem like I just knee-jerk reacted to seeing my friend criticized for something that you guys don't like. But from my perspective, I'm looking at all of the plants in a landscape dying and figuring out that the reason is poison in the water table in the underneath the land. And I start talking about this and get criticized for bringing up something that has nothing to do with the plants. Well, the reality is the plants are feeding on that water, so it does have something to do with the plants.
Okay,
And the same
we
thing
can
is true
have-
with regard to Brian and the discussion of we will cut this person off and cancel this person because misogyny.
no one's here is saying that. No one here is saying that. What we're saying is that, if you hold the view that women shouldn't vote and you advocate for this position publicly and you want to convince other people, you're probably doing something that other people will look down upon and frown upon, and they're probably right to do that and to criticize.
That's a
your
lot
view.
of words for we're going to cancel this person
really?
because
Who's
misogyny.
being canceled? You're not being canceled.
Again, if we
We're
were
talking
going
about
to
it.
cancel you,
let's
we would have
talk about
booted you
it
off
not
this stream.
Yeah, I
Let's-
know.
Let's
I
not
know.
forget what cancel culture is, and
But I'm not
the-
talking about
the
you canceling
methods
me.
that are used.
Oh my god.
I'm not talking about
Let's
you
just get
canceling
back
me.
to the article.
Back to the article.
So-
Let's get back to the article.
Get back to the article, or I'm going to start talking
Probably a
about
good
that
idea.
one time a pickup artist kept me like against the side of a wall at a mall for like 40 minutes talking.
Oh
I'll
my
talk
God.
about it if
No.
you don't get back to the article, and I will bore you all to death.
Eventually, the
Sounds
harassment
better than a
faded.
band camp.
Eventually, the harassment faded from the news, but its residue was never fully removed from the internet and public life.
You know,
Game-
I have a bunch of interesting reactions from people sometimes when I talk about this. I say like, well, apparently Gamergate was historically important, and then they're like, lol, Gamergate has no impact on history. Why do you bother documenting this stuff? But then you see articles like this, and it's like, here, people are claiming it.
Schweiderner's cat.
Yeah,
Gamergate-
I got told we were responsible for Trump.
and
Yeah.
also our 300 losers in the basement who can't affect anything.
Yeah, I was just going
I'm
to say, I got
actually
told we were
crazy enough.
responsible for Trump getting elected.
Yes, you know
There
what?
are
I'm one of those
subreddits
domino
who will-
people that
You know,
think
Milo-
Gamergate literally did the
Auto-
fuck
You know,
up.
Milo actually
Posted
believes
in
that, or he claims to.
CIA.
Milo claims
There are
to believe
subreddits-
that.
Well, I think I mentioned it
Yeah,
in my
claim
interview with
being
you.
the key word there. Milo claims a lot of things.
There we go.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think I
let's-
mentioned it in my interview with you,
Milo
Tachyon,
claims
where
he's not
Yeah.
gay, so that should tell you something.
where some of the I bet you that some like aggrieved whatever like was directed by Steve Bannon and Milo and whatever and directed into whatever they wanted, but that doesn't include the whole. So like there's always like these, you can always find some idiot in a large group of people and say, well, that represents the whole, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, you always can.
All right.
Yeah, it's called low-hanging fruit. They're great to pick from if you want to make the other side look bad.
Gamergate articulated a particular kind of aggrieved masculinity, an anger at losing the power of being the target audience. Since 2014, it has shaped everything from the men's rights movement to the current iteration of the GOP, outlining what it means to be a man in certain corners of the internet.
I think
If
there's a
only
lot
they
of
could
people
sell their
involved
crap
in
games.
both.
too, right?
I think there's a lot of people involved in the men's rights movement and in the GOP who have no idea what Gamergate was.
Actually, a majority of them have no fucking clue what Gamergate is.
Yeah, probably not.
And you know,
But
it
I
never
would say
Let's
if
use
we were to put
research
a
out.
percentage, I'd say the men's right movement and the GOP combined make up probably 3% of knowledge of Gamergate.
Yeah.
No, you know
Yeah,
what? It's all
most of them
Gamergate's
weren't
fault.
involved.
We can't possibly have a legitimate class interest driving what we're doing. No, it's all misogyny.
And you know, these people, it never occurs to them to go, oh wow, you know, Gamergate is responsible for every terrible thing in the world. They invaded the Capitol, they created Donald Trump, they caused Lucifer to fall from heaven, all this stuff.
We were the
Maybe we
second
should have
shooter on
just
the grassy
left their
knoll.
video games alone.
I wish I had that much power. I'm working on it.
Occurs to them, if they think that we are responsible for all this, that maybe they should have just left our video games alone because it wasn't worth picking that fight.
Yeah, if we're
Because
really
it's
that
an
powerful,
involved
I wouldn't be trying to fight with us. I mean,
Because
Wait a minute. If
average
we're really
gamer
that
is
powerful, are we
engaged.
all actually Jews? Is that what they're saying? We're all part of the evil Zionist conspiracy?
The funny
have an
thing
active
is,
No,
part
we're
in the
lizard
games we
people.
play,
We're
so we
lizard
have an
people.
active
Shape
part
changing lizard
in
people.
the community
Yes,
around it. It's built into our nature. So because we were the one subculture that was actually willing to stand up and speak out against what was happening in the wider cultural zeitgeist, we had a microscope, the magnifying glass put down over us, and we were tried to make an example of this is what happens when you as a subculture step out of line.
Yeah, how dare you kulaks actually fucking speak out? Off to the
It's
gulag.
the framing of the article. We're the ones infesting politics and the culture when it's, the entire point of the second Gamergate movement is to expose the way that they are influencing politics and the greater culture and business.
see, that's the funny thing is, we aren't the second Gamergate movement. We're still the first one.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, in the context of the fact that there is a second movement using our name. And
well, I
that
don't
is what
think
they're
there
doing.
is like a second. I think there's an anti-SW pushback, but I don't think they call themselves like Gamergate too.
Oh no,
Some of them do. Some of them do.
They call the
Well,
phenomenon
no,
Gamergate too, but I don't think
Cabrutus
the
does,
group calls
but I don't think
themselves
anybody
Gamergate 2 for
outside of
sure.
Cabrutus
Honestly,
really.
that
none of
started
these
out as
Gamergate
a
2 people view themselves as Gamergaters for sure. I would agree.
a lot of what I
a lot of them
saw
have like
started
quite
out as a
issues with
response
us.
to a false allegation.
Gamergate 2 people, and I've been here since original Gamergate.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of what I saw started out as a false allegation, right? A guy makes a set of posts to document the work of one organization within the various games that he plays because he doesn't like some of the things that they're doing in those games. He's a consumer criticizing a set of products for having essentially an ingredient that he dislikes. It's not really, in a way, it's not really any different than if I kept a list of things that had red dye number 5 in it so that I could keep track and not eat those because they're bitter when I bite them.
You're responsible for the anti-red dye number 5 movement, aren't you?
Yes, I'm responsible for the entire anti-red dye number 5 movement, and we are the devil. We were the second shooter on the grassy knoll, and we're going to get Trump reelected. That's totally it. But I mean, you see what I mean? Like it's basically
we
people
also
having an
staged the
entitlement.
assassination attempt. We staged the assassination attempt to make him more popular.
Well, he was on a stage, right? So it obviously it was
Yeah.
staged.
Well, we totally staged the entire thing. We actually are the ones that were responsible for it. The people who died during it, that was just by accident. See, we were just trying to make Trump more popular.
It's like every time I hear that now, I get a picture of a knoll with green fur holding a gun going, "Call me Grassy one more time."
Well, Oron, I want to ask you real quick.
Oh,
Go
no.
ahead. Go ahead, Porcelain.
The question is why or how do they make the money, but we haven't made the money?
You see, if we were actually trying to make money off of this, I would say that our ideas were possibly without merit, but none of us are really trying to make any money on this whole gig.
Well,
we're just trying to
But you can get clout from it. Look at what happened to Sargon and where he's at now. Okay, it's a
True,
really
true.
small
Well,
example.
Airplay and I
It's
are
a
trying to.
really small example, but it definitely does give you influence in certain spaces. Sargon probably could have done himself favors to where he is, but he does
Being
give
an
you
outlier
social
doesn't make the rule.
Well, Frog, I gotta say,
Yeah, I
Airplay
know,
and
I
I are
know, I
both
know,
gonna
I
be
know.
crowdfunding soon. Airplay's got a crowdfunding campaign right now, and I'm actually doing one soon. So some of us are just
Yeah.
trying to make some money off of it. Though, albeit most of the money's gonna go to my project
do have a
expenses.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is? You're working for the money.
Ask me how's it
and
going.
Look, if we had to
you're
put
actually offering something for the money.
if we had to put a price point per hour, you're probably making less than a cent per hour off the number of work you put into
That's
it.
probably true.
Yes.
That's certainly true, actually.
So-
Especially since it's all going to like hiring artists and stuff mostly, and
Yeah.
equipment and getting a new
is
desk.
money, okay?
Yeah.
Not to mention my
let's face
archiving.
it,
A lot of
I
people are
have
losing.
I have been here.
Me, Tachyon, before we got sidetracked.
Yes, Oron, I wanted to talk to you about this for a while now.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so do you consider yourself a GamerGate 2 person?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean?
Well, Gamergate, I don't consider them separate movements. I consider it more of a remake than a sequel.
Adjacent.
I'm not seeing any of the ethics arguments from them, really, okay, in this so-called Gamergate 2 movement, okay? I'm not seeing the sort of ethical push being done. Yes, there's some things that they're they're trying to correct ethically, but they don't seem to be doing it in an ethical manner, at least in my opinion.
Strongly disagree with that. Now,
I
Gamergate
haven't
2
seen too many things from
started-
Gamergate. Sorry, go ahead.
Gamergate 2 started with somebody making a list to inform consumers what was in the product they buy and who worked on it. And obviously, consumers have a right to be informed. You don't get to hide things. You don't get to mislead your customers. And the people whose products were not liked tried to not only get the list banned, they tried to make an example of the guy who was making it by trying to get Valve to take away all of his Steam games, to fully ban his Steam account, something that has never happened before in the history of Steam. And
didn't
quite
happen this
literally-
time, yes.
and
I
quite
agree
literally,
that this
his
all
games
happened, and this was horrible. Okay, I agree.
This caused an enormous, justified backlash.
Yeah, unfortunate for them, it got the attention of the original Gamergate, and we're pretty much the equivalent of the internet honey badger.
Yeah.
We
And
go
it
for
is
the
not-
ball.
It is not going away. And it seems to have caused a very significant shift in gamer buying habits. I could not have imagined, even a year ago, a title like Concord with that kind of budget and that kind of marketing behind it failing this badly. It might have flopped, but you're talking about a level of flop that is
This is a flop
previously
of epic proportions.
You know, I don't think something like this has ever happened before.
So do you think that
People
do you
don't
think that
like having social manipulation sneaked into their products, their
And
entertainment
it keeps
products.
happening.
Oron, do you think that
Basically, every game on that Sweet Baby list has flopped.
so Oron, what is
Since the list started.
Not everyone. Not everyone, okay? There are some that...
Which one from since the list started?
Since,
I
you're
can't
saying
think of a
since then,
successful
okay.
game since the list
There's
started.
Ragnarok, there's Spider-Man 2. You can dislike
those
those
are
two
before
games.
the
but-
list started. Those are
okay,
before the
you're
list
put in a certain condition.
We
Okay.
are not. I believe we had to justify this. We had to explain this during the original Gamergate. We do not have a time machine. We cannot affect things before we got involved. We
I have
cannot
it on good knowledge that we
retroactively-
actually do have a time machine.
We cannot retroactively make Ragnarok bomb. Nobody knew about Sweet Baby at the time. It was not on people's radar. But since the list started, every single Sweet Baby game
Okay.
has bombed. And it has
Okay,
bombed
let
to
me
a
just bring up a
staggering degree.
hypothetical. Let's say this list didn't exist and all these games flopped just as hard, okay, but people didn't shine a spotlight on it. I agree in certain regards, shining a spotlight on it probably is one thing that it efficiently does. But in theory, they could have flopped on their own. As you said, we don't have a time machine. We can't go to this alternative history. But
I don't
just want to
actually
bring that
believe
point up
that
there.
list actually affected anything. I believe that this would have happened regardless. I don't think that list actually
Okay.
affected anything. It just made it more funny that these
Invisible to more people. Yes, I do
these
agree with that.
so-called journalists get more clickbait because of us. Not that the game would have done any better.
Well, I want to ask Oron because I actually disagreed with the framing of this, but you and Vincent seem to both be in agreement that there is sort of a GamerGate 2 movement. So I want to explore, like, you're part of it, you say, Oron.
Okay, yeah.
What exactly are you doing? Like, what sort of events or actions are you taking collectively?
In terms of, like, are there operations?
Yeah, stuff like that, or like internet forums where it's like the GamerGate 2 forum or Kotaku in Action 2. Well, that's actually its own
Pretty
separate
much
thing.
a
But
vote with your wallet movement. It largely centers around Cabrutus and Crumbs. I think that's one significant difference from the original Gamergate. We have leaders this time. And that
We had
seems to be
leaders back
working
then as well. It was just loose.
And that seems to be working out.
So
I think what he means is more concentrated leaders, like conversationally. Like when people talk about this phase of Gamergate, they're more likely to think of, oh hey, Grums, than they are about.
Mostly, it is a vote with your wallet movement. It is a collective conversation about what games we think have too much DEI in them, and then boycotting those games and encouraging others to join the boycott.
You wouldn't.
It is
You wouldn't
essentially
consider
a
somebody
viral
like
And do you think
as a
do you
as a
think the
leader
support
of the
for
GamerGate 2 movement, would you?
What?
You wouldn't consider somebody like the VTuber Kirsche as Kirsche? I might be saying it wrong.
I don't know who
You wouldn't
that is.
consider her as like a leader of the movement, would you?
I don't know who that is.
You don't
No,
know who
she's
Kirsche
trying to get her
is?
way in, though. Okay. She's definitely trying to get her way in, like when she took the swipe at Arch and when she did her dev drop.
Well,
Never mind.
Oron, do you consider Cabrutus and Mark? They're two different people. You can answer differently, of course. Do you consider these two individuals to be ethical people?
Reasonably, yes. I don't consider them to be perfect people, but I don't think perfect is a reasonable standard.
Why do you think they're ethical? Okay. I do want to hear the argument for why people think these two are ethical. I want to hear that. So, go on.
I don't know enough about Cabrutus, but I believe Grums is somebody who wants to stick to ethical standards. And he's also an honorary member of the Color Cabal from way back when. So
here's my response is you don't have to prove that someone is ethical. You have to prove that they're not.
Well, I can do
That's
that,
true.
but for Cabrutus at least.
Yeah, there's history, but you have to take it with a grain of salt.
Well,
there's no hard evidence. A lot of testimony.
Well, no, there is.
So what's the evidence,
Did I ever
Jamie?
show you? Yeah, sure. Let's
Pull
do
up
it.
that evidence.
Let's share it. What do you want to see? So, okay.
What's the evidence?
All right. So first off, we're gonna go to Cabrutus lying about EE Zhang, and then refusing to admit to it. I can show you the emails. We can go through them right now if you want. Shit. Let me
But she's part of the Moke Mind virus. You shouldn't treat her with good faith or politely.
Okay. What does woke mean? What does woke mean, sir? What does woke mean?
Okay, can I answer that? Wokeness is Marxist concepts of class struggle and oppressor-oppressed class binaries applied to immutable identity characteristics in place of economic classes.
I would have just said very
there's
arrogant people who mean well.
I was
There's
just
another
going
part
to
to
start
it.
singing Donovan.
I've cheated.
there's another part to woke, and that is to try and make inclusivity the selling factor of your product, as opposed to it being a good product. You're saying, because I have a black person, this makes the product good, as opposed to making the product good and saying it has a black person in it.
That still comes back to what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It is.
That's a sword and shield for those ideas. I do agree. That's the sword and shield for that particular idea on at least what I call the blue pill woke people.
Yeah, I just want to detail it better so normal people can understand it better, because the way you described it, most people aren't going to be like, what did you just say, is more what they're going to be like, as opposed to saying it's trying to sell a product because there's a black person in it, as opposed to selling a product because it's a good product and it happens to have a black person in it.
Hang on, I'm uploading
See,
13
hello, everyone.
screenshots to Imager, so bear with me, okay?
I mean, take the Yasuke thing there. Did they just include him in that particular game that's coming out because he's a black person? No, I think
No,
they jumped
they
on the
tried
trend.
to make
It's
it
an
a
added
selling
bonus.
All right.
Yeah, they make it a selling point, okay?
So, you guys want to see the evidence? Oh. Okay.
Hey, double bonus.
All right, I'm back. Okay, you guys want to see the evidence?
I don't want to make a decision on anything without seeing evidence.
Absolutely. Now, there's a bit of there's more to this too. Basically, Vincent will Bark back me up, but we could probably pull up his exact tweets if you wanted to that started all of this. But
where is it?
I posted in general.
Where are you sharing this?
And then someone else posted something right immediately after me. But it's the Untitled album on Imager.
Okay, there we go.
And I'm gonna secure my screen on here too.
Unfortunately, I don't know enough about Kabrutus to make a decision one way or the other. So,
I mean, I definitely think he started out with really good intent.
Yeah, I defended him in the beginning, to be clear, but
I think he would have been much better if he didn't go off on tangents. Because there's a DEI Detected. There's a game that is from is really weird and it really stands out. It's on the list for community mismanagement. They couldn't actually get Cellular Gaming for having wokeness in the game, so they found another reason to put it on the list. I think that was a big mistake of Kabrutus to do.
All right, so
okay,
here's the email exchange between me and Kabrutus here. You went too far yesterday from someone who defended you. I emailed him just on a personal level, trying to reach out, be like, hey, look, you screwed up, basically, right? When he spread misinformation about E. Zhang, who owns NYC Gumbo. I said, hey, Kabrutus, I'm sure you probably didn't see my tweet responding, but I do think you really jumped the gun yesterday in calling out Ilantis G. She did not talk about hiring preferences for women at her company. She talked about how she wants the community's feedback on how she can bring more women into her private community, NYC Gumbo. That's not illegal, and I don't think that's illegitimate. I think you should apologize and reach out to her to try and build a bridge. Hell, I'd be willing to moderate, but you jumped the gun in calling her out, in my opinion, or my humble opinion. I've not gone through all of her tweets. Maybe she said some dumb shit in the past, but I don't think her video is one of them. From one of the people who defended you vociferously against Sweet Baby Inc. and one of the leading experts on Gamergate, for better or worse. That's my advice. Take it or leave it. Anyway, good luck with the move. Kevin McDonald, Tachyon Blue. Hi, Kevin. Holander here. Kabrutus personal agent and DEI detected worldwide PR. Let me start saying...
I have to leave in about half an hour because I have to go and do a thing at work.
Look at you, Mr. Person who has a job. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, and it's I'm only going to be there for half an hour.
Okay, well, Tachyon seems to have something else he wants to make arguments with.
Let me ask about this really quick. So what this looks to me like is you had a disagreement with Kabrutus over whether having bringing more women into a particular activity or forum or something counts as a DEI goal.
Well, look, he can call it that whatever he wants. I don't care. He can even disagree with her. But he lied about her, and he said that she was promoting.
What did
she
he?
was that he said that she was engaging in illegal hiring practices. When her company doesn't
Okay.
have any employees. She doesn't hire people. It's a collective. where
Okay,
you,
yeah. Now that is a dishonest take if she's not hiring
Well, he is a
anybody.
foreigner, okay? Maybe he misunderstood her
Right.
language.
Well, I
okay?
gave him
He
so
is from
much
Brazil.
charity. We had this whole exchange. This is his personal assistant I'm emailing here. But Kabrutus, I've also DM'd about it as well, and he basically doesn't acknowledge me. He replied briefly and said, "Oh, go ahead and send me." Anyway. But yeah, he's basically he lied about the he got the situation wrong at first, right? And then I said, "Hey, look, you're wrong about this, and you shouldn't have attacked her. It's a bad strategy and all this stuff." And like try and talk with her, and she's willing to talk to him too, even to this day. She's willing to have a conversation with him, and he's been dodging her since about the misunderstanding, and he refuses to correct his mistake and own up to it.
Hey, hold on. You don't know that for sure. He could have handlers or go-to people who are blocking you from getting
Well, I
this
did
message,
DM
okay?
him, to be clear. Yes, he could have like.
Do
this-
you have the
He probably
original
gets a
tweet
lot of
or whatever
DMs
where he
now.
accused this person of illegal
Yeah,
hiring?
I can pull it up. And then I interviewed her too, so you can get her side of the story if you want to see that.
Link the original tweet in general, please.
Yeah, I think I included that in my huge ass video. But
So
that's
if you
way
got it,
too big.
I'm searching Kabrutus' Twitter right now to pull it up. But if you want to link it to me or link it
Good
to me,
luck.
you can.
I don't have it available right at the moment. I should have figured it would come up.
Shouldn't the word illegal pull it up pretty easily, though? I
Well,
imagine he would have used the
accused
word
her
illegal.
of. Yeah, I don't remember the exact wording he used. So let's see.
He probably used
While
the word
you're-
illegal. Try looking up the word illegal with his name as well. That should pull it up, in my experience.
While you're looking for his tweet,
Unless he says it a lot.
I have a question. Oh, you have it. You have it. Good. Let's hear it.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll link it here to everybody. Sorry, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, there's a
Alright,
lot
I
of us.
tried looking it up and couldn't find anything but 3 other people talking about it. But
Here we
Twitter
go.
is weird for me because I'm shadow banned.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and
Yeah,
screen
I
share it
have
too.
like 40 banned accounts on Twitter.
So she made this video and he's quote tweeting her. Another one for a game of Sweet Baby curator page. This is Ilanthus G, the community manager. Yes, another one of a game that is in the Sweet Baby Inc. detected curator page. It is called Hyper Lightbreaker. According to her, this collective that she runs called Gumbo needs more diversity because there are not enough women in there. Then again, according to her, the solution is to start hiring based on sex now. I mean, that's my perception of what she said. As if hiring based on sex had anything to do with making a good, great game. Ask the UB Star Wars team if that works. Ha ha. So she
Okay.
did not say that anywhere in this video.
Oh, look, that's
Okay,
his.
can I
That's my
respond to this?
perception of what she said. Okay.
Okay, can I-
Okay,
can
so
I
that's
respond
not a
to you?
lie.
Sorry,
Can I
sorry,
rebut
sorry.
here?
I'm
First,
go on.
at no point in this tweet is there any reference to doing anything illegal. What he's saying is that he thinks this is a bad idea. That's an opinion, and it is even qualified with him saying, that's my perception of what she said. So he is admitting that he is speculating and trying to read between the lines here. That's an opinion.
He says that her solution, according to her, the solution is to start hiring based on sex now. That's illegal in the United States of America.
Okay, first of all,
Well, it's
That's
not.
his
though.
perception
this
of what
is
she's
his
saying.
perception, and for another, he is saying that he thinks that this is what she is advocating. Advocating it is not illegal. Plenty of people want to change the law so that you can do that. There are
Yeah, in
absolutely
fact,
people
the government is
who
currently
think-
working on that.
There are
There is-
absolutely people who think that there should be changes to the law to allow overt hiring quotas, as long as they go in the right woke direction.
So now
There's
that
actually
now
a
that
misconception about
so-
that being illegal in the United States. It's not illegal to hire based on sex.
It
it's
is, unless
illegal.
it's a bona fide
It's illegal
occupational.
to discriminate. It's illegal to get caught discriminating against people based on sex.
Yeah, it's
But it
illegal to get
doesn't.
caught. It doesn't mean it's
Yeah,
illegal to do it.
but it's illegal to get caught discriminating against people based on sex
His
in
argument, his claim here
promotion
is that in his perception,
if they're
she
women.
is advocating doing this. At no
Yes,
point
there's a lot of
does he make
lawyering
an actual
involved.
statement that she has done this and committed some sort of legal violation.
Well, that's not even what she says in the video. But
the goal of the
so
movement is to expose people who think along those
You are disagreeing with him on a matter of opinion. You are arguing that no, he isn't interpreting this video and what she advocates correctly.
Because he's
But
misrepresenting
that would
what's
be
in the video.
irresponsible of him, wouldn't it, to misrepresent her? Okay.
This is a question of opinion. And frankly, in your email exchanges, you came on so strong and with so much wall of statistics and so forth that probably there's a good chance that somebody, whoever is his publicity person, looked at this and went, oh my God, this guy's crazy.
It kind of
Is
makes
that a
it
good
feel
thing?
like you
Okay.
think
So-
it's unethical to
So
disagree with you.
I didn't say it's unethical to disagree with me, but if Kabrutis, so let's say he makes this tweet, look, okay, he kind of got some things wrong. She didn't say that in the video. His interpretation of what she was trying to say is
He's
not
literally
accurate.
saying
And
that it's his perception.
And his perception of that was not what she was saying. And she says, I want to talk with Kabrutis. I want to set up a conversation. We can talk things out. That's what she says. And she even says that, look, we don't hire anybody here at Gumbo or anything like that. She said we don't have employees. It's a collective. You pay to be a member of it. It's a co-op.
So out of curiosity, does she get to choose?
And I've informed him, and
Does
so
she
have
get
other
to
people
choose
have
who
informed
joins?
him. Have informed
Does she
him
get to
that
choose who joins?
choose who what?
Does she get to choose who joins the collective?
I don't know specifically. I assume, but there's membership fees, so I don't know if like anybody who pays the fees can join, or if it's like I don't think they're like I don't
Yeah, I
think she
think
like
I
selects
remember
people.
they have to pay them. Okay, they don't pay anyone. I do remember that being said, if I'm
There's
remembering correctly.
certainly a difference between being an SPJ member and paying dues and occasionally attending a panel and being the people who choose the panel or being a regional director or being the president of an association like that.
But
if she gets to choose, she absolutely can choose based off sex, race, anything else, if she so chooses. That doesn't mean it's illegal. It just means that she absolutely can discriminate all she wants. All she has to do is not get caught doing it.
Well, he seems to think they're
Yeah,
hiring.
but what makes anyone think that she would?
why
Okay?
would you
and
think that-
again, is this
you're
responsible for
splitting a
Brutus to
hair
actually
here
to say
between-
as a leader? Okay, is it responsible for him to communicate this level of distortion of her message?
You're splitting a hair here between joining a collective and hiring. People speak in colloquialisms. Not everything is exacting speech like that in every tweet. And he's not even a native speaker. The guy's Brazilian.
Yeah,
So,
I
all right,
brought that
let
up
me
earlier.
ask
Also,
you.
he's also good friends with someone who has a law degree. Mark
Take
Kerr.
him to Brazil.
So, Oron,
No,
if
anything
now
but that.
now
Ah!
that
Also, on top of that, he isn't exactly telling his followers to go after this person.
well, I never
Like,
said that he sent his followers to harass her. To be clear, I don't think she's even said that ever.
You're saying it's irresponsible of him. How is it irresponsible to voice his own opinion?
Because he's spreading false information. And then he didn't
As a
correct
leader,
it, right?
you have to take
Yes.
responsibility. Okay,
He's
just
been
a failure
informed.
as a leader if he doesn't properly represent the organization he's leading. Okay?
Out of
It's just a
curiosity,
big
when
mistake.
did he declare himself a leader?
Well, Oron called him a leader earlier. I didn't call him a leader. To be
Yes.
Somebody
I
else
think
calling him
you
a
had
leader does not
perception
make him
as
a leader.
of the movement
Did he
because you
advocate
took it off.
himself
I
as a
think
leader?
on a person. No, I'm not saying that's not my argument. That was Vincent's argument.
I just
think on a
did that
personal
argument
level,
based off of someone saying they're the two leaders earlier. Okay, if they are the leaders, this is definitely irresponsible of Cabrutus. If he's not, then I can see your argument there.
Well,
So,
then there ends up being a question.
oh my god, I'm gonna
he's
get
the
this
leader?
statement. I'm gonna get this question out if it kills me. Okay, so once Cabrutus was informed that, hey, look, they don't hire people at NYC Gumbo, and she's willing to talk with me. She says that I'm misunderstanding what's happening, and I've misrepresented or I've misinterpreted what she was saying. Shouldn't he then be like, okay, look, I'm going to put out another statement and be like, look, okay, my bad. She's not actually advocating for people to hire based on discrimination, hire based on sex. Shouldn't he put out some sort of statement or apology or something?
That may be the ideal, but again, people are not perfect. There is a difference between imperfect and unethical. He is new at this. He is not a native English speaker.
He might also just not believe
Sometimes he
you.
will make small mistakes that are very much hair-splitting, like the difference between join a collective and hired. And, okay, he's not always going to have the time or the interest to get on some kind of stream and have a moderated discussion with someone for 5 hours or however long these things go. And
Six is
hash
the
out
good
the
measurement
exacting details of whether every word of his tweet was correct.
Okay, why are you making so many excuses?
No.
You have enough excuses that excuse him from this, okay? You don't need to keep making them.
Again,
I'm just
is
pointing
he
this out.
perfect? No.
Yeah,
Is
that
this a
that is
reasonable
what you need to
standard to
say.
hold someone to, or, throw them into some kind of pit? No.
Yeah, I think that he has demonstrated, not even just the tweet, not even really the tweet, but the way he handled it afterwards. I think he demonstrated that he's just not a trustworthy source of information. And that
Yeah, and he shouldn't be in a leadership role.
I
That's
don't
it.
think that
That's
that's
what I would
true.
say. Also.
I think that you came at him very strongly over something that is largely opinion. You were rebuffed, and you're pissed off about that. And maybe you have a
Incorrect.
right to be, but maybe he has a right to be too. Most of this seems like opinion, not fact. It is opinion, it is interpretation, and it is what he has the time and bandwidth to deal with.
Well, it's
my take on this before I go, and I'm going to go real soon here, is this is not evidence that he's unethical, but it is evidence that he's just as human as everybody else. And there are going to be differences of opinion and differences of outlook on how things should be handled. And nobody should be taken as gospel in terms of anything that they're saying. And that includes
Amen,
leaders.
sister.
This is something
I mean,
that,
just think of
this is something
Sargon
that-
and Milo Yiannopoulos. I mean,
Wait,
come on.
this is something that I say on my show all the time when I talk to people and they're like, well, how do we deal with women in the men's rights movement? Because there's been several women who have been MRAs for a period of time and then they've turned against the movement. And my answer is that you have to hold people accountable, and you also have to be prepared for differences in opinion, and you have to not take somebody as perfect or gospel or an angel of mercy just because they happen to be in a leadership position or they happen to fall into a leadership position based on something that they've done, or you're just so happy that a woman gets it, and in this situation, like, this guy didn't set out to lead a movement, right? He made a list and he
And
used
I think
it
he's being
basically
sort
to,
of groomed by people around him to take up
Well,
this position. A lot of people
even whether
around
he is
him
or
were
not,
sort of like giving him advice.
whether he is or not, he's developed a following that he didn't expect. And it is a weird position to be in, to be somebody who is more solitary or, just a nobody. And then all of a sudden you have a following and people are paying attention and taking what you say as important and gospel. So it
Starstruck,
it
I
does
think is
make
the
it,
term.
it does make it very challenging to keep up, and it especially makes it challenging when you have people who want to see you go in a particular direction, and the way that they push feels like an effort at control.
Yes,
and I've seen
I
that,
think that's all
there
true.
there's a natural tendency in people, because I've experienced I've been on his end of an exchange like you're displaying here, and it's very hard to not do what he did. It's very hard to not just automatically push back when someone comes on that strong. And you have to be somebody who, like, I had to go through a program to learn not to do that, because when I was on steroids for asthma, I used to get very angry, and I had to learn how to manage that. But in any case, it's very hard to not knee-jerk resist and take the opposing viewpoint when somebody does that. And so,
yeah, look, I'll say that
my advice on this would be: don't take everything he says as gospel. Don't demonize him. Don't decide that he's worthless because of this. If you have a disagreement with him in the future, try to be more diplomatic.
Yeah,
I could be more diplomatic.
He's not unethical for this.
I will say that Hollander was very undiplomatic as well. I think it's safe to say.
I think it's
he's starting to
important
sue
to
me,
look
to
at-
be clear.
I think it's important to look at the difference in style and in the way they respond between Kabrutus, who is new to a leadership position, who was sort of put into that position by acclaim rather than by seeking it out, and who is essentially learning on the job how to have such a major role in a movement, and someone like Grums, who has been in a leading role at Blizzard and at other companies, who has been involved in Gamergate activism at a high level since the original Gamergate, who is trained at things like PR, and who is much, much more diplomatic in terms of how he conducts himself on Twitter, and, very quick to respond to getting anything wrong, and to carefully delete tweets and issue clarifications and things like that when he makes a mistake or when he says something that he can't prove or that turns out not to be true, because he's trained in this. And Kabrutus is not. Kabrutus is an average guy learning on the job, and again, dealing with a movement that mostly communicates in a language that is not his first language.
Yeah, that's kind of difficult too.
All those things I don't fault Kabrutus for the way things are going down. He's definitely not.
But I do think
him as an intentionally unethical person.
Yeah, but I do think Kabrutus is wrong about the situation. It's just there's got to be a better way to get that across to him. I don't think he's resisting because he's unethical. I think he's resisting because of the set of other reasons. Everything that's already.
I would like them to talk about ethics within if they want to call themselves Gamergate 2, they should freaking make their stance on ethics clear, at least.
I would agree with that.
But maybe they have
separate discussion.
It would be a good idea to include a statement about that.
What ethics is there to bring up with the morose of Gamergate 2? Like their grievances. There's nothing ethical there.
Well,
I mean,
the
you
grievance
could argue that maybe
has an ethical grievance. It's unethical to try to
Kabrutus
hide
was
what
definitely,
you're doing
harmed.
as part of your product that you're promoting to your consumers. It's unethical to hide something from your consumers if you think they might find it objectionable.
All of this could have been
I could see
summarized
that
with
argument.
the old GG phrase: "Trust but verify."
Yeah.
What I do
Just
want to
like-
say too
let's say-
about the. Go ahead, Hannah, because you gotta go soon. So.
Yeah, before I gotta go. If, God forbid, Honey Badger Radio ever became government funded, like I would leave if that happened. But if Honey Badger Radio, I'm not kidding, I'd be out. If Honey Badger Radio
wouldn't
ever
trust it
became
either.
government funded, there would be listeners in our listener base that would be very upset if they didn't know, for instance. And it would be unethical for us to hide that, because there would be people that support us that would not want to support us if we were government funded. And
to be
so
clear,
we would
there
have
is no
to
proof
come out and tell.
Kabrutus is is hiding anything. I just
No,
wanna
no,
make
that's
that
not what
clear.
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What he pointed out was the involvement of a company in the creation of video games that some gamers have an objection to because of the reason for their involvement, what they do, and how what its relationship to DEI is. And the consumer has the right to know what they are paying for. So the ethical complaint is that these companies are angry and tried to get a guy canceled for sharing information that consumers have a right to. It is unethical for either the companies or the journalists to try to silence that sharing of information that people have a right to.
Exactly.
It's actually anti-journalism at that point. All of the people that call themselves journalists and then try to deny the public information that is useful to them and relevant to them in the course of making a decision, they have a right to that information in the course of making. That's anti-journalism. And so that is the ethical complaint in regard to GamerGate 2.
I think
and
that is
it's important to keep that in mind, that you don't have to come out and say, we are making this complaint in regard to ethics. You should be able to tell that there's an ethics aspect to that without having somebody tell you there's an ethics aspect to that.
Obviously, him being harassed is unethical. I don't think anybody here defends that.
I think it's also grown beyond that as people
Right.
began to look into companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and found videos like that clip where Kim Belair, the leader of Sweet Baby Inc., is giving a speech, and she's saying to bring companies like them on board with games by going to your marketing department and quote unquote terrify them with what will happen if they do not. In other words,
that's another ethical issue.
There will be cancel culture, that they will be called, racists and sexists and so forth, and that there will be some sort of online mob out to get them if they don't bring on a company like Sweet Baby. And people look at that and they just go, oh my God, that's fucking mafia tactics.
Yeah. And again,
And
that's
that
an ethical
is
issue.
Itself,
I agree.
That is
I agree
itself
as well.
a huge ethical issue, and it is a reason, not the only reason, but one reason, why many people reacted so negatively to these diversity consultant companies, and there has essentially sprung up a movement to outright get rid of them, to blackball games that they are involved with, and make sure that companies cease using them, because
I'm going to
they
drop a
operate
connection
as
bomb
a
in here on my
mafia
way out.
within gaming.
I'm going to drop a connection bomb in here on my way out. That is an exact description of the majority of Anita Sarkeesian's career.
Exactly, it is.
And I'm not going to stick around to defend it. I'll talk to you guys maybe in half an hour if I can. See you later.
All right. So
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for coming. But
I do have to get
Oran,
off in
there is-
about half an hour myself, so I just want to open the general floor to anyone who has any questions about the GG archive or any questions directed towards me.
I want to get one more question at, and anyone can take this, not just you, Oran. But there's another aspect too, with the I don't know if you want to call it GamerGate 2, that's fine. But if I disagree with that framing of it, I don't think that it's really analogous. But with this new movement, they don't seem to be wanting to build a very broad coalition at all. They seem to very clearly have excluded certain people from it. Like, so for instance, I think you would probably like Yi Zhang, the person that he's criticizing here in this post. She's pro free speech. She used the community manager for Heart Machine, and she actually allowed the discussion of Sweet Baby Inc. on the Steam forums, and they had a very robust debate about it, and she let both sides talk. Like, she's a really cool person, believes in free speech, also believes that diversity and is important.
How can you trust her, man?
And so
sorry.
And so I think you two would probably get along pretty well and have like really interesting, fun conversations. But she's the enemy apparently, and apparently so am I. If you ask his PR person, Kubrick's PR person, the new movement isn't going to have any place for people like you in it, he tells me, or something along those lines. It's in those emails. It doesn't seem like they're. It seems like they're trying to push a very certain like political narrative of their own, rather than build
I'm
a broad
curious who's
coalition.
Okay,
around him.
I'd have
Okay.
to get off the stream and read the emails word for word. But if he actually said that there's no place for people like you in this movement, okay, he's being an asswipe, and you shouldn't say things like that. It's the opposite of building a big tent.
I'll try to find the exact quote for us, and then I want
That's a dumb thing to say. If he said that, that's a dumb thing to say. I'm not going to defend that.
Yeah. I didn't even know about that.
But people do
Okay.
say friggin' dumb things sometimes. Do you have any
Yes.
idea how much dumb shit I've said over the last 10 years? You know, I once said that the woman who I forget her name at the moment, the woman who runs the Netflix Witcher show, who made a bunch of promises that it wouldn't be woke and was blatantly lying. I once said that she should be unalived. And I regret saying that, but it was something.
Yeah, this
dumb
could have
that I
been.
said.
This
It was
could have been a
something
heat of the
dumb that I
moment.
said in the heat of
Sure.
emotion.
Yeah, this could have been a heat of the moment thing. Let me try and find the exact quote because obviously I said it. I should back it up, but also like why exclude someone like E from the conversation too? Like why couldn't they just have a conversation and talk things out? Why is she the enemy too?
I think that declaring
Well, Grum's
everybody the
thinks
enemy
that,
and
okay?
excluding them from conversations is the wrong approach. But I also understand an aspect of, okay,
Yeah, they think
we've
the
been at
first
this for-
GamerGate
we've been
took
at
the
this
wrong
for
strategy,
10
okay?
years. We've been at this for 10 years, and none of these companies, none of these people, nobody who was in really a position of power within the industry was at all willing to listen to us when we were perceived as weak. Now, something seems to have changed, whether you wanted to
Yes, the
directly
culture.
ascribe it to our power
There's a lot of
or
issues
not.
that is putting
Things
the
are
pendulum
going
back in the
differently,
right direction.
and basically everything that they make is flopping now, and things are very much going our way. And now everybody wants to sit down and have a conversation with us and have a seat at the table. I understand that there's a lot of skepticism at that.
Yes, okay, but it's not like a Brutus. Who was actually Grums is about the only one who can say he was in the been fighting, and that seems like a pretty weak claim from what I'm finding. Okay, I could be wrong. Okay, I'm not an expert on Mark Kern's involvement with gaming.
So, all right, maybe someone else, anyone else can chime in. Oh, wait, actually, we have to give.
I mean, you guys can say that.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
you were in the original.
I don't know really how active Grums was in the original GamerGate.
He was pretty active. I remember
he did tweet about it. He did go on stream with Sargon to discuss airplay too, I believe. But I don't think he was like super active with planning operations or anything.
He was also his role in this one is much larger. In the original, he was just sort of okay. He's this game developer guy who's pretty sympathetic to our cause. In this one, he's much more heavily involved.
Okay, so Thoughtful Salt, you wanted to open the floor up. Does anyone have any questions for him? He's involved with the GamerGate History Project.
GG Historia.
Yeah.
Do you have pre-GamerGate stuff in there? You know, I was curious recently what sort of listen to Hatman talk about the Penny Arcade stuff. I'm wondering if there's any sort of backlog about how the people involved in all this shit got into the industry is what I'm asking.
I do have like 20,000 bookmarks from back in the day before I started PDFing everything. And it's a big task for me to get through it by myself, unfortunately. So, but my plan is to include lead up stuff that's relevant. Not everything's going to be relevant. I think drawing the line somewhere is pertinent. So it would have to be like mid 2000s at best.
Yeah, I would assume so. I see a sort of marker between Occupy Wall Street, but I'm an old Tim Pool fan. It all comes back to Occupy Wall Street. they use the progressive stack to get rid of the criticism against the rich people. And
Yeah, I don't know how
thought
many
that
of
was
you
sus
remember
at
this,
first.
though. I don't know how many of you remember this, but Ben Kuchera used to work for Penny Arcade. They used to have a games journalism site for them. And
Yes, I did.
in the lead up to Gamergate, he was one of those people who wrote an article saying there's a problem with sexism in gaming, and then he's closed the comment section by saying, I'm just going to close the comment section because I know how toxic it's going to be. What a dick. I hate him.
Yeah, wow.
Penny Arcade really failed me when all the gamers backed them back in the day when what's his name, whatever that dick was that was games are bad, they're going to make people violent and whatnot. They were trying to
thing, wasn't it?
Huh?
Jack Thompson.
Jack Thompson,
So the
yeah.
Penny Arcade controversy was the Dick Wolves comic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was trying to go after them and sue
I
them
thought
and
that
all
was a
that.
good
Okay, all right. So Oron, I did misspeak. Sorry. He says you mark yourself as a political liberal creator, so you are in no position to speak about honesty. I thought he said something
That's
else.
even
about it.
worse.
That's a dumb generalization. That's a stupid thing to say.
Yes.
And that's not true. That's not something that should be said. If a person is
That's
dishonest,
just an
they're dishonest.
unnecessary amount of political tribalism. That
Right.
was a dumb misstep. You shouldn't have said that.
Your political
Right.
tribalism? No. Our political tribalism.
Yeah, well, tribalism isn't just political nowadays.
All right.
Randoms has it
So
extremely.
I'm gonna be a huge
I mean,
dick to
if we're
someone
talking
for a
about
minute.
tribalism, can I beat the shit out of Tachyon Blue for some of his opinions? I mean, come on.
Absolutely, you can beat the shit out of me if you want. But
Yeah,
here's a question.
Come on,
Here's a question. Should I bring in Mr. Oso?
Who
Yeah,
is that
bring him
again?
in,
Yeah,
so
why
I'll be
not?
fine.
What? Oh,
All right.
okay.
Okay. I don't trust this guy at all. I think he's a spy.
I think he is.
I like
Gamergate
spies.
spy.
I like spies. Spies are fun to mess with.
Oso, you're in. What do you have for us? And then Frog's gonna yell at me.
What do you mean?
I'm
I do
gonna
not
yell
care if
at
it's
you.
opinion.
Okay.
It's still a misrepresentation.
All right.
The opinion pieces and the like, oh, Gamergate is bad, evil, misogynist, whatever. That's an opinion. They hide behind that as an opinion piece, and they still had their opinion presented as fact. I do not.
I wanna clear
Just can't be
something up
doing that.
actually right now.
You could
okay?
apply that to
Here's the
Brutus
thing.
too, but
Here's the
never
thing.
mind.
Mr. Oso, maybe I'm a huge dick to you, but here's the thing, okay?
All right.
You message me all the fucking time. You send me like fucking
All right.
dozens of messages every week. I don't read any of them.
Dozens.
You comment on every single video I make, and you have tons of misspellings in your shit.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you don't have to apologize, but it's really suspicious behavior. I find it a little bit uncreepy, and I don't like it. And so I've
Oh.
told you this a couple times that I'm uncomfortable with this. It just makes me I feel weird about it. I don't know if you're a spy or I don't know if you're what, but could you just explain like why you're also sending me emails out of the blue all the time, like or not all the time, but a couple times. What the fuck, dude? Are you like just a super fan or what's going on here?
I don't know. I care a lot. I care a lot about Gamergate and everything else and all the lies that we still haven't really dismantled 10 years later.
Okay.
Despite all the evidence.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
I don't
I
believe
just
that for a second.
You don't believe that he means that, or you don't believe that Gamergate was lied about?
I don't believe he means that.
Why?
I've read a lot of your messages, even though I've blocked you from being able to see what you say. I read them from time to time. You keep trying to create something that has nothing to do with anything at the same time. It's quite odd. That's why I originally thought.
What does that
you
even
were
mean?
blocked.
Oh, so
Saying, making something that has nothing
It's
reference to anything.
nonsense.
That is just talk.
Exactly. All you do is talk. You don't create anything that remotely resembles a thing to discuss. You just create talk. Which is quite a skill to have.
Where?
Do I really need to dig up that much?
Well, sure. I've tried to talk about this. I've tried to write about it. I've actually tried to respond. I'm actually responding to this. But to say it has no substance and value is like a value judgment and all this. And I'm pretty sure you think you're clever in saying that, but it's not.
Oh, man.
Well, look, I don't care about your guys' personal stuff. Look, so the thing is, I told you, I don't have any interest in your help. I'm doing my own
Okay.
project here.
Right.
If you want to comment on things, if you want to share your thoughts and opinions, that's 100% fine.
Yep.
But you've way overdone it, dude. Like when you sent me like fucking like 35 messages, where the fuck it was that, and then like you
35.
kept doing it. I don't know if it was exactly 30. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
DMs, but like you send me a lot of fucking messages.
Yeah, I thought it was like more
okay.
open, and I'm sorry, I just do care quite a bit to the point of
And that's
monomania.
fine. That's fine.
And
No,
sadly, and I'm sorry for overstepping that.
No, okay. Your apology is accepted. I just please don't message me again unless it's like, hey, look, Tachyon, here's something I think you're really going to care about, but actually, please just don't even do that. Just don't message me, okay? But yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. No,
All
you're
right,
fine.
then.
You're fine. But you're welcome in the community. I don't ban people because they annoy me. Generally speaking. So just please don't message me anymore unless it's like relating to like, hey, look, there's a moderator thing going on here. Can you help me out because like this user's harassing me? I got evidence of that or whatever, right? Sure, something like that, 100% professional. But I'm not interested in like hearing about other stuff, and I appreciate you understanding. Okay.
And I appreciate you being kind and understanding and accepting my apology.
No, yeah, of course, 100%. And then
Thank you.
Anything anyone else want to get out real quick?
Nope.
Okay. All right, cool. And then that's totally fine. And all right, thank you. Okay, you're welcome to hang around the chat and talk with us, of course.
Yeah, I'm sorry for sending you so much. I mean, maybe I don't think it's so much, but it's still so much to you, and I'm sorry. There it is. I really care about censorship in games to the point. Yeah, it's very bad.
When you're a content creator, you're going to get a lot of people who are sending you a lot of stuff all the time. I kind of get used to it, but you were like one of the first people as a content creator who I was, getting bombarded messages from, and I'm like, I'm not interested in like 99% of this. So I was, Anyway, it's so, as a content creator, I'm finding my feet with all this stuff, and at the time I was very new to it. I wasn't expecting to have someone message me dozens of times a day. It seemed like, but we're good now.
Yeah, because I have no life. I have.
Well, I told you should take a break and like
mind.
go live your life and like not get hooked up on the internet shit. I still think you should do that, to be clear.
Yeah, I guess my idea of living my life would be to advocate for this, to try and dispel all this and fight against censorship. And I have no idea how to do it, but I'm going to keep writing companies, doing what I can, what little I can, even contacting the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, the National Coalition Against Censorship, and the Free Speech Coalition, respectively, and a few more, even the ACLU about some of this stuff, kind of affairs. And yeah, I've been spinning my gears, and you're absolutely right.
If you're interested,
I don't know you at all, and all I have to say to most of that is that I was deathly afraid of becoming you when I got done with GamerGate after Airplay, because I feel the same way. Every day I feel like there's more I could have done to get the message out or to make the movement, more heard, or to get the story straight on it. Yeah. And I feel like I could have spent the last 10 years of my life stuck in that hole trying to figure it out. So when other people give you the advice of, hey, maybe take a break, I'll tell you what, being involved in non-political communities and getting out of the discussion and the fog around all of it was really beneficial for me personally. And just like in the development of my life, the outward perception of my views, and taking the circumstances of GamerGate and all of those things I learned from it into account to help me work through situations that were similar to it, right? Like there's a certain point where you as the individual have done everything in your power, right? That's, I guess, my best way of putting it.
Yeah, you're only one person. And look, a lot of people here will tell you probably that they spent way too much time like super sucked into this at the expense of living their real life. I mean, I'll tell you that, at least from my own personal experiences.
Yeah, I'm definitely there as well.
I'd rather be done with all this.
I do not make that a distinction, and I don't think I have the emotional development or mental development or maturity to separate those things just yet. Maybe I'm just still stuck.
Well, what are you doing? Like, are you going to like the park, or like what are you doing? Like, you have hobbies, presumably?
Well, I play video games, but it's just not getting me anything, getting me anywhere. And some of the games I like are censored and everything else because of the fallout from all this. And I think I could spend my life in service to something. Maybe even it's a sacrifice I would love to make if it actually were to get anywhere. If one person or 3 people can ruin an industry, despite the political milieu allowing it, surely there's got to be something or some voice that you can just talk to somebody and talk to other people and maybe make things a little bit better.
Well, that's largely a mirror of my experience, unfortunately. Me obsessing over trying to archive literally everything has not been the best place for me, so when I
Yeah.
say I'd rather be done with it, I really do mean that.
Oh, doesn't the best activist want to be obsolete?
And look, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be an activist, but you need to balance it. You need a balance in your life, and that's something I'm struggling with to this day. I still don't know how to strike that right balance. But it's totally fine to have things you care about, yeah. But you just it can't be everything. And I've seen what happens. I've seen one of the people I've interviewed. He's pretty open about it. Captain Carbine. He became so obsessed with the culture war that it drove him to a really dark spot. And I hope he's doing better now. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. But yeah, he pushed away his friends. He lost his friends because of this stuff, and he became really jaded and bitter, and was not good. I've seen that happen with a lot. Look at the
I didn't lose
a lot
all
of the
of my
GT Revolt
friends,
people
but
have a similar.
I've also lost
This
friends.
is not something that's fun to do. I don't enjoy being involved with the culture war. I've made plenty of sacrifices to get to this point, and I look forward to little more than the day when I can say that video games are saved and media in general is saved, and this is over, and I don't need to do it anymore, and I can just go back to my life and go back to enjoying my hobbies.
I'm not so sure that will
That's
ever
never
happen
gonna
because we
happen.
don't
There's
know how
always
to
gonna be
organize. We don't
something
know
to
how to
come up.
make a 501c3. That it will never happen if we keep just spinning our gears unless we localize and organize or something, because they can do it. Somehow they don't rest. It's a very asymmetrical war. And
Yeah, and
unfortunately, I
even
also see them.
Comicsgate, if you look at them trying to create a parallel market, and even that with something as simple as comic books, it's sort of hard to create a parallel economy to sort of compete
Look,
with
I don't.
the bigger game
People in
studios.
I don't think
succeeded are the people who didn't use the Comicsgate label. Common America, Rippaverse, those are real successes, but the actual core Comicsgate got completely dragged down into the black hole of Ethan Van Sciver.
And then
Yes,
infighting and
trust
everything
me, I
else.
know about that. Let's not get into that train wreck.
I think what makes Gamergate unique is that all of us seem to have an end goal.
One that we don't seem to be able to reach or even get
Just
an inch
because we're
toward.
not able to reach it doesn't mean that we don't have an end goal for
Right.
I don't
things
think
like
things are that
equality.
hopeless, by the way. I
and
don't
things
think
like
things are that
feminism.
hopeless, Oso. I think if you look at the last year and you look at all of the woke games that have absolutely bombed, and the ones that we have gotten behind, the ones that people like Mark Kern have advocated and have supported, have generally done well. I think that things are very much going our way. It is a long war. It is not over, but we are winning. The winds are at our back at this point, finally.
Yeah,
We
but
have
what
an
would
end
the activists do
goal. That's what's
afterwards?
important.
Okay, when the next thing comes up. Okay.
Yeah,
But
how are we
here's-
going to? If we are winning, then how are we going to position ourselves in a way to overtake the power vacuum?
Unfortunately, I think we're going to need to back off once we win. In part
But
because
those who actually gain power in a movement will not sort of let up that power so easily, unless look at the whole thing with Caesar and stuff. S2 Brutus.
right, but I
Okay.
think that we actually have standards as people who I've met throughout Gamergate that we will actually back off once we actually succeed. I do
Well, what
believe
is-
that
what
we
is-
will stop.
I hope that's true.
What is the?
But go ahead.
What are the? What are the? What exactly is winning? What is the end goal?
That's
Well,
certainly
there's
interesting.
a metric
For me,
for a
winning
long
was
time
hosting SPJ Airplay. Like helping Koretsky to do that, to put the message out, to get it to as many people as possible. He had 34,000 concurrent viewers for the AM stream. It was the number one trending topic on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Like I could not have tried any harder and gotten a better result. That is the largest CCD concurrent viewer, right, that I've ever had on a live stream ever.
Yeah,
right.
even
Like,
if it wasn't the results, you did something. You did something great, and at the end of the day, you do not have that regret.
Yeah,
And
I
thanks
envy that.
to you, I have a movie that
It's a good movie.
that I'm.
You asked
promoting.
me
like
what
the AM
winning
part.
looks like.
Yeah.
I've often in arguments, in rhetorical arguments with woke people, where they've tried to argue, oh no, nothing's being changed, nothing's being censored, nobody's taking your video games away. I've said, okay, cite 10 Western AAA games made in the last 5 years that have a female character as sexy and as scantily clad as, say, Cindy from Final Fantasy 15 or Jade from Mortal Kombat 9. I've used a few different characters as the benchmark. And I have not found one single SJW who has been willing to even make the attempt to do it. Because they know
That
they
would be
can.
sexist
They
to
know
do
they're
it.
never going to be able to meet that standard. But for any
Well, they probably
5-year
think you're
period,
sexist also, but
for any 5-year period before Anita Sarkeesian showed up, you could meet that standard. Those characters were never the only way
that's because
women
the
were
left is
represented
trying
in
to
games.
change
Oh, yeah,
beauty
it's even besides
standards,
the
and
point.
it's stupid as all
There
hell. Okay,
was
they are trying to
a
do it.
supply of them. There was a supply of them that meets the demand. So I guess when that comes back, when you can look at the last 5 years of Western AAA gaming and cite 10 examples of playable or narratively significant female characters, not, random stripper number 2 in GTA 6.
Yeah.
Who meet that standard, then I guess that would be the point where I would declare victory and say, okay, this is good enough. We don't need to push further. We simply need to move to a defensive posture and
They
make sure
fucking
they don't just take it away from us.
Yeah,
They
I think the
fucking
This is
idea that
why
we
I
should argue.
unconsciously
King of Fighters.
drifted away from Western video games for a long time. So, well, except for a few franchises.
They made
I'm into
mine from
Japanese
King of
games
Fighters.
mostly.
What are we even talking about? Let's go back and center on the very conceit that the idea that such women in games were bad. I think we should address that and have a conversation about that, because everyone complains about over sexualization and everything else as if there is and exists an appropriate amount. And I think we're becoming more prudish. And this should be totally against the social justice idea. This is entirely against feminism itself, where women as chaste, and like Liana Kresner said in one of the interviews, that it is everything's boring, everything's brunette. Instead of actually having diversity, we have a bottleneck and a war. We
There
do
would be
not have
so many good
equal anything.
reasons to have people here, like Chris Ferguson or maybe Brianna Wu would be able to answer some of these questions. I think interestingly enough.
Their argument is typically that a real woman chooses what she wears and a video game character is essentially a puppet. The problem with that argument is that they remain a puppet if they're dressed modestly too. If you don't you have to pick either a Watsonian or a Doyleist analytical lens, either in or out of universe. If you are analyzing the work from an in-universe perspective, then you have to accept that character agency is a thing, and you
And they're
have to
choosing to
accept
dress
that
that way.
these stories,
Otherwise, then they're
these
objects,
are
and there we
these
go.
are people choosing what they wear. And if you look at it from an out-of-universe perspective, then they are not people. They are not women. They are
They're
pixels.
polygons. They are pixels on the
And
screen.
nothing
Bingo.
that happens to them matters. So either they are not being objectified because they're choosing to dress like this, or as fictional characters, they are inherently and irrevocably objects, and they can never not be objectified, and that's simply the nature of fiction.
Yeah, I mean, heck, referring to someone as your mother is technically objectifying her in relation to you. In fact, well, we also have the scientific evidence that such depictions do not cause or inspire sexist attitudes. But let's even go further, that even some feminists have argued that could there ever be positive objectification? And I think I had a link on that somewhere. God knows, in my bookmarks. And yeah, there could be some positive ideas. There could be something that to value a man as your pillow is like something as like profound love and like a warmth and a
It's almost
comfort.
Can I offer a weird, like, sort of what you were saying, in universe or like in fiction perspective on this for a second, from an anime perspective?
We
love anime.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, though,
Okay,
before I'm gonna step out, can I leave you kids alone for 15 minutes?
No.
Yeah, okay.
I hope so.
Porcelain's in charge, okay?
I'm
God.
leaving in like 10 minutes. So if anyone still has questions.
Right,
Your stream's offline and you're banned from YouTube.
In universe anime answer. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, just and everyone can yell at me, but just this idea, this perspective, this example. Okay.
I'm gonna post all the porn.
No. Okay, but in the universe perspective, anime.
So like in anime, I would say there are good examples of like characters being objectified and characters that in universe are liberated or are choosing to do this. And a good example, I think, is in the very popular anime Spice and Wolf. There's this character Holo, and Holo is a basically a pagan wolf god who takes on a human form. And Holo, a lot of the time in the anime, isn't wearing anything by choice and knows how humans perceive a human not wearing clothes. But also because she's a wolf, she understands that but doesn't care, because from her wolf perspective, she thinks it's funny. Yeah, and then as a contrast, I would say that you also see in anime the objective version of this, or of how characters are treated, where the camera is panning around in a way that is objectifying the character, like the upskirt shots and whatnot. And I think that there is an argument there that in that situation, it's it's kind of fourth wall breaking, but the camera is objectifying the character by choosing.
They've even made in universe jokes, like looking up Ashley's skirt or 2B in video games. They've actually, but I just wanted to bring that up. Continue.
I like the personally.
And somehow that is
like
given
the
a
Bayonetta
moral
approach
judgment as
where she
wong
seems to know the
because
camera
of disgust. Sorry.
Yeah,
Just
like
sorry to talk
Bayonetta
over
very
you.
clearly is choosing. Like that's part
It's
of
simply-
her characterization. She chooses to be the way she is and to present.
Yes, and the
way
left
she
should be
is.
for, because they're pro sex work, okay? Pro female. They should be for all this, but it's
but
Moth
I
and
think those
Bailey.
things
A
that-
lot of
those
people
things
use
are-
that sort of Moth and Bailey tactic.
those
for
things
moving
are
the goalpost.
contextual. Like one example that I've seen woke people object to is a particular move that Chun-Li does in some Street Fighter games that causes her, I don't know if you'd even call it a skirt, her sort of loincloth on her classic costume to flip up.
Oh, she is
and-
wearing tights.
Sexy side split Chinese dress.
do
Very
do a
sexy.
sort
Very
of panty
sexy.
shot. And oh my god, she's being objectified. And my argument is
No, it's not.
no. Chun-Li is a participant in the World Warrior tournament.
Distraction.
This is a, major martial arts tournament.
And Chun-Li
even
she
fit.
decided
dress on
what to
herself.
wear to that.
Yeah.
She knows which of her moves are going to cause a shockwave. So if her loincloth is flipping up and flashing the audience, then she's doing that for attention. It's part of her shtick in this giant MMA tournament that she's in.
It's not even causing any shock. It's not
really
anything there. I think we're already giving it too much credit. It's not anything shock. It's not to titillate, not to distract, not to anything. It's people making that moral judgment themselves and projecting.
I mean, I think if you look at it in universe, you would see it as Chun-Li as essentially a martial arts entertainer entertaining the crowd.
I don't even think it's entertainer. She's just doing a move. She's just doing a move with and she actually
And there's
has
also a
tights.
practical argument for this also, okay? More clothes would be more restrictive, okay? You want to have the best moveset. There's plenty of arguments in universe to defend that.
It's all a customerization of like.
Even then,
that was actually the argument I made for Xenosaga. So
yeah, like
I just want to interject.
There's another person who played Xenosaga. Cool.
This is this is an entire argument that can be summed up with the context matters statement.
Context,
it always does.
So,
okay.
so
There is
so-
also over complex.
because
Okay.
I disagree because
over
of this.
context.
There is no need for any fiction to respect context or even act in a respectful way. There is no
there's no
obligation.
need, but most good
But
fiction
it's
does
definitely going
respect
to
its
keep the
context.
person's focus on whatever media property
you
he's
have
trying to
look
get
at
across
this-
to audience.
You have to look at this stuff in terms of what the fiction is trying to do. If you're looking at some, let's face it, objectively low artistic quality ecchi anime that is about, trying to entertain teenage boys by upskirting fictional teenage girls and having them go, oh, I'm so embarrassed and all that.
It's cringe.
Okay,
But-
this is not trying to be anything more than what it is. It is basically softcore porn. This is just, mindless, turn your brain off, see panties and boobies entertainment. But if you're talking
It's
about
also a
something-
problem that it's a trope in anime to do this sort of fan service stuff.
if
But
you're
I see what
talking
you're
about
saying.
As I said
something that
before,
is
though,
trying to be
Where it was-
more in depth, that is trying to be art, then yes, context does need to matter. What you are depicting needs to make some sense. There needs to be internally consistent logic to it.
Yeah, well, what
I
I
may
was trying
use-
to get at
I
here.
sorry.
Sorry.
I
Here you go.
think that argument is too close to the social justice, the idea of their conceit of their argument, and it's still incorrect. Panty shots and all that stuff, it's still art. You
Yeah,
to
I
call
think
it
there's
low
a
quality
different
or high
argument that
quality
they will up
is a
the
judgment.
panty shots for the gimmick. It's more of a marketing tactic to stand out. Okay, we got to up the last
the
guy.
reason-
Okay, it's brain dead.
Besides that,
The reason
I
why
think
I
that's all
brought it
beside
up-
the point. I think that's calling art bad for doing that, or having this kind of implicit moral judgment or lack of depth on that. You can have both at the same time.
Yeah. No,
and
the
one is
reason
not
why-
exclusive to the other.
I
want to hear
the-
for
Yeah,
it.
we took a
The reason why I
sidetrack.
brought
Let's
it
get
up,
back to it.
the reason why I brought it up
Stop,
was just
let the
because
teacup speak.
the reason why I brought it up was just to sort of point out how you can mince these things down. Like it's not a binary. Either art is seen from the point of view of characters have no agency or they have entire agency. There's all these weird degrees going on. There's the camera is almost its own leering entity sometimes versus what characters choose in universe to do with themselves and all these different kinds of things. And I was just trying to point out how it's a nuanced argument that's being oversimplified for outrage.
Right, and
It's
even
also
then,
for
can I just
understandability and simplicity. Okay,
can I just
it's
interject?
simplicity.
I have like 5 minutes here, so if someone wants to ask any more questions about GG Archive or GG Historia, they can chime away right now.
Where is the archive
me the
being
links.
hosted, and how is it being organized?
It's being
Stop,
hosted
let the
on
kitty
Mega.
speak.
It's
On Mega?
being hosted on Mega for now. I'm paying for it. I'm paying for a big amount of space because there's a lot to archive. I think Tachyon has a link. He should post it in his Discord. You should badger him about that.
No, I'm not doing that. I've done it enough.
Yeah. But I can send a link to anyone who's interested. Just DM me or something. It's going to be organized. I have a small folder organization process here. Let me just.
I do have one other question about. Is there anything about the retro gaming scene, like with the Amigo or with the predecessor that completely failed before the Amigo? Anything about that in the archive? I'm just curious.
I mean, it's mostly stuff relating directly to Gamergate and the resulting culture wars. So it would have to relate directly.
I am just curious if like the Amigo stuff sort of came, the retro gaming boom that happened after Gamergate is sort of related to Gamergate. That's what I've gotten interested in recently. But
there is a small. I have been paying attention. There is a small undercurrent, but it's not very prominent in the same way.
Okay.
Basically, my folder organization. My plan is once I get all those bookmarks archived and all the Twitter and Reddit links that I have archived, I'm gonna sort them. I have a bunch of folders open for those places and subfolders within those for certain people. It's very big already. There's like 37,000 items already in this archival folder.
Out of those 37,000 items, right?
Yeah.
Which one would you say is probably the most important? And if you had to only give one of them to somebody in the future, like a historian, and the archive is lost, and this is the only way that they'll remember GG, what do you think would have been the highest value out of that archive?
It's not one thing, unfortunately, because Gamergate as a historical moment is broad enough that actually legitimately summarizing it is something I have to leave to the historians who are going to use this archive. So I do have a folder in here that has all the Gamers Are Dead articles.
You have backups.
Yes.
God
I
damn,
backed
it's
them up.
literally been 10 years. We are a history project.
Believe me, I know. But I have it backed up on several hard drives. Let me see. What's the size of this folder? Calculating size.
While you're getting the size of it, okay, tell us.
98.84 gigabytes so far of PDFs and images. No videos yet. Not many videos. I am interested.
Over time.
Yes. Over the past 10 years, I've been monitoring Reddit, Twitter, various forums, and archiving what I can, bookmarking. Before 2017, I am using Internet Archive and stuff for when I need it to archive various stuff. But the problem with my methodology beforehand was I was bookmarking stuff instead of PDFing it.
And then it rots.
Yeah, I have an archiving process if anyone is interested in helping me do this. I have a process lined up for people to contribute to the archive eventually. I can also reply in DMs if anyone is interested. This is an ongoing project, and if you feel it's important, I feel like this is the best for winning the long war, as I've said in my GG Historia server. Because historians, when they look back, they're going to need data. They're going to need actual evidence that stuff like the moral panics existed, like the false allegations, all that sorts of stuff.
Have you ever thought about putting out a book or some kind of hard copy?
Tachyon's already putting out a book. I mentioned earlier in this stream that I technically kind of wanted to try a podcast in the vein of hardcore history, stylistically.
More books couldn't hurt. More podcasts couldn't hurt.
Yeah, I guess I could eventually write a longer tome.
I actually thought we'd last for 10 years when we first started.
I know, right?
Yeah, you could actually just do the stream, and get the. you can do the stream and get the transcription.
And somebody, maybe someone out there, can do the power mapping to get it to the right people. The advertisers and the hedge fund managers and everything else in corporate, because goodness knows they don't know. And, like, they're too busy running a goddamn company for that.
Yeah, my goal for this archive is to have as many people as possible use it. My goal for this archive.
About us 10 years going.
Yeah, maybe
They still
maybe even
try to mention our name. They still try to summon us.
Mm-hmm.
It tells me that we are a stronger influence than they want to admit.
Yeah, my goal for this archive is to have it open to anyone who has a link, basically.
Right. That, or if we're not a strong influence, they want to reiterate by repetition the lie, because you lie long enough, it becomes normalized. And, like, it's almost as if the discussion about anime and all that stuff was still almost giving the conceit to the male gaze, which has left containment from its academic, no, it wasn't even, hell, male gaze wasn't even supposed to be used as an academic term. It was like beat poetry and it's like some film criticism. And
Yeah,
even
but
then,
anyways, I'm gonna hop off now. You guys,
Right.
happy 10-year anniversary to GamerGate! Yay!
You're welcome.
We did make it.
anniversary.
Keep up the good
We're
fight,
alive.
everyone, and discuss amicably.
Oh yeah.
God, we've been a married couple for 10 years. Jesus Christ.
I'm divorced. I don't know about all of you. I've been out of it for a long while.
Shut up.
As we were saying,
I'm going to make you my bottom bitch.
The whole term "male gaze" that was invented by the theater critic Laura Mulvey, who,
and then they made the film Order of the Sphinx, right?
Yeah, and my as it turns out, my film theory professor, who Bruce Kaywin, was a contemporary of Laura Mulvey, and when he brought it up, he was like, "Yeah, gaze theory is pretty much nonsense."
I'm not even sure it was supposed to be meant like that. In fact, the Fine Young Capitalist had a whole blog post about that. Two of them. I mean, I linked one and put it in the general, and then there was also another one, like, kind of harping on about, like, how it was like a boring film and kind of nonsense, kind of like the pass-fail Bechdel test, which would rubbish the women in Oppenheimer for not Oppenheimer, the Enigma Machine, Turing, that film that came out, and how it would rubbish them women as being objectified or not being a feminist film. That pass-fail
you
thing.
mean,
But you think it's like anything, like trigger warnings or trauma and everything else, when it leaves academic containment.
No,
And then
I
it's
just-
misused.
Yeah, I guess sometimes the reason why I will use sort of terminology that I don't necessarily agree is real or exists or whatnot is that I'm coming from sort of a devil's advocate perspective and kind of more of the a perspective of wanting to sit in the thing that somebody claims is real and then pick it apart from the inside out. Like, okay, let's
Well, you
say the
can't do
male
that.
gaze
You'll
is a
get
thing.
affected.
Then why
Oh, wait,
don't
no.
we start tearing it out from the tearing it up from the inside out, kind of thing?
Also,
that's hard
maybe
to
you could also
understand
do it-
something to take it apart. It's better just to hit it with a rock from the outside and hope it goes away.
Oh, that is a
I
totally
actually
valid
agree with that.
tactic too.
Or not
I
even use
agree
their
with your
language.
personal tactic of understanding the ideas. Because when you understand some of these ideas, they're like, how does people logically make sense of some of these ideas within a critical theory
Also,
framework?
what's actually wrong with men gazing? As
There
real,
is nothing wrong. That's the
actual
thing.
flesh and blood humans, should we not take precedence over fictitious characters, female or otherwise?
Oh, if you want
I
to
think
go,
it's a
if you want
conceit
to
about
go
the robot
here,
girlfriends.
Sorry.
There
I
is
think
an
the
argument
conceit-
against robot girlfriends in the future, and the Futurama that guys will stop actually
That doesn't
having
seem
wives
like-
because of.
Well,
That sounds like
I
a
say
horse of
there's
a
an
different color.
argument for it. Doesn't
That sounds like
mean
a
it's a
horse of
good
a
argument.
different color,
Okay,
though.
doesn't mean it's a good argument.
And I'm not sure if it's relevant because that's a horse of a different color. The thing is, I think the conceit of the argument is that some things are normalized. The idea of critical theory or anything else, or Paulo Freire, or the elements of meaning, or what have you.
I'm probably not
Agree,
even
and
having the
it's,
right ones. But
simplified in anti-racism. Okay, anti-racism is just CRT for the masses. Okay, it's just
or
repackaged
normalizing this or
CRT.
whatever. Yeah.
Think about it
Yeah.
like
In
this.
Like
fact,
the
historians.
McKinsey Institute.
So
I'm not so
they
sure that the Kinsey Institute has anything to do with that, but it's critical theory thinking that
That's queer theory that they have a problem
queer.
with.
Oh, I thought that
Go
you
on.
said everything else. Yeah, I think
I
it's
think
kind of
that
co-opted.
there's
Hold
a
on,
lot of
I had a thought
pushback.
here. Yeah, I think there's a lot of pushback because because sex is seen as icky. That somehow our natural emotions are seen as icky. It's as if we're so repressed in the 50s and everything else, and then we see this decadence in the 80s and 90s, and then we want to go back to it because crisis has happened, 9/11 happened, and we want to go back to a time where it's more safe or anything else. Or these critical theorists and everything else keep marching through the institutions and have this invasive idea.
Yeah, and they're
they
usually proven to be scam artists at the end.
Let me
Okay,
stop
Black
for a
Lives
moment.
Matter, the
Let me
founders.
stop for a
Let me not
moment.
get too deep into that.
Let Teacup express what she wants to say.
Oh, so I just want to I want to follow up on Oso's kind of mention where excuse me. So when you say like people are afraid or aren't sure about admitting, sort of inner feelings or how we have emotions or feelings that we, that we try to cover up or whatnot. Maybe I misheard who said that exactly. But if you want to go deep on that, something to consider is that a lot of denial of natural behavior is based around people being uncomfortable with the idea of admitting that there is a relationship or a direct connection between humans and animals. That we often like to think of ourselves as elevated, that because we are intelligent, we're above any
fear of
sort
the
of
beast are our own souls.
yeah, but this idea that like, oh well, the male gaze is bad because we should be above that because we're humans, and it's like, no, I don't know. I'm sorry, my brain got scrambled there, but
the people who want to argue that the male gaze is bad for that reason are never going to go out against the Fujoshis or Fudanshis or any of the
There are some
female
who do.
romance novels
There is
because the
there is
feminine
this
gaze.
purity
Yeah,
culture,
like
purity
Brianna
spiral.
Wu's getting weird with stuff, but I think she's turned practical. But yeah, I agree for the most part.
Woo is going to woo.
Have sex with it. Huh?
Well, there's also
she's actually
the purity
gaining some
culture.
prominence.
I actually got an apology out of Wu, believe
Stop.
it or not.
Stop. Really? Let her finish.
Let who finish?
What? Oh,
Were
no,
you
no, I'm
finished?
done. I'm done. Good. Talk.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, like
Thing is, it's also- I
Brianna
think it's
Wu
also
went
a
on
purity
a
spiral.
couple.
Sorry.
Brianna
Well, the
Wu
thing
went
is,
on a couple of panels, like Stitch and Adam. Hey, go.
You're getting cut off. Sorry,
I'm
sir.
saying you're good to go now. So go.
All right. So, what do you think is acceptable levels of sexiness, as it were?
That's ultimately a judgment call. That's not for me to make. That's not for anyone to make. That's a good question to ask. Like, what is
According
the
to my
proper
corporate overlords, the Twitch terms of service mandate that there be no underboob and that the crotch region
Underboob is one
be
of the best
obscured
forms.
to an equivalent of boy shorts.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's like these are advertisers and
that
everyone else is
matters
making
in
the
terms of the
call.
monetization on a platform. Like there just as a small example of who's deciding what isn't acceptable. That is the standard that I have to live by as a Twitch streamer, not going into
Advertising and all that other shit. They have too much goddamn power.
All right.
I'm not very active as
Stop,
Grey Tide
stop,
anymore.
stop. Boobs, vagina, or thighs? Which is best?
Boobs.
Homosexual. I have no.
I
have
was
no
supposed to
anything.
be, but
I'm homosexual.
Again, subjective. Okay.
You went straight for the
Personally,
crotch.
I was ruined by Madonna back. So
I think we're kind of getting off the conversation of like
Yeah,
section the male gaze, but
yes,
I
sorry.
identify as cardboard, but I know aesthetically what other people think, so I don't know. So I don't know.
Shut the fuck up.
Damn. We're oppressing
Hey.
women right now in this chat.
No, I'm not oppressing her.
I know.
She knows me,
She wants
and
to be
I know
cardboard.
her.
Let her be cardboard. Did the deer
I
gender?
know her,
you
and
know.
she knows me.
Secret veteran handshake. Yes. Okay.
I also think it's because there's creators that are teen or teenage and they're told over and over again not to do this, not to do that, and to be on the watch out for predators, and rightly so. There's also an element that goes overboard where people purity police, if only to give more clout to themselves. And also, we're in the panopticon of social media.
Boobs
Well, the quarantine. Someone brought up all the sort of things that sort of is causing problems. The lockdown, I think, made the whole country go a little insane in different ways.
Oh, that was a magical place. A magical time.
I'm not so sure. We see a
Depends
lot
on
of this
where you
open
were.
abuse on Twitter with ZZ. We also saw with Rizzy Draws, that was open abuse, that was open harassment. There's been more than other, like the Steven Universe affair, where even the creators of the show had to step in and say, cut the bullying out, simply because someone perceived as Rose Quartz as being drawn too thin. Or, no, wait, it was Garnet being drawn as a different wrong skin tone, allegedly. And she's a rock. She is a union between two. And it's just how it is. It's absolute insanity on how this goes, and people don't seem to understand that even the Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition ruling and how that works. Romeo and Juliet would be seen as obscene materials and need to be banned and would be considered illegal if they were to have their way.
You know that the actress who was in the 60s Romeo and Juliet was not allowed to go to the premiere of her own movie because it had boobs in it and she was a minor. They were her boobs.
Yeah, that's a bit ick, but yeah. Thing is, it's like defending creative expression is hard because you always have to defend the bastard. The rights of the bastard are ultimately the rights of you.
Yeah.
I'm back.
What was that thing Gina Carano got canceled for?
The real
Oh, that's
question
because
is,
she
do you
actually
prefer the
pointed that.
60s version or the 90s version with Leonardo DiCaprio and all the
Frog,
gangsters in
ask
LA?
Tack the question. Ask Tack the question.
The 60s is just classic.
Uh-oh, what's the question?
The question of capitalist alienation and how corporations are trying to dictate what we do and say and undermine our rights. Because I'm all about, I'd like to talk about that with the advertisers and like how the credit card companies and all that other stuff, or some son of a bitch that wrote a op-ed in the New York Times suddenly getting the, what the blood is it? Oh, you said 92 gigabytes. Oh my, that's a big one. I thought it was 9 gigabytes
Thoughtful
because you had it compressed.
self-dedication is impressive. And by the way, he wants Vincent to join the Discord server for GG Historia. He said that before you came on,
advocate
Vincent.
for a financial services neutrality act. We
Yeah,
should
I
have
was
something like common carrier, but for payment processors. This would make the right happy because it would protect their free speech and their right to say controversial things. It would make the left happy because it would protect sex workers. We should have
Yeah, there was something
a
about that
rule
in
that
2021.
says that payment processors
Or no.
must process any legal transaction, just like common carriers have to connect any legal call or deliver any legal package, and are not allowed to discriminate based on content.
Yeah, I linked something in general just about that, and I think it was put the kibosh when Biden put the office. The finalized rules requiring large banks to provide fair access and the like. There's also talk of the Free Speech Coalition and their advocacy making a credit union of their own.
To answer the earlier question, which I clearly dodged, it's I value women for their incredible personalities and intellectual contributions.
Shut the fuck up.
So are you saying you don't like Quiet?
I don't
Well,
dislike
she is
Quiet.
an intellectual. Quiet is incredibly an intellectual piece on the value of free speech and like how thought parasites can actually go. It's almost self censorship. You cannot. That's why it's she is part of the idea of censorship along with Code Talker, especially how in the days that Navajo Code Talkers were needed for the war, and how Navajo and a lot of the indigenous Americans were screwed
I
over. They
think
could
you
not
might
even
have
speak their own language.
misunderstood you from the time being. I'll look into it.
That the parasite has infected her ability to speak and everything else.
English.
So she is very much bestial. She is there. She is a commentary on like ideas that some of the ideas that we're combating, that self-censorship or social tact or the community deciding what we can and cannot say, and how the Overton window has been slammed on our fingers.
Yeah, you have to wonder if that's why Kojima sort of had his dispute with Capcom. Calcom? Ugh, I'm going silly.
Konami.
on me. Probably not. Probably not. He's one of
I
those
don't think it
all-stars.
is with Konami because they probably were doing. They were so money hungry they probably would do it anyway. I'm not sure, but I don't think that was the falling out. But Kojima did say that if those who disrespect Quiet don't know, and they will feel sorry afterward, like those who do not like Quiet and her design. I've never seen such moralizing, and you'd expect better from sex-positive feminists than, and they did. No, we actually no, scratch that. They did defend Quiet. They did have them, the sex-positive feminists that were left over.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the crazies just seem to just take the
Well, that's
inmates on the
because
asylum.
intersectional feminism is really out there. Okay, I think that's just
The intersection
I
is
talked to an
known to have a
intersectionalist, and
high
she's like on our
frequency
side.
of
She's sympathetic.
activists. Please,
I
please
talk-
look both ways before crossing the intersection.
If intersectionally gets anything right, intersectionalism itself may actually be a good idea to account for everything. The thing is,
I'm not
for more identities.
I'm not
There's a
saying
lot
it-
of identities that we do not give a shit about that are invisible or otherwise. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to account for the elderly because they do not have access to snow blowing or clean driveways, and that can actually do in their health. Intersectionality, you have to go to further and further and further granularity, and at the end, you end up with individual rights because there is no one more vulnerable and no minority smaller.
It's still, yeah. Let me not go down that pathway, okay? I would have to.
And even
derail
then,
this
if we,
train.
yeah, and even if we had the intersectionally that, I do not know why they're obsessed with fiction. They could make their own, and sometimes they do. Sometimes it's good,
Yeah.
sometimes it's bad. Some of the woke shit is actually pretty good, like the idea of trans rights, and some of that woke stuff, pretty all right. Like people criticize Steven Universe or the Red Strings Club for being too bad, but it's actually there. I mean, the Red Strings Club is actually, people got mad at that because, well, you know, nothing's ever good enough for their tribe or something.
No,
Well,
the
and I will-
fandom, I think the political, the sort of a extremeness going on is even affecting the fucking fandoms. Sorry,
I think
cursing.
I think
okay,
there
but the
I think
fandom.
there are a lot of problems with wokeness. I think that
Oh, yeah.
there are socially progressive games that I enjoy. And I also
Yeah.
I also think that the idea and value of diversity is actually really important. I think that that's actually a big takeaway from GamerGate. I mean, GamerGate, look at all of us here. We all everyone who came in throughout the stream, we have very different perspectives and ideas about a huge array of topics. And I think
Okay, but
that
that's
our diversity.
intellectual diversity.
Well, I think that
I don't-
it's, I don't think
kind
it's
of diversity they advocate.
well.
Let's stop using the word diversity.
It's intellectual
Let's-
diversity, but I also think also it's also diversity of background and experiences that people have too, which does play a role, like which race and gender can affect and play a role in.
I think we're still playing their game by still using that word diversity. It has been repeated so often and stretched beyond any semblance of idea. Diversity as a strength and everything else. It's mantra at that point.
And like
What does it even mean?
I
It
can
means anything good.
recognize male or female voices, but I have no idea who on this stream might be white or black or Asian. I don't know, and I don't care.
Yeah, and that's assumed male, assumed female, and all the like. And
I'm 50% Irish, 25% German. 12.5% finish, and I have some fucking Jew in me.
We're still we're still playing that identity trap.
Yo soy del
Or still
GamerGate
be
y
a doctor
estoy
because the
aquí
ideal
para
number of Jews to
ayudar.
have in you is 0.
Hey,
enough of those jokes.
Now. I haven't burned any of them yet.
Okay.
May I say something about
We're
when
I think we're missing the point. We're
Yeah.
still using the language of that bullcrap. That the idea that we're separate or because of our identities and everything else. We're still
I mean, even
giving
if
the
we
conceit
can be
to that
separate.
idea.
Identity politics is divisive in nature. I think a colorblind approach
Oh,
to
absolutely.
Yeah,
these
sure.
sort of
Yes.
things
It is-
are way more efficient.
No, I agree
Yeah,
completely.
identity
I think
politics.
that
Oh, sorry.
I agree completely that looking at treating people on an individual level colorblind is useful, and viewing people that way through the law is, of course, I think how we should approach things legally. But I think that there is value in trying to seek out voices that might not otherwise be heard.
Depends on the issue.
Yeah, but I do understand the concern with using their language. That they can co-opt it and other things like that. Just say
No, I mean we're
want
still
other
playing by their.
perspectives. Okay.
That's still playing by their rules. That's still the idea. Diversity, this diversity as our strength. That's still giving that mantra.
I think it is our strength. I think that what makes America great, and I think that what makes humans great, is that we have a huge array of diversity within ourselves, and that it takes all different types of people to build a successful civilization. I think using the word diversity is fine. I think using the word diversity is fine. I think that it's good.
The vast majority of human history and the vast majority of human civilization building was done at a time and at a technology level where civilizations, for the most part, could not be very diverse simply because of the geographic challenges associated with getting a whole bunch of people of diverse ethnic backgrounds together in one location. I don't think that there is some magical gain that is unlocked by having a bunch of people of different races, different sexes, different sexual orientations, what have you, working on some project or in some space together. I don't think that inherently helps or hinders the project.
Yes, it hinders it creates projects that are pretty much made for everyone, not offensive to anyone, not pushing anyone anywhere. You create
I think
just
that
corporate
has
slop
more
that
to
way.
do with
Okay.
the ideologies present than the identities. The
Let's-
identities present,
I
I think,
agree.
is mostly a neutral thing. There are limited circumstances in
You
which
want talent
it might
over
be good or bad,
perspective,
but in
but
most
you
it's just neutral.
okay. Would you, if you were working on any sort of artistic project, would you want 10 of any one race just on the project, or would you, assuming they're the same quality and skills, or people with various backgrounds, 10 people, maybe different colors, maybe different genders? You had the same sort of qualifications for each one. Which one would you go with first? The
Whoever's
one with
cheaper.
whoever's
Whoever's
the one with
negotiating
different
for less
backgrounds.
in their
I would
salary.
choose the one with different
I'm a
backgrounds, I
money
think. But
grubbing bastard. I
they're
want
all-
my money.
If they're all equally qualified, I would prefer having a diverse group of people in terms of background.
No money option. I can spend as much money as possible.
If justice
I'm
is
curious
blind,
if any
then
of
so
you
shall
guys are,
Or you could
are
make even
familiar
more
with
money
the.
by spending less.
Thing
I'm
is,
curious if anyone's
we're
up
still
on
having
the
I can
Skull
choose-
Girl stuff.
I can
I'm
choose.
sort of diverted.
Hold on.
Remember when-
I can
sorry.
choose
Yeah.
10 people. I can choose 10 people. And I can spend as much money as I want for those 10 people.
Would you choose 10 people of a similar background or the 10 people with a different background?
I would choose Asians.
Oh, you would go with the single background? Bold
Yes.
choice. I can respect it since you're choosing Asians. Okay. I like a lot of the Eastern games, so I'm biased there.
I would choose
think we're
Asians
missing something.
without a doubt. I would choose Asians for an art project. If I
I
had to
think
choose
we're-
10 people without
That doesn't
Any
make
restrictions on money,
sense.
it would be Asians.
That doesn't make sense. That's like the Yi, I like what she was falsely criticized for. And yet, I think we're missing the point. We had talks about Trump polling well in demographics and racial demographics where it wasn't expected, such as Black and Hispanic. And that still is the othering. That idea of diversity and race, it's still that othering. Diverse backgrounds, what makes America great, is the idea and the experiment, not the races and everything else. It is the common goal.
Yes, I agree.
I
I think
agree.
that the
It's not-
common goal, I think the common goal has incorporated more and more people within it over the course of our history, and I think that that's made America stronger and better. That we've overcome for the most part, the prejudices of the past, or we're trying to, and I think that that's helped build a better society.
In fact, some people want to bring
And
some
identity
of those
politics
grievances
has
back.
probably divided us more.
Yeah, the
here's
entire
the
thing
thing.
is, I mean, Booker T called it out in 1911 that there is a class of individuals that keep the grievances of such people in the forefront of the American consciousness because, well, a lot of very powerful politicians would lose their jobs. That's what diversity consultants and the beta readers and sensitivity readers do. It is rent seeking. It's a great grift. It's a great way to make money.
Yeah,
know.
I don't
Like,
disagree.
I think ESG is going to sort of be scaled back, that boogeyman, because there's like beginning of this year, like the EU put more restrictions on them, more transparency between ESG. So I think that's partially the reason. There's also this social backlash, Black Lives Matter. Anyone hear about Kendi supposedly getting all this money to do this, to produce like virtually nothing and firing his whole staff?
Yeah, the
You
Institute
highlight
of
these examples.
Anti-Racism.
And getting paid for speeches.
I believe it was Stanford where he opened up an institute for anti-racism studies and produced no valuable
two
research
papers.
after 2 years and spent.
I think it was virtually useless. Also, yeah.
And yet, the president of that Harvard got a golden parachute and a yearly salary of six fucking figures. Good Lord, that's not exactly removing. It's the faculty that's the problem, not the university presidents. And that's the questions of anti-Semitism there. The thing is, it really is a grift. It's made to
Also,
separate
it's
us.
a bloated. It's funny how the diversity hiring needs diversity management, almost create it more bloating within every institute out there. Just created another layer.
Yeah. I mean, the taxpayers' money is infinite. And
they're doing
that's
that on the corporate
bloat.
level also now. Diversity places, okay. Diversity queues, okay. That's sort of what's making these games
Possibly
less
to avoid
focused.
a lawsuit. The sensitivity training was called out by
legal stuff.
Yeah, the diversity training and all that stuff, and the sensitivity training was called out by Penn and Teller for some time, and for every there was a
And
baseball
for a
player
while,
that
the
lost his-
libertarians were trying to create an alternative market to that, and there are a couple of consultancies who are more colorblind approach to this. I don't even want to call it DEI. It's more like a double blind interview for the resumes. Like that seems like a good idea to stop corporate bias.
That seems like
There's
a
some
fantastic
good ideas. Yeah,
because
it's not rooted.
The people that try to rubbish the double blind or the blind auditions actually were caught lying and falsifying their shit. And misrepresenting the set. Yeah, I mean, there was also a lot of anti-racist things that he just said. We made it the fuck up and everything else, and there was a lot of studies that had to be redacted or just everything else.
Chris Ferguson is talking about this sort of problem in research, okay? And the grievance studies showed how much of a sham this sort of gender study stuff is. Love the
it showed it to everybody except the people who needed to hear it the most.
Yeah, they're just gonna block everything out. It's all fake news.
Speaking of academics,
what? A dog whistle.
Speaking of academics, on my break, I emailed Paul Johnson to see if he wants to come on. He said earlier he might. the Alt F4 organizer. I think it'd be great if you wanted to like hear different perspectives on it on GG since he's hosting a conference on it.
What an unfortunate name.
He's hosting a conference on GG. What was Alt F4
September.
back in the day? What's that?
Alt F4 is the conference he's hosting.
Okay. Okay.
Once
Coming
again,
back
an
around, did
unfortunate
you
name for the
hear
conference.
Tachyon's good buddy, Short Fat Otaku, and also a commentator called Technicals did something with Skullgirls. Anyone familiar with that particular case? I'm just
I am
curious.
not a big
I'm
fan
very
of
familiar with the
Otaku
Skullgirls
or
affair.
anything
In fact,
he's
I tried
involved with.
contacting the devs there. There was a talk, and I tried my best. July was hell for them, and I guess there was a lot of other stuff. But
Yeah, trying to place the blame on the autistic person they put in charge and trying to get him canceled.
that's
That
beside the
is a
point.
low resolution. That's the low resolution look at it. I agree. That's the nutshell.
I think the censorship case should be beside all that, because I think the conceit and the conceit of the choice and the social pressures led them to make the decision instead of what they did. And I don't think the decisions that we think are our own are truly ever our own, because we are influenced and pressured by the things around us. And with the social justice and everything else being totalist, not totalitarian, totalist, as in every aspect of our society, then that had to be changed. And even then, we don't
Amber
know. We
Heard
don't know.
and Johnny Depp trial sort of put a axe or a harm against the Me Too movement that's been weaponized slowly over time by the progressive movement.
The Me Too movement was spearheaded by Asia Argento, and she was found guilty of soliciting a minor and paying hush money to him.
Consistently,
Hey, she
that
could
kind of
be a
virtue
creep and
signaling
still
is
be
the
right.
strongest predictor of hypocrisy. Whether it's
And the
woke
Linda
people,
Sarsour.
whether it's priests, whether it's family values politicians, the people who are the loudest virtue signalers are always the biggest hypocrites. It is such a predictor.
And they just don't seem how they are the exact same as their mirror. Maybe for different reasons. Maybe for the different reasons on the Big Six personality chart, but they still ask for the same thing. Like, we came up to covering up women's skirts or censoring Shakespeare because we have the Thomas Bodler back in the day had to edit Shakespeare, or found it fit to do it for the sensibility of young women and children, or just women and children, and that's how little we think of them. And now we seem to have the same thing today with a different excuse, but still with the idea that women is inferior and weak. I mean, even if it's a pedestal, as that other person said, or a privilege, I think it still hurts them. It's a pedestal with a golden cage is still a cage, and we seem to treat women as fragile things that could not be offended, and even as asexual or anything sex with the any etc. of heterosexual sex is sex with the laying with the enemy and everything else from Dworkin.
That's a pretty fringe view, to be clear.
Fringe, but Dworkin
These days, no.
Not
Dworkin very
not
much
be able to
ended up
answer what is a woman
that having sex
movement.
that having sex with heterosexual sex is sex with the enemy. I don't think that's a common view. No.
That is
maybe not a
that is
common view, but who
definitely
is
what the kill all men faction of feminism thinks.
Yeah, there's crazy people out there. I don't. We got a lot of run-ins with them over the years.
Let one person talk.
And let's also remember the
fruit.
talk. Let's also remember the talk that you had with the former, the one of the founders of Escapist. What was his name?
Alexander Macris, Archon, who was here earlier, by the way.
No, I mean, oh yes, that individual. I can't. I didn't. You said Archon, and I didn't get his name proper. Maybe my ears are just a bit miffed. Could you say it again?
Archon, Alexander Macris. He was here earlier today in the stream.
Yes, and he said that 90% of the people don't agree with this and 10% do, but oh boy, what a whopping 10%. I think the same is here, and also the people that find and worm their way into consulting agencies, because it's only the extremists and diehards that really seem to get that far.
Yeah, I agree. It's a small percentage of
zealotry is
people
a
that are
powerful
very,
tool.
very. They punch above their weight class, so to speak.
I'm not sure if it's above, but they'd still punch, and they punch down even. In fact, I'm starting to think that I think it's a good case to make that the social justice warrior movement is to social justice, like the KKK was in Christianity, or rather, no, that's probably not exactly accurate. Maybe it was actually against their own stated goals in very many ways with the results and what they did and wanted. We have, I mean, I guess you say that GamerGate itself was trying to advocate for the same things that they were doing, but they didn't realize it. And every time a black GGer or a female GGer, a lady or someone of black skin or anything else that was non-standard, that was sympathetic to GG or even trying to give them a fair shake or even neutral, they were given such rap. But I guess that's what ego
Linda
does.
Kay, I think, is a good example of that. You interviewed her, right?
Yeah, she got flack from Milo too.
Yeah, she got flack from everybody, and she still does. But nevertheless, she persisted.
Yeah,
And I
don't
actually,
understand why.
I think Liana K's approach to like analyzing games is, I think, an interesting one that's worth hearing out, a perspective worth hearing and exploring.
Yeah, she's a sex positive feminist, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
What
in
about
fact,
the
she has gamer rights
inclusion
to
there?
feminism.
Okay.
I quote that shit.
Again, the double standards of the progressive movement is what turns me off of them. Okay, the double standards. You can have all these trans positive feminists, but no, everyone sex positive, ones who are gender critical are just completely pushed out of the movement completely.
If they didn't have
I
double
can understand
standards, they
because some of the
wouldn't have
gender critical
standards at
people
all.
do act in bad faith
There's
and are
absolutely
pretty.
nothing about wokeness that's applied consistently. Nothing.
No, that's the
Isn't
best
that
way
true
to
of any
have a
sort of
movement.
movement? It's like
Something that
Christianity.
has internal
In its heyday?
contradictions within it.
Anyway, I gotta
Mo-
run, guys. I have to get some dinner. I might pop back on later. I don't know.
All right, thanks for coming, Oron. I appreciate it. And
Later, guys.
I'm not sure how late we'll go, but you're welcome to join us again later if you want.
Cool.
Yeah, and I think it's every power structure. Any power hegemony, when it always tries to explain away its hypocrisy, or anybody, even if it's small. I mean, people want to defend or simp for their creators, or get on a bandwagon, or get on a hate bandwagon. That's what it is.
I know that very well.
May I?
He just doing same old story, same old song and dance.
Yeah.
May I
People
bring up the
tend to
subject
follow the
of
same pattern.
when do we what do we consider the our goal or the establishing line or establish some kind of state for victory, and how you said that it was how I did catch your name, a Gray Tide, who
Me?
organized
Vincent Martin?
Vincent Martin.
If you're talking me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who
Just to
was
be
it that,
clear, I was not
interviewed,
part of. Go on.
Who was it that organized
Great
Airplay?
Tide. Well, he helped. Yeah,
Okay.
Great Tide helped
Yeah.
with Koretsky.
Yeah, and so that was his like conditions for victory, and mine are, getting this documentary released on major distribution outlets like Netflix or Amazon or whatever places that you could get it released, so that whenever anybody wants to watch a documentary about Gamergate, all they need to do is be pushed to be directed to this documentary I made.
Yeah, go sorry, Raymond.
Yeah, go ahead.
My win conditions is to finish this fucking project. So that's it. I want to get done with this. I view Gamergate as a historical phenomena. I know a lot of people are still very passionate about the issues and want to initiate change, bring about changes they want to see. I think that's good, generally speaking. Obviously, we can talk about individual changes and whether or not like each individual change is good or bad. But I view it as from a historical lens because that's how I'm approaching with the project. And once I'm done with this, I'm going to move on with my life and hopefully do other stuff.
Yeah. Because I find that a lot of people who are connected to the greater culture were people who really kind of wrap their entire identity in the culture war. They don't really seem to have an end goal in mind. They don't seem to know that the culture war, that there is really no end to the culture war. A lot
Well,
of
I
the
am going to actually ask
Well,
that
why would they
question
want
later
an
to
end?
someone who's part of Kabrutus's, Grum's, and Hypnotic's friend group. So
Yeah.
I will be actually planning to ask that.
Oh,
I don't think they think about that through.
How did the debate go?
No, I mean, why would they?
It's later
There's money to
tonight.
be made in the
Okay,
war.
sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is another reason I'm getting off at 8. It's 12:30 at my time, and it's almost 8 here. So it's going to be about 4.5 hours. 4 hours 45 minutes on
Where the
Zach's.
fuck do you live? Australia?
Huh?
Where
No,
the
I
fuck
don't
you
know where.
live? Australia? 12:30 a.m.
Hannah just messaged me. She
That's
said she's
where-
not gonna hop back on. She's pretty tired after a long day. So.
Makes sense. It's
kinda
my time on the
dominated
east.
that
I live on the
conversation.
East Coast, so this is someone else's channel I'm going on. Yeah, East Coast time. It's going to be 12:30 for me.
Well,
But
do you
I'm a
want-
good night owl.
Do you want to
Wait, I'm on the East
workshop
Coast.
real quick? If everyone's okay with it, if people are bored, they can tell us to say so. But do you want to workshop real quick what the debate topic is? Because it might actually be an interesting discussion here.
It's the whole argument about ethics over efficiency. Okay, because you sacrifice a lot of ethics, like pushing things out really quickly without fact checking, without being sure. You just truck along when you're going with efficiency, and there's a whole bunch of other problems here. I'm gonna call myself a nerd and go in a little bit of a gimmick. So I just make arguments for pretty much ethics. People should have it. If you want to criticize game journalists for not having ethics, you need to sort of show what sort of ethics you have. Okay. So I'm exploring, and one of the questions I
Yes.
gave the host, like, I can't work it in, is where do you see this in? Let's say hypothetically you save video games from wokeness. What then? Okay, what would that look like, and what then? That was going to be one of the questions. Assuming the debate goes anywhat well and doesn't devolve into a kill stream style thing, which is always a possibility
That's
with
a
these
cursed
things.
phrase. We don't mention kill streams anymore.
So that I don't expect anything, but yeah,
That's salted
I am
earth is all
asking
I'm
him about ethics. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's of the mindset because he keeps on using this. These guys keep on using. I don't know if the people who identify as GamerGate 2 people here realizes this, but a certain circle of them, probably the third man down from Grum's and Kabrutus would be probably Hypnotic in my opinion. Is like the big, or Stuttering Craig. It's really hard to tell there.
Who?
But no one.
What do you mean
but
Hypnotic?
That's the name of the content creator, and there's a lot of people in the GG2 movement who just uses that Park Place as a source. They just pretty much read it and comment on their videos, spread it around. And
yeah, I can see that. I follow the Park
Is,
Place.
wait, Stuttering Craig, he's with Side Scrollers, right? Or no?
Yeah, I think he's one of the. I think he's a bit of a coward when it comes to confronting people. Like when Grums came on claiming he got doxxed. Stuttering Craig sort of tried to push back on him, but Mark Kern sort of freaked out then. But I think overall, I think he's a positive force.
I agree.
Everything.
I've not seen everything Side Scrollers has ever done, but from what I've seen, they try to present both sides. It seems, and try to.
I'm not sure about Park Place, or I don't see the side scrollers not exactly doing that, and I'm not sure about Grums anymore.
Yeah, I don't trust Grums personally. Now, Side Scrollers did bring on Nick Calandra though during that incident.
That was actually very informative.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
and,
maybe other
pretty much
times they haven't. I don't know.
Stuttering Craig was pretty much like, "Oh, we're just a group of friends talking about this. We don't need standards." Okay, why is you journalists who need standards? I'm like, no, this is bad, Stuttering Craig. You're admitting that
Oh God,
you guys
yeah.
aren't using standards.
Not for me.
Even if you don't have that standard thing, you can't exactly say that and then expect somebody else. Jesus
Exactly.
H.
Okay.
You can't take put on or
people
off
are
the clown
just
nose.
gonna people are gonna gloss over it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Some people are gonna gloss over it, but if people want to come after them, those who are malicious, I haven't really brought it up too much because I think it would be weaponized by the other side a little bit too harshly. Well, they're leftists, so they're a
Yeah,
little bit.
in fact, you should cut them off at the pass and say, "Why are you talking about us? It's you, the journalist, that we're talking about. You're on the trial here. We can have our trial some other day, just not now." Yeah, you
That's
always
still
cut people
bad.
off at the pass.
That's still bad framing, but that would have been
It's the
better.
misdirection. It is all about misdirection and trying to make you on the offensive, make you on the defensive.
Is that ethical?
Just like
the
why-
misdirection.
Yeah, just like we say the the diversity as mantra, and it's like you could say that with Christ, holiness, or what does it mean? What does it actually mean? Does it actually yield that? Why is diversity of thought considered a white supremacist construct by the SPLC or a dog whistle?
Well, the SPLC is
Yeah,
like
you
a
can
bad
totally
organization.
deflect from
I
that.
wouldn't. Yeah.
Okay.
You can criticize
in
them all you
debate terms,
want.
that's called a whataboutism, though. Okay. That would be in a debate format or a very critical format. That would be considered moving the
So-
goalpost or.
What is Alt F4?
So Alt F4 is a conference in Detroit coming up next month in September. It's in theory to look at GamerGate. Now on their website, I'll link their website real quick. So I actually interviewed the organizers, two of them, Paul Jawson and Stephen Maldow. I think I was pull up on Twitter and see what I think it's Maldow. And they want to look at it from like a variety of perspectives, but not really an ethics perspective. And this is their website. It's in the general chat. I posted it just now.
Well, if they don't want to look at it from an ethics perspective, that would be losing a lot. And I don't think Gamergate 2 is at all good because they're just a bunch of... I don't think it's even really there, because with Cabrutus' conduct, you can defend it with opinion, or you're still misrepresenting Yee at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I know you joked earlier, Vincent, like, oh, she's progressive or she's woke, you can't trust her. I know you were kidding, but I do trust her. We talk quite a bit. I'm actually gonna be visiting her.
I was joking, and I think the Grum's tweet, which I like, oh, this is just bad. The whole thing, you can't treat those with a woke mind virus with good faith or politely. Okay, they will take advantage of it, which it has truth in it. They did take advantage of that, I think, historically, but
individuals.
Not actually.
I know.
Yeah, individuals, but yeah, that is such a bad look. He pretty much came out with that tweet.
Yeah, that is stupid.
And saying, yeah, you can't deal
we
with
do
us.
not have institutional.
If we could, yeah, we don't. The Gamergate people don't have the institutional backing. That's probably the strongest argument.
The idea of people complaining about things as woke is a common joke. It is a common trope. And there's a lot of people who misidentify it, don't even know or know how to define woke as the Gramscian ethics as applied to class, as applied to identity as well as class, and how they think that yes, if we keep people infighting, we will see our revolution come to fruition. We don't even see that the flaws and the arguments of the
I think it's
were supported by someone who tried to kill Andy Warhol.
To its extreme conclusion is it creates so much conflict that the government collapses and we can reform into it. If you're going for the sort of far left rhetoric for wokeness.
Yeah, it is destruction for the sake of it. They also don't point out how critical or like postmodernism has every critique for anything that has fraudulent academic language, where you could apply it to those who do not own cars or pedestrian justice, and how people that, even those that don't drive cars, are still driver adjacent and part of a culture where people are run over. We also have the continued identity politics, and like they take over this. You can't even use their own word. Why is, in fact, maybe a victory would look like if the Man Show was back on the air and loved. I would like. I'm not
with
joking
the
about
original
that.
host. With the original host. The backup host sucked, okay, for the Man Show. Adam Carolla. Well, not Jimmy Kimball now. Need to replace him.
So I do want to go back
He has
to
to do it because he has to sell himself so he can keep working. The thing is, I'm worried about the censorship thing. Absolutely.
So
because we've actually seen that.
I do want to. I
You
do
have
want
to
to
be
bring it
more
back
worried
to.
about
I wanted to bring it back to diversity because this is actually. I know that the word has some baggage and
the word.
connotations here, but I do think that I'm looking at it more from like a a political perspective now, since I'm more of like I want to be like move into politics, I guess, after the GamerGate stuff and during after this project and during it.
Why? That's even more annoying than this stuff.
But I think
probably.
I don't think there's. I think the culture war is here to stay. I think that the culture war. I think there's always a culture war going on in society between people who have different ideas about what culture should look
Political
like.
correctness.
And that's like a framing in which it takes today. But I think there's always going to be disagreements about culture in our society, and we're going to have to learn to live with each other's differences and preferences. And that means that there should be a wide variety of different types of media and art that cater to different groups of people. You're going to have people who are more progressive and are more oriented towards those types of games. You're going to have more people who are all like, fuck yeah, give me the best titty game you got, and that's great too. I think that
We don't
both
have
of these,
that.
we
do not have that
I know that's a problem. And I think that what we need to do is we need to build a culture that
if diversity
recognizes
matters, that should matter too.
And I agree. That's why I was that's partly why I was pro GamerGate, because I
call that
believe in
shit out.
diversity. I did. And
and like keep doing it. Like that's what you can do. Whether you go into politics, and God bless your soul for doing that, because politics is like the slow, arduous drilling of hard boards, and one sacrifices their sanity and soul in order to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to make it as a political streamer. My political streams don't usually get as much views as the other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I might run for office someday too. I mean, it's possible. I'm very passionate. And
well, I hope you get in. I hope you get in
Don't be
contact
the
with Pirate Software,
anti-Sargon.
because he's a good neutral guy, and he's also really, really popular. So that's
Who?
what that's worth. Pirate Software, the most popular.
I did DM him on Twitter. I didn't get a reply, but he's also a huge guy, so he might not have seen it.
That's true. I mean, he gets a lot of DMs, but interact with his chat, and maybe we can get something. I mean, he will listen to you. He tries to do anything. It's about $5 per text to speech, and even when I am a nobody and I add him, he still talks to me on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm definitely open to talking with him. I'm open to talking with pretty much anybody. So yeah, I'm definitely down. I'm not gonna pay $5 though. To TTS him.
Oh, true. Okay, fair enough. I could put it to you, but I'm already a creep as enough. Like, oh my god, I am like simping for you a little too much. It's gonna be sad to hear that when you're done with this project, you're done with GamerGate and moving on with your life, because I guess I'm that kind of.
Yeah. Well,
I am ultimately inept.
I just want to say,
I'm sure it's going to come up in politics.
I just want to say, I'm sure it's going to come up in politics, but I mean, I'll talk about it in the future. Like if I'm on a stream or if I'm talking with people and they like, what's GamerGate? Obviously, I'm going to tell them. I'm going to probably do if someone's like, hey, look, I'm hosting a show. Will you come on and talk about GamerGate since you're a quote unquote expert?
Yeah, I wouldn't lead with it.
Of course, yeah, but it's not going to be like my priority.
With it. I would like. Yeah, I mean, I would also like bring up your pen and paper thing, and if it goes to GamerGate, good. If it doesn't, well, maybe nudge it in that way.
And look, I didn't call you a creep. You don't have to call yourself a creep. It did bother me though a bit. I'm like, why because like you literally comment on every video, and the comments you leave are obviously just you like quickly typing something out. It seems from my perspective. Maybe English isn't your first language. I don't know you, but it seems like you're purposely just typing out something really poorly written to leave a comment to help in the algorithm. Which that's fine, but like it's not like meaningful contribution.
I use speech to text. These are actually my comments. I have like things and ideas I want to say, but I guess with text and writing, I am not the most gifted, or maybe because I already was messaging you all the time. It's like kind of colored that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very strange.
Never reads well.
No,
verbal language and written language are very different.
Yeah, I guess it's
But
really
yeah,
there.
don't beat yourself up too much. Is what I'm saying. You know, I'm
Oh,
a bit
yeah.
of a dick. I'm a
English
very
is
direct
extremely
person. I'm a
confusing
very direct
language to
person.
learn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wish I had the capacity to take up your mantle, or the mantle of everyone else here.
You can write a book about GamerGate too. Anyone can. You know.
I now decree Mr. Oso as the king and undisputed ruler and leader of GamerGate. Does anybody else in this council oppose this motion?
I do.
I do.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna
Okay, it's
go
over. You're
Hail
not the leader,
Hydra.
Oso. I'm
I gotta
sorry.
get out of here, guys. Thanks
right.
for having me on.
Good luck on
It's
the
been
debate.
interesting and informative. Yeah,
Man, if I'm the
let's
undisputed
see how it
king of
goes.
GamerGate, I have a lot of people to disappoint.
All right, take care, Vincent. Thanks for coming.
Oh,
You are
thank
now
for
the
having me.
disputed king of GamerGate. I'm sorry.
Okay, disputed. Right. I don't even want. You know what? I might as well. But I can't write for shit, obviously, with the comments. But there it is. I'm at least trying to write something on Medium, but that's probably not what we've really seen. It's just something preserve my sanity and thoughts.
Well, you might be able to
after
share
I
it
die.
on Kotaku in Action, but make sure you follow all the rules on Kotaku in Action about self-promotion because they're pretty strict about that.
Yeah. Naturally, because you don't want to like farm that shit. I was thinking of becoming a Twitch streamer, and well, I haven't the slightest idea how to do that, but I'm probably going to try it. At least I did a few videos, but things have been rough mentally. They have been for the past decade. This is very
You could
weighed
be a
heavily on me.
successful VTuber. So if you could figure out how to get a PNG, a live 2D, or a 3D model. 3D models are incredibly inexpensive, by the way, especially through marketplaces like Booth and Gumroad.
Oh yeah, I thought you were going custom. Like those are not cheap. No, rigging is not cheap. The people who do it are sadists, and they deserve every penny.
Oh well, a PNG
No,
is free. You can make your own PNG quite easily.
Oh yeah, me at PNG. But seriously, no, I mean the 2D stuff is like other models or the 3D rigs. Oh my God, bless them. The riggers are masochists. God bless them. Everything they do.
3D weight painting and stuff sucks, but it's at least something that people studied before VTubing was a thing.
Seriously, Jesus Christ, all that work. My God, it's a lot of stuff. I can't even focus on a video for that long, let alone anything. I was trying to even code my own game, and even though I have a background in coding, it's a useless degree. I don't think I really did anything. I have a lot of insecurities, and yeah, hell, and I don't think I have the cojones to write a book. But on the other hand, saying that is just already an excuse not to do it.
Well, it doesn't have to be
I
a
think
book. That was
that
just like a thread. Yeah, like Raymond did a documentary, and it was really good, well done. I do want to praise you, Raymond, on that. Yes, you did a really good job.
Thank you.
I'm glad that anybody's doing it. At least someone is trying.
Yeah, I agree on that point for sure.
One,
and I hope that all your streams are backed up on archive.org, Mr. Tachyon, Mr. Kevin McDonald, which unfortunately you share a name. Ooh.
I know. I share a
Not
name
very
with someone who
yeah.
yeah. Well, actually, I think his is spelled with his spelled with an MACD. So
yeah, as a joke, you could always, or maybe even seriously, just have at the end of your book or beside the title, like, not that Kevin McDonald.
I think I don't care. I'll put it under my name. My first one was under Kevin McDonald. I'm gonna keep it under that. I don't care. I'm not gonna let him define.
Oh, true. Just
my name.
just add not that one,
No,
because
I'm not gonna add
unfortunately
that.
the whole. Okay, but still, it's unfortunate because that guy is seated as he has a theory of cultural Bolshevism, which has no proof, and unfortunately, that's construed with cultural Marxism as being similar when they don't have anything similar at all. And that's kind of why, yeah, the cancellation of Jordan Peterson, the man lost a wife, and everything else, kooky or not. The people still claim like he's like bringing these ideas himself, but he never claimed credit for Jung's work and like everything else, and they think he's a Nazi or anything else. And
well, I don't think
it's crazy the kind
Nazi,
of,
but
or even problematic or what have you. The thing is, when I had a great conversation with someone until he came up, and everything else, and that was just crazy. Like, why didn't he disavow at the time? He did disavow later, and it's like this is like semantics and everything else. It was the I don't want to say exactly who they are, but I have that conversation documented, and I'm going to share with my therapist where exactly the communication broke down. all the like, because, well, she personally has her own arduous thing with communication where she used to absolutely break down just confronting somebody or just talking somebody. But, and I think she's going to help me through that, I hope. And also self-worth, because that's a thing.
Yeah, and your self-worth's not tied to the culture war or censorship or gaming. That's something that comes from you. So you gotta just keep that in mind, you know.
Maybe one day I'll believe that. Maybe one day I will let myself relax. But
You'll be
this
a,
culture
a
war, I
better,
want it. I
happier
want this.
person when you do.
What did you say?
You'll be a better and happier person when you do.
I'm not sure. Maybe better, but happiness. That is not. I do not know why happiness is seen as a priority, or to accept the idea of living well as best vengeance when revenge is the best vengeance. I think a lot of this is told to keep us in line. And I want the culture war to end in such a way that we can share each other's, shake hands, even if we don't agree, or this woke or whatever, that maybe the distinctions blur, and maybe a lot of this counterculture of the 80s and 90s and the Wild West comes back, as well as the stuff. We can sieve the bad shit from wokeness, because I think a lot of it is intrinsically bad, but some of it, the people are not. Maybe not every soul's worth buying, but they're all worth saving.
Cool. What else does everyone want to talk about?
I'm curious. Does anybody here pay attention to the literary space?
I think the Tachyon in an interview he had with somebody paid attention, and I paid
Yeah.
special attention to the sensitivity readers and their grift and their implicit and explicit threats, where if you do not use our service, you're fucked, and we will make life difficult for you, is what they said. And how they went over a novel that said you have to have females in your current space war when your space war setting. But the women were already in there. They didn't bother to read the fucking book. In fact, we actually have Angel Eduardo, chairperson of the, certainly contributing and position holder at the Institute, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, and the fairforall.org, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. Fair. And I think Brian Weiss, I talked to him about the Skullgirl censorship and how that affected and racked me and everything else because of the Dokapon Kingdom censorship. Everything else, like a pixel out of place, is a soul lost. It is a book burned. And we had that seen that with Roald Dahl, but at least the Roald Dahl situation had a happy ending where people could actually buy the original books. But we don't have that with Dr. Seuss. We have people that will discriminate openly against Asian Americans because of their racial based hiring policies, but think of drawing from that era is going to be problematic. And it's so unfortunate. And it's sometimes too much to bear to see how all this went down. And like the very concept of political correctness itself is an insidious thing that hurts diversity, hurts Black America, hurts women, and holds them back. And we still treat them as other. Like we still have this idea that of othering that pervades this. The idea that jokes are something else against the evidence that somehow it would normalize such bigoted behavior, but it doesn't. There's a difference between being PC and polite. One is an ideologue, and the other is just, saying, don't do that. And we probably will get out the other hand of this with the different beliefs and actually being able to talk about them, but we can't. Like you said, there's always been a war. There's always had this political correctness bit, but I think it's coming to a head because it was a grab for power, not for any honesty. All talks about diversity, ability of the sexes, their strengths or weaknesses, or physical strength to be allowed in the army is all beside the point. It's power. It's for groups to decide and want that ability to decide for others.
Well, I'm for women in the military. If they want to, if they meet the
me too,
requirements
sure.
of the military. But
Yeah, granted, they have the requirements and everything else. They certainly contribute a lot. Let's say if they didn't, they still have the right and responsibility as Americans in order to do it. And if we're going to be equal, then the draft should include them and jury duty, just like we do with jury duty and anything else. Physical differences, sure, but it's kind of weird because everyone was upset at Trump because he would have to quote unquote ban. He disallowed transsexuals in the military or transgender individuals, when, whatever is the more polite term. When realized it was actually because of the medicine that they require in order for that, the reason why we don't have type 2 diabetes. And somehow, let's be honest, that might just be a fraction of a percent of trans individuals, because with how sex is coercively assigned, there could be a lot more trans individuals that we know of. There's a lot of them still in the closet.
Well, this is a whole separate discussion. I don't know if we really want to go down this path.
Yeah, and even then, with all the culture war and everything else, there was a news article there. Someone was, or a service member was coming out as trans, and I think that was in the bloody 50s, and everyone was pretty fucking chill about it. I guess cats and dogs can get along with each other until you tie their tails together, or force one, or beat one.
For the time being, I'm signing off. Talk to you all later.
Thanks for hopping on.
Hey, take
Yeah.
care, Frog.
But still, yeah, I mean, we're a lot chill before all this force and compelled speech, because that was the issue. Jesus, bloody broken legs, tap dancing Christ.
So I'd like to circle back to the point about the literary space. I think is where this started.
My God, sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
uh,
It's
just-
fine. You're just expressing yourself. It's fine.
Absolutely. The only point I wanted to make towards any of that is that in the time since GamerGate, I tried doing a couple of things as Great Tide, streaming and doing some other things. I've since gone on to indie VTubing, and while I'm not going to disclose or discuss what I'm doing in that space currently,
what
I will
kind of
say
tubing?
that I did meet with an author VTuber. Their name was Mama Abume, I believe is the way you pronounce it, and they were speaking to me about how in the course of publishing a romance novel and being a novelist for about 10 years or something like that, having like a New York Times bestseller, that they made some exorbitant amount of money that you would think was only possible in The Sims. And that if you compared that to the top performers, the top performing talent for VTubing corpos, that their talents are probably making less than this person did as an author. So I think it's incredibly crazy how if you're a successful author, just how stupidly successful you can actually be compared to other forms of media. And it's something that we don't really see or think about all that often, because reading and literacy isn't as widely engaged with as social media, video games, movies, those podcasts, radio, other forms of entertainment.
Did she stream Balatro 3 days ago?
But see,
I don't think she's been active lately because last I heard she was moving, but maybe it's entirely possible.
Yeah, because I
But-
saw
but
Mama
see-
Ubume, but there it is. Let's see.
Oh,
Hold on.
you're familiar with Mama Abume? Okay.
No, I just Googled it in Twitch, and I'm not sure if I even have the right one. I said MAMA, Upsilon, Beta, Upsilon, ME.
Yeah, you got it right.
Yeah, she's a ghost.
Yes, she is.
All right. Okay. Spooky. And okay,
We're
transparency
too.
also works for the stream.
10 years later, we're GamerGate ghosts.
But why? Ugh, that fucking article. I can't see the tweet that would tweet on The Verge, but my God, did I leave a very strong-worded reply? Not nasty, but strong-worded. Ah, yes, that's the extent of my everything. Oh, good Lord. In any case, you said about the literary space, money. What kind of tuber you said you were?
Me? I do
Yes,
VTubing. I'm an indie VTuber.
Oh, a VTuber.
Yeah.
I thought it was like EV or something else.
Yeah,
like
no, this
something
is one of the
stranger.
reasons why I don't like Short Fat Otaku is because of his beef with Kirsche. Kirsche? I swear I'll learn how to pronounce her name right.
I know. I thought the beef was that some assholes in his community were saying that they were attacking her. There was like.
I mean, there's that, but I also didn't particularly like his content during the GamerGate days either. And there was a lot of controversy over him and his like alleged girlfriend was or wasn't maybe real.
I think, and again, I've talked with SFO about this, so I haven't
Why
heard
are
like
we-
everything, but he very much insists that no, that he was being smeared basically. That she does exist. She's a real person. That people said she
Oh
was
yeah, I've seen
fake,
her.
but
I've actually seen her on a Bayonetta 3 stream when they were streaming on Twitch, and when Dev and Dave and the lady were streaming, and they were pretty nice. They all really chill. Also, my God, you could also tell they like each other, because when I saw the input of P-P, and I guess they were saying something about his girlfriend was on the screen at the time. Dev said, "I'm gonna have to mute the stream because this is a reference," and like how people were saying rumors. They muted themselves. Like Dev was smiling, everything else, and with the P-P, like I don't know, it was some joke, and she was like, it's like she screamed. Oh, she laughed and threw her head back and said, "Fuck off with that!" Like it was, you can tell that there's like something nice there.
10 years is a long time to forget the reason why you didn't like somebody, for sure. But having like something recent come up in the news, like the Kirsch bullshit, was definitely like okay.
That's just drama at that point. What is even to it? What is like? I mean, what is the?
I haven't looked that deeply into it either, but
Why do
from
we
the
even talk
things
about
that
it?
I've heard from Kirsta, there's like a document, and there's some harassment, and you would think the two people who agree that DEI is bad would agree a little more, but Dev has always had really shitty, purposely like inflammatory opinions on things from the way that I remember his content.
The
way that you remember it.
For the sake of
Remember,
it,
this
right?
is all judgment. This is all everything else. This is actually
Yeah,
putting
no,
a
this is a
value judgment.
personal
You can't
judgment.
prove
If
that
anybody
shit.
wants to come at me and be like, your opinion on short fat otaku is totally misplaced, and this man is an angel, and he didn't do nothing. By all means, if you're one of those people, or if those people
Well-
exist and would like to find me and set the record straight.
My
right?
issue is the language that you're using. That you're already preempting it as this, that, and the other thing, instead of trying for objectivity at that point. Maybe he's incendiary. Maybe he's that. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's actually shit posts, and maybe he doesn't. But it's a lot of. I mean, why are we? There's a lot of stone throwing in that glass house, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'll bring the bias. I address it directly in saying that I didn't particularly like his content during GamerGate either. So the fact that he's involved in any of these modern, more recent controversies was just, I guess, further bias confirmation on my part not liking him. Right?
Yeah, we got to be careful with that, because we have to ask those questions. Like, why do you do that? We have to, instead of reacting, we have to ask why we react, or why we do anything like that. What actually happened? Like you said, you didn't look too much into it. If you were that too busy to do that,
It's been
and
10
you don't have.
years. I mean, I'm
Oh,
sure at the time I knew exactly why I didn't like short fat otaku, right?
Well,
and
let me
just
take a
having
look.
forgotten that reason
Take a
over
look.
all that time, and then being given a new reason not to like him, it's like, oh, okay.
Well, what do you mean it's a reason? Well, is it legit? I mean, this is like the
It was legit
the
at the
woman's
time. I remember how I feel. You know what I mean?
feelings are not facts. We got to remember that.
Yeah, well,
And
whatever facts I came to that gave me those feelings,
Yeah.
not that I remember them today, but
Yeah, I mean, you got to be very careful. I mean, I certainly had to be, because I was very resentful and very awful, like everything else, that, like, I was almost scared. Well, still am scared, but I was very much enraged at such people who did not share or realize the facts, like, as they were. Like, oh my God, you must be silly and stupid, or dishonest, or even dangerous if you were there. I probably still have that, but I have to, rein that in, because at the end of the day, maybe someone with pronouns in their bio actually will agree with me at the end of the day, or actually just nice, just be kind. But give the kindness I did not give, I did not get, or justice only for emotions because they're cognitive distortions.
Most of the communities I'm involved in, it's the pronoun police and the trans communities and the people who are very concerned with gender sensitivity. Typically are the more welcoming, as crazy and as wild as that sounds, from the people who really hate other. That's the thing. As long as you don't disagree with their opinion, they're very warm, welcoming, understanding, supportive people who don't want to see you get harassed, right? Like existing within that apparatus is comfortable, quote unquote.
Until you disagree.
Well, don't drag it out past the kitchen table and bludgeon somebody over the head with it. Like, I've definitely disagreed with woke people who I've been friends with or are still friends with, but I don't try and knock down every single one of the points they make or question them so deeply. But I'm always willing to raise my own perspective or thought on the subject. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I should learn that.
Somebody will
because
complain to me about Project 2025 or whatever it is that the pundits are going on with the Trump campaign, and if he wins. And my reply to that usually is that I'm concerned about that from the other side as well, because I know that there's some big PDF document made by the Democrats about all of their plans if they win. Right? They
That's
have
true.
a big scary document too. But not just that they have a big scary document. I'm afraid that if either side wins, I'm going to be in the future where I own nothing, I'm happy, and I'm eating the bugs. Right? Like that's where I'll take the conversation.
Yeah,
I mean, they ultimately make decisions where they do not have to suffer, and that's kind of the disconnect. That's a big part of the problem. That's what Sowell talks about. I mean, he talks a lot about diversity. He talks a lot about political correctness and facts and the data that show that some of these programs just absolutely ruin success, and how social justice and the like, it's just, or political correctness or whatever have it, it's all the same monster. That it's bitterness and envy and resentment with a bit of rhetoric attached to justify it. That sounds correct.
So with the literary thing, what it's okay. No, I just where I was going, and we don't have to talk about it, but I just kind of want to get it out there. Is so in the literary world right now, there's this whole concept called book talk that's happening, and it's where
Like TikTok for books.
Yeah, and it's where basically TikTok is starting to steer book sales, and it's creating this really Wild West bizarre situation where basically a large section of the population is discovering mislabeled fantasy that's actually romance, and they're starting to read bodice rippers when they say like, no, it's not a bodice ripper, it's just Harry Potter for adults. ... But the reason why I'm bringing this all.
Bodice ripper before you continue. What is a bodice ripper?
A bodice ripper is basically it's a form of novel that is basically smut, written for women.
Right.
The story doesn't make a lot of sense, or the story is very secondary to specific romantic scenes that one can then fawn over and read over a few times.
People
and
underestimate the power of the Fujoshi audience. Continue.
Yeah. So all I was trying to bring up is so this has started happening. Traditional publishers have grabbed onto the book talk phenomenon, and they're starting to publish lower quality fiction as a result. Like, generally speaking, a lot of people are pointing out like worse fiction is getting published today by traditional publishers more than ever, because they're trying to chase social media numbers. But what's happening as a counter movement to this is that we're starting to see a lot of people, I would say, in our general cultural vein, are starting to publish more because it's almost like a response to these romanticides, to these bodice rippers getting all this attention. Like, oh, well, that's it. I'm going to publish my work to show what a good fiction piece, what a good fantasy piece would be. And
I think a lot of GG people should do the same. Should have done that.
And I think it might be an interesting thing for us to kind of look at generally, if you have time in the future or whatnot, sort of the contrast between book talk and like Royal Road. Royal Road is a website where a lot of independent authors are publishing now, and they're publishing more sort of traditional adventure stories and stories inspired by isekais and animes, but like in a very sort of more traditional storytelling sense, as sort of a counter movement to this. And I feel like it has a lot of parallels with what we've been going through.
Yeah, Thor
What's
told us
the
to make
name
games, and I think we should.
Yeah,
of that platform again? The Godus Road?
Royal Road. It's a website.
Royal Road. Royal Road.
Yeah, and I guess what I was just trying to put out here is that I'm noticing kind of like with what happened with comics, there are all these other things that are going on right now, and I see it happening in the literary world in the contrast between Book Talk and Royal Road, and people who seem to be coming up out of the ether to publish now because they're upset with what's happening in their genre of entertainment, and to counter it, they're producing material, they're producing new media to push back. And
Very good. In fact, it's what we should have done in the first place. They probably won't have to face the same challenges we did of being called terrible, awful, disgusting. But God bless them, and
Yeah.
hopefully it keeps continuing.
But I just, we kind of come back around a few times in the stream to the question of like where to go forward. And I think, this is maybe too much of a white pill, but it's like I keep thinking back to part of coming through or overcoming things has to come through producing media as a counterpoint. Which
yeah. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to do it or do anything. And it's too late in my life.
Well, I don't think it's like we each individually have to start like producing things. We don't all have to download RPG Maker today, but I think sometimes in streams and whatnot, people sort of gather and they overthink the process of like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And I think we got to look at sort of how things are being done right now. It's like, well, what are we upset about, or what are people upset about? Well, content being produced.
Yeah.
Okay, so then part of the solution is content being produced from the other end.
Yeah. That's if it's allowed to exist.
Mm.
Well, you can,
And that's the big problem.
So, Forrest, is what you're talking about building the media you want to see, building the world you want to see, essentially.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm being a bit.
No, you
I'm
said
being
it well.
a bit scramble-brained. Yeah, but that's definitely it. You got it there.
It's just quixotic enough to work. And you know what? It probably will. I just wish I could. And I don't have any. I don't think I can. I don't think I have the mental sanity to even keep this up. This is probably why I was pestering Tachyon Blue, because a lot of this was also insanity. I wish I could share my story, but it's not a heavy one. Not at all.
Or you mean it's too heavy?
I know I'd love to share it, but I can't even keep my thoughts straight.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm cool if you want to share it, but like, if you want to, you can. But it's not really the point of the stream
Well,
today.
yeah, I mean, if it's not the point, then it's not the point. Maybe some other day. But yeah, I basically attempted, and I've talked about this with you on your stream before because of all the lies, all the bullcrap, and everything else, and reason just going out the window for this incredibly insane idea. And I was without a home, and I could not go back.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you didn't. Obviously, I mean, look, I don't talk about this too often. I was suicidal once when I lost my job a little bit after COVID. I just, it was a very rough time.
I still
but
am.
I
10 years.
Well,
for this 10 years and more, every single day.
But I'm doing great now. I mean, I'm phenomenal.
Sorry, I'm not to.
But no,
I'm
you
not
should,
to overplay the trauma. Sorry, I'm just.
You should talk with
yeah.
Grim Jim. He's talked very publicly about a lot of his experiences with depression, and
yeah,
you should reach out to him.
So yeah, sorry to. Oh my God, sorry to say the 10 years and like all my life, because this is my life and everything else, and it's. I have basically at sleep and breathe GamerGate, almost wanting to proselytize for Vivian James, and everything. It's just that's how it is, and I feel like I don't have the. I have the ideas, but ideas ain't nothing if you don't have the execution, and execution's hard. However, I'm sorry that I talk over your depression. Like, could you say that
No,
of
it's
yourself?
I'm totally fine. I don't have like depression anymore or anything. I'm totally legit. I don't have any issues right now. I'm fine.
Right. I just did not want to talk over you, and
No,
I
you're
did not
fine.
want to trivialize and like not only give the appearance of outdoing you, and also actually outdoing you, even if I didn't intend it, because that's
I
still
don't. It's
intent
totally
or
fine. Let's
nothing.
move off the topic. Jesus.
Right, right.
All right. What else you all want to talk about?
Are you gonna archive the stream?
I mean, it'll be up on the YouTube if you want us to watch it after. It'll be on Kick too, I think. After.
Yeah,
Kick to vote.
Yeah.
you can use YouTube DLP with FFmpeg optionally.
Yeah, but somebody
to
has to,
download it.
save it,
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
you
don't
got
think
hard
I
drive
have.
space for it.
I don't have tape decks for that shit. I want it like an
Aw.
actual hard. No,
You
I
know
don't.
what's really funny to me?
You can
The
download it to like
con
a
leaks
USB or
are
something.
still on my computer. I don't even remember what's in them anymore. When I was answering your text interview for my part in the book, I actually went back and read a couple of them. But in terms of size, I found it really funny that they could fit on a floppy disk.
The con leaks good?
Yeah, it's a 1.38 megabytes.
It's all
one of
text,
the bigger
right?
floppies
So...
is like 1.4, right?
Yeah, so I guess it's all text, right? So I guess it doesn't take up a lot of data.
Exactly. Yeah. Upload that to a BBS. Dial in. Save it to disk. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I just hope that all of your things are backed up and that you have redundant things for your YouTube channel.
I do
should
a lot
anything
of.
happen.
You don't have to worry about that at all. Just let me carry about. Let me worry about my own stuff, okay?
Okay, because it's also really great to share and use your stuff. Because
I told
it's a
you,
great
he
way
is
to
a
do.
spy.
Yeah.
He is a spy. I'm telling you, this guy is 100% a spy.
Oh God, no!
Red spy is in the base.
Exactly.
Red pie
He
is in
could
the
be
base.
me.
Mental gen.
It's Zoe Quinn with a voice changer.
Also has a 007 tuxedo on.
Exactly.
I had to find one that fits. That's a tall order to do, and a lot of fabric. I don't think. I mean, you'd have to have yards of that shit. God, if I was Zoe Quinn, I would have just, apologized at least and tried to make everything better. She must be hurting in a way that she, tries to think of everyone else and externalizing, blaming everybody else, like not quite overcoming that trauma. And I guess I just hope I could show compassion in that way, but I don't know what she's going through. Maybe she's a total grifter, but my God.
She's probably crying and hurting, and then she's picking up a fat stack of Scrooge McDuck cash and patting her her eyes.
I don't
out
know
with
about
them.
so anymore. I think she kind of fell off pretty hard after the Alec Holoka stuff.
She's
not sure. I think she's still getting work.
Well, she works in the comic industry, yeah. But supposedly,
yeah, she's a darling.
Supposedly she's working on that game with Chuck Tingle that that she raised money for.
It's a total dishonesty, and not to mention how the group.
She's still getting paid. Is my point? Is like that's better than I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like I remember having a job. It was great. I love money.
Both of the Wild 8 levels had fallen. Ahead was the last fortress. It was very...
Could you say that again? You were echoing a bit.
That was something in the background. I think they were talking to like an AI assistant or like their phone.
Yeah, away from the microphone with an echo, just enough. Oh, super secret. Okay, no.
I think that was super secrets. I don't know.
Super secrets. I haven't heard of this gotcha game. How good is the pity system?
A double spy.
I just want people to learn to have a discussion without wearing their nerves on the outside of their skin. That's ultimately all I want at the end of the day. Money would be nice too. I'm sure there's a way. Eventually, we'll figure it out. They've got to find like the right cheat code or something. But I forgot. Maybe Tachyon knows this, but what's like the deal with Disco Elysium? because I remember that game when it came out, it was really interesting in that it seemed to make everybody happy, like across the board. Pretty much everybody enjoyed that game. And I found it really refreshing at the time how it wasn't a divisive release.
I think it was because of the phrase of Karl Marx. Like, you don't exactly want to do someone who said some nasty things about the, God's chosen, or kind of other things that was done in his name. But influential author, sure, I guess. But I guess that was it was nice. I mean, it was certainly nice to actually have something across the aisles. And I guess Vae Victus, I know whoever Vae Victus was. I guess there's a joke about him in like in the game. I don't remember exactly what it
Well,
was.
so I actually haven't played Disco Elysium, but Short Bout Taco talked about it when I talked with him, Brianna Wu, and Soyaddle and Wick. He brought it, or someone brought it up. I'm not sure if it was SFO. Brought it up as like as a progressive game that's really good.
That's what I was getting at. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you make it, it's good. The thing is that we have a total spurning. Like, remember Sophia Nora? It's just one name, and all the names that were mentioned that were certainly unceremoniously kicked out, either by non-controversies or fake controversies. Oy.
Well, Porcelain, have you seen? And anyone can answer this, but have you seen Scott Pilgrim Takes Off?
I have not seen that. I've seen the original movie, and I'm a terrible person who never read the comics.
I've
never even heard of Scott
shame.
Pilgrim Takes Off. So yeah, I'm familiar with the original movie and comics for sure, but I never consumed either.
Well, it's I wouldn't call it like a progressive at all, necessarily. But it's like a sequel to Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, but it's a retelling of the story, in a sense of. Do you want to spoil it or not? I'll be very polite with the spoilers if I do.
I don't mind spoilers if nobody else does.
Mind.
Okay, so basic. You know when Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, he defeats the 7 evil X's.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the vegan X because I saw that clip on YouTube.
You were once a vegan, now you will be gone. Oh no, you were once a vegan, now you'll be whatever it was. Anyway,
yeah, close enough.
Enough. So in Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, it does have like a very different message than the first film, and I haven't not read the comics, but it instead of them defeating the evil X's, Ramona and the other Scott Pilgrim's friends basically take the time and talk with them and get to know them, and realize that maybe they're not so different after all, and they basically, I don't say like become friends, but they learn to live with one another and coexist, which I think is like a way better film or better show.
At least it wasn't a polycule, but that sounds like an interesting concept.
I feel like it was really well executed, and it's something that you don't see like very often. I don't think like with films, like a lot. I guess maybe because I mostly watch like I don't know, like sci-fi and action stuff, but like it was a very like different approach to solving the problem, I guess, of the 7 evil X's, and also like a different way of telling a story, where it's about trying to bridge the divides you have with people rather than attack them and I guess defeat them and turn them into coins.
There's definitely not enough media that has messaging like that, and the closest I could get with any show would probably have to be Dot Hack Sign. Was a very dialogue heavy, and like because it's an MMO and they're trying to solve the case of how a person got isekai'd into the game, right? Like killing each other obviously doesn't progress the plot or solve the mystery. So while they might kill each other in game every once in a while, it's like, that was the point, is that they had to resolve their own differences to come together to solve the mystery. It's like probably the only other piece of media I could reference that has a similar arc. But definitely I wish more media did that.
There was something else recently that did something kind of similar. Gosh, I forget what it was. I just saw this movie. I don't think it was as well done as the Scott Pilgrim one, if I recall. I mean, I don't remember the name of the film now. But there's another movie I think I saw recently that had a very similar approach of trying to talk out your problems and reason with people rather than just going guns blazing. I forget what it was though.
The original Nier was all about that, with the fighting against the shades that, God, we hurt ourselves and others. Like how the leader of Studio Cavia was talking about that, like the kill count and everything else. Like he found it distasteful. Like when you do the enemies and everything else. It was good for Dragon Guard 3. Don't get me wrong, it was kind of all about that because Zero was this violent thing that had to do it. But Nier was about effectively hurting ourselves without understanding, without speech. And it forces you to relive that trauma at least 4 different times with all the different endings. Holy God. Oh God. Yeah, I almost kind of puked at the realization.
Well, I told people I go for until 10 o'clock EST most likely. But I'm not sure anyone else is going to jump on tonight. So it's up to you. Do you guys want to keep talking, or what do you guys want to do?
I'm probably good for the next 20 minutes, but there was a point I wanted to make way earlier. I'm just going to circle back to, and that's that
Do it.
we were talking about victory conditions, and I did mention earlier that mine was hosting airplay. I think that was the closest we were ever going to get to a victory, quote unquote. I still think that as like an overall movement in terms of changing public perception or getting our version of the narrative out there, we lost. Like we lost Gamergate.
It's not over yet.
Yeah.
It's this book here might change things. It's multiple volumes.
I genuinely do. But in terms of like other current victory conditions, right? Like, yeah, if you still think you can change the narrative, that's good. I think those of us who remember the first movement, if we don't get involved with the second one, that we at least do our best to offer good advice or set better examples or continue to be better people in the ways that we are, creating the things that we do. Right.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Like, look, we kind of ragged on Kerbrutus a little bit earlier. I did, at least, and a couple other people. But look, if he wants to come to me and talk to me, like, hey, look, man, I'm in this really tough situation. I got this difficult choice ahead of me. I don't know what to do, or just wants to talk about pretty much anything. I'm 100% open to that.
Choice?
Or Mark Kern too, or anybody. You know, if it come to me, and we'll talk. You know.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for friends. The people that are at war are looking for allies. We're looking for good things. I mean, allies at least were everything, because I don't think anyone can really be our enemy. Can they really be that terrible? I would love to see the narrative change, but I do think that it was the closest we're ever going to get. Maybe for now. But let's keep out a false hope, if only to make ourselves better people now.
Actually,
even if maybe it could come true. I mean, maybe a fairy tale can come true.
Porcelain, what were you saying?
Actually, I was thinking, maybe a good topic to bring up is, does anybody have any recommendations for people TAC should talk to next for anything, for whatever topic, not necessarily book related?
Well, I would think Pirate Software, but he doesn't have the time. He's running a ferret rescue. He's doing his streams. He's making a game. I'm not sure what else he's gonna do. But maybe even talk to his moderators, or maybe he could or maybe someone in that Discord could point you to somebody. Who knows? Maybe even tangentially related. Or goodness. Who is it? But I guess I want the fame and the fortune. I'm looking at the glitz and glamour instead of maybe someone closer to the ground. But who would even be remotely related? Let's see.
Unrelated from Gamergate completely?
Sure,
I think once you're done with the book, you get your story of MUDs and BBSs out of the way, that sort of thing.
It's not BBS,
I would
it's
pay
just MUDs,
as much, just MUDs, yeah, but
probably talk to
I'd pay
Jesse
a lot of
Cox.
attention to the VTuber sector because it's just this growing market, this trend. There's a lot of people engaging with it, doing all sorts of different things, and I think
Fred
it's
Knudsen.
it's going to mark a paradigm shift in the way that we see people. You know what I mean? Like as talents, as creators, as like
Oh, true. Yeah.
influencers. It's like the next evolution of the online persona or the avatar is the VTuber.
And everyone
And it
loves
is-
them except because they don't grow old.
And it is interesting how, while in other cases there's this constant push for sort of doxing yourself or unmasking yourself, VTubers are respected in their anonymity, which I find is really fascinating.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For
Thank
sure.
you,
It's
for your
it's unlike most other cultures where, you know, they really, really do not give a fuck who's behind the mask.
Yeah, and that is interesting. That's interesting how people within that zone really respect the idea of the VTuber is a persona, they're an entity unto themselves, and they're allowed to be, and you don't have to start sharing your life with everybody. That's the sort of the toxic spiral that a lot of influencers fall into, and any kind of personality on the internet where it's like people want to see your face after they hear your voice, and they want to know your first name, and then they want to see your house, and it creates this very icky parasocial relationship, and
Yeah.
yet VTubers have this magical ability to say no, and everyone stops. And
There's still parasocial relationships, to be sure, but
Because
yes, they do recognize
the
that they
unicorns
want to
think
keep the
they're going
illusion.
to be the special one that gets all of
Yeah.
that when nobody else does. Is the parasocial version for VTubers.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to explore like the anonymity of it. On a personal level, I think I lean more towards the sharing everything, except for like I guess my address and where I work. But I personally find that like very freeing to do that, and people can't really get you on stuff, it seems, because it's already out there. You're very open.
Yeah, but Merriweather Media and Frederick Knudsen could also be something. Fred Knudsen is the down the rabbit hole individual, and he does a lot of documentaries, and I think this would be right up his alley. I would hope. Maybe he's disingenuous, maybe he's not. I don't care. I don't know the guy, what it is, but it certainly would be interesting to talk to him about documentary, and he loves books. God, his whole thing and the VTuber rig and everything else is about the library. And I think with you writing a book or fiction or something, there should be something. Merriweather himself is also a creator who has the Pen Kingdom. He was also he's a author of a lot of comics, and very, very clever individual of a businessman. My God, he actually he was just trying to make it as a writer and everything else, and then he found an artist. And where were people going back in the day? They were going to pirate sites for anime, and so he was marking his own of this new manga that was coming out and like everything else, but it was actually his stuff, and it was a great way to. It was very clever, and the only wronged party would be himself. It was pretty good. It was very savvy, and now he has a whole thing. He lives in Tokyo, and he has a whole media group of VTubers, and bless him for it. He deserves the credit because, well, no, I mean, he earned that shit. Doesn't deserve. He earned and worked that shit. And Fred Knudsen is part of that. And I think that would be interesting to get in contact with. And is Merriweather Media.
Hey, welcome back, Leon. How you doing?
But also, people I think you should talk to is Ryan Weiss of the Fire, or anybody from the Fire, or Angel Eduardo. I can give you their contact stuff. That'd be
Well, hey,
great.
I'm trying to set up a conversation / debate between Chris Ferguson and Jonathan Haidt, but Jonathan hasn't replied to me.
Okay, but let's see. The Fire. Let's see. Thefire.org, contact us. They don't do cold calling. They can't exactly. When you dial the number, you actually have to have somebody in mind. You have to say meet the staff and everything else. You can call for Weinweiss, which is part of the research, and that would be good. They're like the biggest, like one of the greatest things, especially with the college stuff, and affair, and also this. Let's see. There we go. Contact us. Like they have the number. You know, even let's see. They have call them. There's all their stuff. And if it's not a good resource for you, there's also it's a good thing. For the section, our team like development and public advocacy research fellows. There we are. Lovely. I talked to Ryan Weiss about this. And Fair for All is overcoming identity politics in a way that's nice. Unfortunately, that gets Angel Eduardo labeled a transphobe, but Angel Eduardo actually came out and was absolutely critical and slamming DeSantis's efforts to make calling transphobes a problem when that's an affront to free speech and he's kind of a thing. And Angel Eduardo wrote the article kind of on that. And Angel Eduardo, right here in general chat, and also he has a Twitter and Snapchat, and his Twitter thing is here. That's beautiful, and I hope something comes of it. You can contact their media, and I hope maybe there's something that can be done.
Airplay, do you have any recommendations for people that Tax should talk to?
Well, while you guys were talking, I was surfing Twitter and found this person by the name, lister name is Caroline or Bueno, PhD. Lists in her bio, behavioral scientist, assistant research scientist at UMD, studying disinformation, socio-technical systems, public health, cognitive security, crises, opinions equal mine. And in 2022, she had this long psychotic thread about just how Gamergate was the canary in the coal mine for a lot of. This is what she says. I feel like calling Gamergate relegates it to a domain of gaming when really it is just the kickoff, basically all awful things in media, social media, culture, tech, business that are still going on today. And I left a reply posting a link to my film and basically telling her that if she really is a PhD scientist, she would be.
Wait, that sounds like almost an affront. Like if she was really something she would do that. But what's going on?
That she would have an interest in the truth or whatnot. And because she is and because she does have a PhD and is studying at a university and she says that she's studying disinformation and public health and cognitive security, journalists will rely on her as a resource.
Yeah, that's kind of why we kind of lost public perception, because the people and the academics and everything else, they're going to go to the very demon that they're going to go to the unethical journalists for their thing, and they're going to back it up with some other bullshit, or maybe they're a part of the grip.
Well, if
but
you
you
send me
have to
her,
go above their head.
Send me her info if you want, Raymond, and I'll probably reach out to her. I'm not really looking to interview more people for the book, but we can talk for sure.
Yeah,
and then
she
you
is
can
RV.
transcribe that shit and then
She
make
is-
a separate document or something.
I'll
Yeah,
probably
she's
just interview her if I
RVA
or just, we'll see what.
Yeah.
Did you ever manage to reach out to or at least speak with Action Points? Because I know that you haven't been able to get an interview, and I'm sure they're not interested.
He's not interested at all.
That's a damn
I waited
shame.
to talk a little bit. I'm not going to tell his private DMs what he said, but
Right.
I don't think that's in the cards. I think it's unfortunate.
That's fair.
But I think he views me as trying to politicize Gamergate because of. I told him that I was approaching things from a political. I told him that I'm a political live streamer, but I'm doing the book separate. But I don't think he believed that. I don't know how much he looked into it though. That was in the very beginning of the project. The very beginning.
Yeah.
Say
Yeah.
Gamergate. That's funny compared to half the shit a lot of people did during the time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a good goal or maybe an impossible dream of mine would be, maybe to argue the anti-censorship case from the side of the people that, wanted the censorship and basically took away the games in a sense. And they really did take away those games. Let's not chuck it around. There was a moral judgment done there. But if we could say that we could have more options, we could have settings, we could have sliders, whatever, that would be better. That we could actually have options, and that maybe we can all get along. No, maybe not get along, but at least not swing the goddamn axe in each other's
Did
heads.
you ever reach out to Alum Bakari?
Yeah, I did. I didn't ever heard back from him though. I sent him some Twitter DMs. He follows me on Twitter still, but I guess he either wasn't interested or he's didn't see it. But I
He
reached out to him
was
a couple
one of
times.
the only
What about
people
OBC?
who came to my rebroadcast of the morning panel. Like I just one day re-aired it as like a small event on my Grey Tide channel, right? And
Yeah, I reached out to
he
him
was
quite
one
a
of the
few
few people who
times.
showed up with that.
October
Yeah.
4th, November 10th, January 10th, April 16th. He's never replied to me, so I don't think he's interested.
Aw. Oh, okay.
Have you got in contact with OBC or Blazing Ace Nelson?
No, I don't know them actually.
Oh wait, Oliver Bell Campbell is OBC.
Oh,
Oliver
he
Campbell.
blocked me on Twitter, and I don't think he's interested in talking
Whoa.
about Gamergate stuff from what people say. Apparently, he blocked a lot of people from back in the old days.
Well,
yeah.
hopefully you can try or something because you're trying
Yeah,
to
I
do
haven't
something.
tried
But
speaking.
But I feel like I'm confident with the group of people I have for the book. So it's like
Cool.
over 70 people. It's gonna be like 12 volumes. So like I feel fine. I'm not looking to add new people, but thank you.
God bless you.
I still have to get the first one out. I still have to do a crowdfunding campaign
Crowdfunding campaign for what?
to raise money to hire artists and a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
That's some stuff to go along with the
you know
book.
who can help you there? Pilot Software's Discord or Just Talking, because he gives out this information a lot, and I don't think, and he repeats himself a lot, so I don't think he'd be like everything else. But what media responds to is sensation and phenomenons, and you're gonna have to find a way to have a goal and have it be reached in less than a day, less than 24 hours, maybe even faster.
I'm pursuing my own leads on this. Thank you though.
Still, all right, but you're gonna have to have something like try and build up a community first, maybe because a local live streamer, God knows what, or maybe someone or an angel investor or something. And yeah. But yeah, the PhD, I would hope you talk to that person, but they're a PhD, so they're probably busy as hell, and they probably don't know. They're probably it's like the vision of the anointed and the intellectual elite think if they know things about one particular thing, they think they know everything because that's kind of how we were all
Why don't I
raised.
just
Guilty
talk with her
child.
and see how things go first, okay?
All right.
All right.
Sorry.
Can I
oh my God.
ask one more question before I go?
Sure. What's up?
What advice would you give to a young 18-year-old senior still in high school, about to graduate in 2 months, who seems really interested in the Gamergate controversy or the Gamergate 2 controversy and really wants to get involved? What would you say to me 10 years ago, basically?
Avoid it.
Oh fuck! I don't know.
No. Just try and talk to it. Try and get involved. Do what you can, and possibly do what Tachyon Blue was doing: writing a book, talking to people, and getting their perspectives. Or rather, like how the anti-Gamergate person that we had on then switched around. Maybe not totally 180, but there it is. Or how Peter Coffin came to his decision and reconsidered his original anti-position.
So I look.
think
I don't have a good
Oh.
answer for this. I don't know what the best advice to give to an 18-year-old is, or someone who's very young and looking
Fair
into
enough.
this and wanting to get involved. I guess I would just say, fuck. I don't know. That's a good question. Really, it really is. I guess just
Thank you.
try to have a balance in your life so that this doesn't become all consuming. Talk with people involved, but also don't be overly trusting. of people, and make sure and recognize that people are human beings on both sides, and try to build bridges. If that's not possible, then move on and do your own thing. Work on something serious. Build something, a project, whether you're making a
Yes.
game or making a book like mine, or whatever it happens to be. Focus on building something productive and not just talking. I guess would be good advice.
And
Talking like we're
also
doing here is
avoid the
productive.
East and Ralphs of the world.
Yeah, and watch out for grifters. And watch out for
Yeah.
people who
Yes.
are, and watch out for people who, and I'll say this too, and this might be controversial, but watch out for people who are bullies, and like someone like Ethan Ralph. Like you don't need, yeah, no, but like not to shit on one person too
Yeah,
much,
you're gonna
but
have to spit after saying that name. You got to clean your mouth out.
but but no, like people like this, they're not good for your movement. They're not good for your cause. I don't think. And even if like you quote unquote like win, like I don't think the world that Ethan Ralph or Milo Yiannopoulos, for instance, like would have wanted. Well, it is maybe Milo back then, but not Milo today. Would be the world that you would want to live in either. So
I don't know. Those old demons, we know how to fight them, especially with a religious right or whatever. We know exactly how to.
yeah,
They were defeated eventually, and at least
You
they didn't
mentioned
but
have a
look,
social
Leon.
cycle. But at least we know.
I'm just one person here. I mean, we have a group of people here who all have different perspectives on this.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what everyone else thinks. What's your advice to this young person who's interested in something like this?
Who?
Are you asking me or Leon?
Yeah, who are you referring to?
Everybody here.
Everybody. Well, let's get Leon first.
My advice is, yeah, avoid the Ethan Ralphs, avoid the grifters, avoid the trolls and stuff. Like, when Seattle for Truth showed himself originally, I said, there's something wrong with this guy, and everybody's like, no, there isn't. You're just paranoid. And I'm just saying, always trust your guts. If you don't,
You
it
unlock an
could
old
bite
memory.
you in the ass later on.
I haven't heard that name in a millennia. Seattle for Truth. I don't even remember
Well,
who
I
that
was
is.
the first one to.
I
I
know
was
that
the
dude.
first one to tell people to avoid him. I at least could say I'm the one that told people to avoid him, and everybody didn't listen to me.
Unfortunately, he ended up in a very bad spot later on in life.
But I mean, though, but it's just things like that that you have to be cautious about. Just like like for the whole thing of Ralph again, like the shit his writers did to damage us more than anyone else. Like I don't know if you Cult of Vivian or whatever her name was back then. Remember her?
Yeah, I've interviewed her, Nicole. Yeah, she's great.
Okay.
But
Hello?
he tried bullying her
Her name
basically.
was Nicole, right?
Shunned Cult of Vivian back then.
Yeah, she was part of Cosmonauts with some other guy, and she
Yes.
cosplayed
Micronauts,
Vivian
right?
a lot.
Yes. Oh
Micronauts,
yeah, but
yeah, I was good friends with her for a long while after
but
GG.
the problem was Wild Goose, piece of shit that he was. After her friend committed suicide, he just
I remember that.
grifted
Yeah.
her boyfriend, and yeah, Nicole just like went full on attacking everyone.
Should we do a little toast for the ones who aren't with us anymore?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, we should.
Toast for the fallen.
Toast for the fallen. I would drink
Mhm.
alcohol, but I might be driving to meet my friends at a bar. My friend's
Adam's
getting
ale.
married, and they're celebrating that. So
Right.
Cheers.
No sense in having all my hopes and dreams resting on your shoulders as the absolute
I'll toast
weirdo,
with
and then
water.
you.
I'll toast with water. My friend.
Yes, Adam's ale.
All right. So to the fallen.
May you not have died in vain. With every aching minute we are without you. It gets easier.
Airplay Doc and Pottery. Do either of you have any advice for a young person getting involved in the original GamerGate or the GamerGate 2 movement?
I guess be aware that sensational situations attract sensational people, and that it's really important to kind of get a grasp as early on as you can in terms of how involved you want to be in all of this, and to kind of try to stick to your guns. Like, if you want to be more of a spectator or somebody who documents and collects information, try to keep that in mind and not accidentally get swept up into like community management or whatnot. Because throughout my life and here in many different situations, I've ended up becoming an unpaid gopher to a lot of different situations. And it's just because I jump in and say like, oh, I want to help, but I don't have a defined idea in my head, how far do I want to help out? And then I end up overcommitting versus what I'm really up to or how much I really want to get involved with. Like, sometimes a movement can be very apolitical, and then sort of branches of it get really political in different directions. And you got to say, like, if you want to stick to the original tenet or point and not go down one of those different routes, you got to sort of decide that early on and be aware. And like, you know, if somebody starts to go down that direction, you can still follow them, you can still interact with them, but like be aware, like maybe you don't want to grab their hand and walk down that path with them.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I do appreciate you, Porcelain, for moderating my stream chat for the past 10 years, basically. Off and on, I guess, with me going away for a while,
Yeah.
but yeah, thank you.
You haven't made me haul like physical objects across a convention floor both ways, you know, so that it's fine. It's fine.
That's
Oh,
that's
man.
definitely a step in the right direction. As long as there's no physical labor involved, you know. Ooh, I hate that.
Oh,
for
and
sure.
here's a piece of advice I could give. If you're live streaming, avoid alcohol at all costs. Trust me. Trust
don't
me,
smoke,
I
don't
don't
drink
think
here.
people that remembers remember Michael Jordan, Space Jam guy?
You mentioned him before.
Porcelain
I don't.
probably is. Yes, Porcelain, you remember him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm nodding.
he would. Yeah, he basically had a lot of issues with just losing his freaking mind while being drunk, and it just did more damage to him in general. Just, I'm gonna say this: if you want to take hallucinogenics and alcohol and stuff, be my guest, but avoid doing it. Avoid doing it in a position where, how do I put this? Where uh, people that could support you will stop. I can't describe it anymore than that.
I would
think
say
that's a
avoid it
good
entirely. Our enemies are genuine enemies, and we do not have the time to be anything less than sober. The advice I'd give you is going. Get into
Yeah.
it, dive into it, find out how to make good trouble. In fact,
I
use
can't
that
remember his
kit
name
of
for
the
the life of
activist.
me, but there was a stoned wizard who used to help us a lot during the GamerGate days, and I just can't remember his name for the life of me.
Magog?
No,
Is
it was
Magog the
it was
Morse
me, C Hall, Action Points, Nicole, like Cult of Vivian. There was quite a few of us. We ended up forming like an outlet after Airplay happened. It was called Digifyra, right? We were a website for a very short amount of time, but I just remember all of those people. I don't know why I just brought that up. Something you mentioned made me want to bring that up. Drunk streaming? We would drunk stream. No, there was a stoned wizard who used to hang out with all of us, and I can't remember his name for the life of me.
Cannabis Curtis? Is that
Airplay. You
him,
had
or-
Cannabis Curtis. I remember him. Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh
Maybe
yeah.
I don't remember his name being Curtis, but yeah.
You'd remember Cannabis
he's one
Curtis.
of the pumpkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there to remind us of those that are no longer with us, Prince of Queens. I don't think any of you remember him.
Oh, did he
I
pass
remember
away?
him.
Wait, what? Oh my
What
gosh!
happened?
Something happened to Prince of Queens?
He passed. He died of an of an accident in his bathroom, I think, tripped or something. I don't know, but what happened after like me, Nurgle, and him? We were doing the stream just me, him, and Nurgle. We were on talking stuff, and then come to find out a couple weeks later, found out that he was in an accident, and yeah,
Wow. No,
yeah, it was.
I remember him, but the thing was is that it's like that's what happens on the internet. You know a lot of people, they're, you know, part of your social media glob, and then at some point sometimes people just, you know, stop posting and you don't immediately think to check up on them. And
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest, I was like in the back of my brain sometimes wondering like I don't see that person in my feed. Where are they? But then I didn't check. And now I feel really bad.
No, it was something that came all of a sudden. I just remember that one because it was just something that hit us because we were recently just chatting with that guy on live stream. I think it was around 2019, 2020 when it happened, or 2019.
Yeah, Liviana. I'm not sure if you remember her, but she took her own life in 2019.
Lead with that. I mean, certainly these people that
And the
were
poor-
our friends certainly need to be
and the
remembered.
poor-
Lead with that because it also gives a human face
and-
to us.
Airplay.
And the
Do you
poor
have
man
any?
that
Do I have any
Advice for people who want to? Go ahead.
The only
Specifically to you.
advice I could think of is support my Patreon or support the Airplay documentary, however you can.
Yeah, Airplay Doc. I mean, you could probably get in contact with Fred Knudsen because he does documentaries as well.
I
He's
think
right
we
up
meant.
his
I
alley.
think we meant more advice for people wanting to get involved with the movement.
Oh, getting
Aside
involved with the
from
movement.
having
Find out
a-
how things
If you're a
work.
young person,
Get in
you
contact
don't
with
know where to
orgs.
go with
Yeah.
GamerGate 1 or 2, and his advice is, hey, go support my documentary on Airplay. I already said Airplay was like the slam dunk of GG, or like our winning magnum opus moment. So to direct somebody towards a
wasn't that where
documentary,
the bomb threat was?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know.
Oh, by the way,
one
Leon.
of the bomb
By the way,
threats.
Leon, you were right. You were right. Arthur Chu called in.
About-
Well, Arthur Chu might have called in the bomb threat to the GG and DC one.
It was
It was
10
not
of
the
multiple
Airplay one.
different bomb threats.
I
Wait
mixed
a
them up.
It ends tonight.
What?
And they still say
The
we're the
one
harassers, that we're the evil one. My God, the
And
dog.
you know what was so funny? It was during the Obama. It was like within, just like within range of the White House, like within a mile of the White House. Crying out loud! I remember that night because we're all like, "Don't," because you were doing the joke. The truth says it ends tonight, and we're like, "Oh God, what is he gonna do?"
And it did. If not someone else. And it shows just how vile our opposition is when it can be. Or just rather how zealots or how taken up by this ideology that they are. I mean, these would be the people who would be burning books, and they still burn and these are the same people that burn books today. Just games and digital stuff, and even print.
Well, I'm burning the candle at both ends, so I'm gonna
And
close
for
down.
a serious reaction to that, serious reaction answer to that question was find a goal and stick to it. Like, I'm sticking to the goal of releasing this documentary, and aside from that, just I'm just really focused on that. I'm just really focused on that, and if you just have one thing you're aiming for, odds are you're you are more likely to succeed at it if you eliminate all distractions.
Yeah, if you're talking to the 18-year-old, I would say learn how things work. Learn organizations, get in contact, make things like understand 501c3s or how this all organization shit works. Talk to people. Listen to the words of people who are called on the fringe. Listen to the opinions that people say you shouldn't. Listen, and there was a lack of listening, and if there was more of that, probably we wouldn't have such a divide. We probably would have less of one.
All right. Well, hey, thank you all for coming. I do appreciate you all
And
showing up
remember,
for the 10th
sorry, yeah.
anniversary stream.
Remember, censorship is death. Yeah, sorry.
And
No,
sorry, it's my stream.
Sorry. I
You're
just wanted
into.
to.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
All right.
Right.
So thanks for
Sorry.
coming, everybody. I appreciate it. I'll give you a quick 15, 30 seconds if you want to shout yourself out and tell people where they can find you if you want, or get in touch if they want to. Airplay, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm Airplay Doc on YouTube and the X Twitter app. You can also find me on my. You can also watch my film on my Patreon at patreon.com/metalheadfilms right here. And I also have a GoFundMe for the raising money to help for the further promotion and distribution of this film. And I've got a new single out just in time for the 10th anniversary of the Gamers Are Dead articles. It's called Gamers Are Dead and includes an instrumental and a special What the Hell is Gamergate mix, which includes audio samples from the film.
Okay. Porcelain?
I'm just a nomad on the internet. I'm nobody special. I just whine about stuff sometimes, and I whine about things here sometimes. That's all I am. Just an entity. That's it. I'm good.
Great
Oh,
time.
Lunar Archivist, you just
Lunar
joined in?
Archivist.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Looks
Good,
like
yeah.
I jumped in at Oh, thanks. Looks like I jumped in just in time to see the stream end.
Well, what do you want to talk about real fast, and then?
Oh no, nothing. Just want to say hello. Sorry I couldn't come in sooner. I'm actually in at a convention right now. So
Yes, thank you so much for your work, Lunar, and you.
you're very welcome.
Documenting
I just-
the impropriety done by the Canadian Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, we talked about that
And
earlier.
that's
Actually,
arguably illegal.
Yeah,
arguably illegal.
Yeah, I'm going to take Tachyon Blue up on his advice and try and write something about that, like in a more substantial form at some point. It's just we're gonna research that. I have to answer his questions first though, because I've got to fill out that thing. I've been so busy lately. It's just been crazy.
my
This
question.
year.
Oh wait, you were doing a text interview too? Did we agree to that? I do. Let me check the thing.
Oh yeah, like I have to Tachyon Blue gave me like this list of questions to answer, and I never got back
Oh,
to
I
it for a long
did.
time.
Yes. Yeah, I do see that on my phone.
Yes.
Yes, I am waiting on you.
Yes,
so.
I did. I have to, like I said, if there's ever a hard deadline, let me know, and I'll work to get it done right away.
No rush.
But it's
No
good to-
rush. But within a couple months would be best. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to definitely start after this week. It's like finally things are slowing down a bit. It's just been crazy.
Well, hey, I hope you have fun at the con. Well, sorry you're jumping in. I am closing it a little early. I did say we'd go till 10 EST, but I'm pretty tired of stuff. But
Oh no, it's no problem. I just figured I
Give
would at
yourself
least.
an hour to rest before going to that bar. Yeah.
I'm going to the bar like right after this, actually. So, like.
Oh shit.
Oh, not a problem. It's like I was hoping. Oh, sorry. Sorry, go right ahead.
You go.
No. I just wanted to say, like, I just jumped into because I thought that was like a little bit, and like it's still going till 10, but it's all good. There'll be another stream
We'll
sometime.
still be on off air.
The 20th anniversary.
10 years from now.
Yeah, you can always talk.
We're shutting down the stream, but we're still
you
be off air.
you can all still talk off air for sure, 100%. And then, Great Tide, do you want to give your closing people where people can find you or anything like that?
Yeah. So my activities have as Great Tide have since ceased. Though I would definitely recommend a small indie VTuber by the name of Crane VT. He does really good work. I really enjoyed his video on the legacy of Daddy DJ, how a melody inspired a generation, going over the history of how that melody how that came from different songs. As well as his video, Who was the First VTuber? Comical take on the history of VTubing. I know that he does variety streams, lots of different games and tabletop systems, so there might be something for you there if you're interested in watching more VTuber content creators.
Okay.
6th generation indie VTuber. That's probably the right one.
Okay, Liam Guns, so you usually see me around Nurgle's group, his live streams, if he ever does them. He barely does them anymore, but I'm thinking of starting a podcast back up, the LOE, League of Extraordinary Assholes. I'm thinking of bringing that one back up again, so yeah, it's gonna take a while, but I'm thinking of doing a gaming slash tech podcast.
Okay.
With a few people.
Maybe invite me on sometime.
Okay, well, it's going to be a while, but I'll attempt it.
Okay. Lunar?
I feel like bad shilling myself because I showed up in the last minute. It's like I showed up just for that. But I've been mentioning this to a lot of people. I have been working on a video, like a second episode of Translation Theory, but it's kind of gone all over the place and it keeps being revised because of all the developments in GamerGate 2.0. So I'm hoping to get it done now, like in the next couple of months, hopefully by the end of the year, which is almost a year later than I was planning it. But so yeah, so keep an eye out for that. I'll announce it on Twitter.
Okay. Mr. Oso?
All right. I don't exactly have much in the way of
I'm on
socials,
air,
but I've
huh?
linked them in the main and general chat. I am censorship equals death on with a frowny face on Steam. That's probably the best way to get me. I also have linked Church of Game at Church of Game on X and Lover of Humanity, Hater of Sanitization. And my Twitch is Little Siberian Bear. I may not stream, but you can always message me there. Please do.
Okay. Well, if you're watching this, you probably know who I am. I'm Tachyon Blue. Thank you for tuning in to the GamerGate 10th anniversary stream. If you haven't already, please subscribe, like, and if you want to leave a comment, that helps too. Over the coming, let me turn my camera on.
Hello.
Okay, cool. Well, hey, and over the coming weeks here, I'm probably going to be launching a crowdfunding campaign. And if you like the work I've been doing with the GamerGate project and want to support me being a author and live streamer, then I would ask that you please consider contributing to the GoFundMe campaign that I'll be launching in the coming weeks. So I'll need your support to get this project done, and I would appreciate anything you could offer for that when the time comes. So yeah. Cool.
Thank you so very many.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and raid somebody now. Who are we gonna raid though? Let's see.
Oh, on what platform? Twitch?
On YouTube.
No, YouTube.
Oh, you can raid on YouTube.
You can raid on YouTube now, yeah.
How long ago did they add that, and do you have to have any channel minimums before you can do it?
I don't think there's channel minimums, but you have to you have to, the other person has to allow you to raid them. So either they have to turn it on for allow all raids or allow raids from certain people because they're off by default, I believe.
Hmm.
We could either
Okay.
raid Queeman, Destiny, or Ico Rules. I'll let you all decide.
Well, if I had a choice, we'd take Destiny off the list and then we'd flip a coin, or we would pick Destiny for the joke of it, for the meme.
Okay. What does everyone else say?
Doesn't matter to me.
I think I'll sit the raid. I think I'll sit the raid out because like I don't want to catch whatever Destiny has. So.
Oh no.
All right, we'll raid. Okay, well, so flip a coin for Queeman or Ico. I don't have a. Let me give her a coin.
I have a D20 or a D10.
Ooh, we're going old school. A
I got a
coin.
D20.
Do I not
right
have
here.
a coin? Oh, I do have a coin. Okay, cool.
1 second.
All right,
One
so heads,
second,
heads,
California.
Ico. Tails, we're doing Queeman.
Ready?
It is
Heads or
tails.
tails?
We're doing Queeman.
Oh, I was gonna flip. I had
Oh.
a coin. I was reaching for my coin.
All right. Well, go say hi to Queeman. Tell him that Tachyon sent you in chat, and then have a good night, everyone. Thank you for watching. You're all welcome to hang out and keep talking if you want to.
Good night.
Good night.